Hello, everybody. This is Joseph P. Farrell with the members Vidchat on Friday, July 29th, 2016. I'm kind of surprising everybody because I was in the chat room, but I didn't talk very much because I've got um, a new computer, and so I've been wrestling trying to get everything into that and learn how to use it and so on and so forth. I want to thank everybody that made donations to help get this. I was waiting also for royalties to come in. Not so good, but enough to help out with the new computer. But anyway, thank you all. I really do appreciate it. The other one was on its last legs. I had to retire the little squirrel I had in the flywheel that was powering it. This is really a good upgrade for me because it's powered by natural gas. The processing and the pipes for the processing don't take up much of the apartment, so we're doing good. But anyway, um, and let's say hello to everybody here in pre-chat. Our chat is going to start, I think, tonight at 7 rather than 7:30. I do have almost a record, not as much as that other record, but we've got about 50 pages of comments, and so I know I did not get a Macintosh simply because, folks, most of my archives are on PC, and most of my programs that I use a lot are on PC. So anyway, unfortunately, it's Windows 10. And I can see why everybody's so up in arms about Windows 10, because it is, anyway. But I just don't have the programs I have for my music writing and everything else are all PC, folks. And I wish I could go to a Mac, but I just can't do it. But anyway, hello to Nancy, Eudemonist, Occult Fan, Jeannie, Catherine 60, Arna Saknasam in the United Kingdom. Tommy H is joining us from St. Petersburg, Russia. So welcome back, Tommy. Scorpio 58 in Norway. Leon, I think, has left. Argentum and somebody with big eyes for the username. I have a suspicion I know who that is. And then SOS Catonic. So welcome to everybody. Got a lot of good questions. We're going to have some questions tonight about American politics. Now, let me explain why I have not been commenting about American politics. Number one, they nauseate me. Number two, you know my bipartisan rule. I loathe both parties equally. I have maybe a few decimal points more loathing for the dummy crooks than the Republithugs, simply because they're such hypocritical, socialist, baby-killing, body part-selling, mad, insane people. The Republithugs like to go around the world dropping drones on everybody. So what do you say? What do you do, huh? But anyway, I just have refrained from commenting about American politics. However, I have not refrained recently because American politics and geopolitics have mingled in a very weird way because of the WikiLeaks and the claims from the DNC, that's Democratic National Committee, for those of you in Europe and elsewhere, that Russia was behind this. And now I'm hearing, of course, that Israel was behind it. You know, we expected that to come up sooner or later. But anyway, oh, Tim, I'm very sorry to hear about your mother. Um, for all of you praying folks here in our Giza Death Star members audience, If you're the praying sort, please keep Tim H's mother down there in Australia in your thoughts. But anything, yeah, Tommy H in the chat room says Russia is behind everything nowadays. Yes, it's just, it's, if Russia were behind everything that everybody says Russia's behind, Russia doesn't have the manpower to be behind all of that. So anyway, uh, personally, guys, I got to be honest with you. I am not, and I have never been a Russia hater. I just, not even in the Soviet days, folks. Even when I was a kid, I didn't hate the Russians. Didn't like the communists too much, but anyway, Becky Sue, welcome. But anyway, yeah, Putin for Trump, says a cult fan. But anyway, because of the mingling of geopolitics and American politics, I've had to start commenting. So we will have a couple of comments tonight about American politics. Now, for all of you people on the left, you won't like what I'm going to say. I haven't much use for that particular party. I never have. Ever had much use for it. And I went to Republicans Anonymous for a few years and became sober. I withdrew from that addiction. So anyway, quite a few comments also about, we've got some comments about the metaphor. We've got a lot of interesting occult commentary. So it's going to be an interesting night tonight. And by the way, those of you who've been asking about where has Maria in Spain been? Now, for those of you new members, Maria has been a member almost from the day that we set up this website. Maria, because of the time difference and the work schedule, seldom makes it into these vid chats. But I did write Maria and asked her some questions about what the reaction was in Spain to the Brexit. And Maria did write back, so I'm going to kind of lead off early on tonight with her comments about my questions. Karambit, down in Mexico. Welcome to Karambit. Will we get rid of the neocons if Trump gets in? I will refrain, Becky Sue, from the comments about a Trump presidency until we actually get there. No, you're not. Briefly, no, you're not going to get rid of them overnight. A lot depends on how he handles his cabinet postings. But anyway, anyway, we've got a lot of commentary tonight. So Maria is going to be toward the top of the pile tonight because it was nice to hear from her and to find out what's been going on in Spain. And folks, let me tell you, when you hear Maria and what she says about what's going on in Spain, I'm glad that she wrote back, because I wanted people in the American audience to hear what happens with an open borders policy where you let everybody come in. It's very, very interesting. So, a cult fan says there's 5 letters in Putin, Trump, and Pence. Well, listen, it's better than 6, 3 6s. Anyway, pardon me there, folks. So anyway, we've got an interesting vid chat lined up tonight. Let me check my mail here. I have printed off people's questions, I hope. That's what I was doing. If you were trying to talk to me in the chat room, I was busily trying to get the questions all printed off. I want to move that to there. Okay, that's working. Just checking the emails very quickly here, folks. I think we are good. All right. Shining One is in the chat room, so welcome to Shining One. All right. Anybody else I missed? Daddy Bob is in the chat room, so welcome to Daddy Bob. Becky Sue. Anybody else that I missed there? Now, we have a gob of questions tonight, guys. I hope my voice will hold out. Catherine 60 says, isn't Maria a composite person? Sort of. Maria is actually a family in Spain. And so there, you know, Maria, yeah, you can put quotation marks around Maria, but actually it is a family that listens to these vid chats. It's very, very interesting. No, I do not get questions at gizadeathstar@gmail.com. I use the Hotmail address, folks. Use the Hotmail. I've simply got, you know, with Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, emails, I can't keep up with it all, folks. So I try and keep it all coming in. You know, if you're sending me emails on Gmail, I simply won't respond. I don't have the time to look at everything. I Love Sushi usually joins us kind of late. So anyway, we've got a long haul tonight, folks. So I'm going to start early. But it looks like we're everywhere from Russia to Canada, United Kingdom, Norway, Mexico, and Australia here tonight. Which is a good little group. Even though it's not a members vid chat for Europe, we've got Europe nicely represented. I'm really glad we have someone in Russia now. I really, really am, because occasionally I'm going to be asking for our Russian friend Tommy to tell us what the perception in Russia is about what's going on over here. And Echo Oscar, yep, Echo Oscar has been a while, but I can assure you Echo Oscar is still around. Oh, by the way, the speaking of new books, a cult fan mentioned Gordon White's new book in the chat room. I want to point out to everybody that the book Rotten to the Common Core is out. The actual hard copy is out. If you read it, please, if you like it, please give me a review. If you didn't like it, don't give me a review. I'm biased, I admit. But anyway, the Common Core book is out. So in fact, I've been getting emails from some of you saying that you've got your copies now. So I hope you'll read it. Maybe Mr. Putin is a member of my site. No, I doubt it. I think probably he's got better things to do with his with his Friday afternoons rather than be on a website. But Catherine Fifth's chat last night was interesting. I didn't get in on that, and I wish I had remembered, but I was still struggling to get all of this, put together. Will Walter be joining us tonight? I don't know. Haven't heard from Walter. You'd have to ask Walter. He hasn't told me. Tim H says, Tommy, is there a Russian equivalent word for gringo? I can think of several Russian words that they'd use for Americans right now. Karambit says he just received the new book in the mail. All right, so that's good. So it's getting down to Mexico. Nancy says she also just got it. All right. Yeah, I do notice that Putin has been quietly kind of pushing Trump, and I think there's definite geopolitical reasons for that. Shining One says, I learned a Giza Death Star from Jay Dyer. Cool. Excellent. I do think that Mr. Putin and the Russian elite are definitely much more in favor of a Trump presidency than they would be a Hillary presidency, for reasons probably different than mine. Not that I'm all that keen on Trump, but this really is a case of the lesser of two evils. Hello, Chime in the chat room. Let me check here real fast. And Dan Pohl is in the chat room. So Dan Pohl is a new member, it looks like. So Dan, the rule in our chat rooms is you have to tell us what country you're from, because we're spread all over, and I kind of like to know where everybody is from. We've got Russia, Norway, Canada, United States, United Kingdom, Mexico, and Australia represented here tonight. Hillary is a warmonger. Yeah, well, who among the party elites in both parties in this country isn't? Nuclear is here in the chat room. Anyway, Dan Pohl, tell us where you're from, please. Checking my Facebook fast here, guys. Well, maybe. All right, we're doing good. We're going to get started in a couple of hours, too, guys. Uh-oh, hang on. Just had another set of questions come in. Hang on. So let me print these out real fast, everybody. Well, maybe not so fast. Listen, I'm still getting used to this here, guys. It's all right. The new computer is already slow. This is a bad sign. There we go. There we go. All right, so we're back here. Karambit in the chat room says it's getting to the point where just mentioning Donald Trump will get you either dropped by friends on Facebook or verbally attacked. Well, listen, I have heard reports, Karambit, that Google and Facebook have been censoring Trump searches or remarks. So yeah, I mean they're all in. You know, the globalist corporate directorship is all in for Hillary. So it's going to be an interesting, if bumpy, election. I think I'm going to just put that set of questions right at the top. There we are. Dan Pohl says he's from sunny California. Well, that's good. We've got Russia, Canada, the United States, Mexico, Australia, and California. All the different countries here represented. Anyway, Becky Sue says the NSA has to hook up to all the new stuff. Yeah, true. True. Anyway, The Rock, a 90s movie starring Nick Cage and Sean Connery, Ed Harris as well. That was an interesting movie. A very interesting movie. A cult fan says, I'm voting Trump. As I've said, just because I voted blue and green already, so to prove it's all elites ruling over underclasses, and the whole thing is a sham. And welcome to Geiger. Welcome to Geiger. I guess I'd better refresh my window here. Karamat says, I used to think the left was the party of the common man. No, never. They've never been, ever. Read the Common Core book. They've never been the party of common people. That's why they have so many millionaires in that particular party. And we know the Republic thugs, you know, they have been, you know, country club Republicans, they used to call them. Oh, wow. So, yeah, we do have questions about American politics. So, you know, anything is fair game, even though I avoid it like the plague in the public blogs. I just don't want to deal with angry people, you know. I get enough angry people. You never talk about Israel. You know? Well, folks, I'm only one man. There's only so much conspiracy and corruption that I can talk about. All right. Geiger says, did anyone see this earlier today? U.S. Intel head calls for end to hyperventilation over Russia's alleged role in the DNC hack. Well, that's the problem. I haven't seen much evidence yet, at least personally, that really confirms that they were behind the hack. You know, as I put it in the news and views yesterday, the problem is that doesn't really fit the Russian way of doing things. If they have information like that, they usually sit on it and use it as a compromising leverage sort of thing. But, you know, that's what I'm seeing there. That's what I'm seeing there. Gordon White, welcome to Gordon White. And Gordon, if I remember, you are in where? Australia? So anyway, Scorpio says, any Muslim bashing tonight? No. Although I did hear back from that pest. Oh, what a mess. Shining One asks a very good question. We can assume from the FBI letting Hillary off the loose that the FBI is in bed with Hillary, or that the information she has will put them at risk as well, so they have no choice but to let it go. No. I think what's going on, Shining Ones, if you go back to a book that was written by Ambrose Evans Pritchard, who wrote a book. He was, if you remember, he was the London Sunday Telegraph correspondent in Washington during the previous Clinton administration. And he left this country because he had been doing a series of articles on the corruption of the Clintons. And his life, he actually felt his life was under threat. So did the Telegraph. And they pulled him out of Washington and brought him back to the United Kingdom. And once he got back to the United Kingdom, he published a book called The Secret Life of Bill Clinton. I've actually got the book. And it reviews all of the scandals of the Clintons up to that point, including, Vince Foster, Alltel, Whitewater, the cattle, the cattle futures, all of that stuff. And he came to the conclusion that there was some rogue element within the FBI that was protecting both of them. I suspect that what you see, particularly with the current FBI director's previous ties with the Clintons, that you're looking at that element. I can assure you that some of the FBI people that I have talked to, including Mr. Bosley, are reacting with just absolute outrage, that anything like that could be pulled and they get away with it. Yeah, anyway. Gordon White says, I have Evans Pritchard's book and it's excellent. Yeah, it's, I have not seen his article about the IMF, but I did get that book after he had published it because I had been following, the Clintons for a number of years. And, because I went to college in Arkansas when he was elected governor. And even back then, the moment that happened, there was this outcry in local Arkansas press, and people started investigating, and that was long before the internet. So yeah, I've been watching all that kind of carefully. Volume 1 to 50, yeah, exactly. With the Clintons, you never know. It's like a virtual encyclopedia. Free Fall's in the chat room. Greetings to Free Fall in Australia. Ailsa Freeman snuck into the chat room. Hello to Ailsa Freeman. So our Australian contingent is back. Well, welcome. 2 hours to go, guys. I am going to start early tonight because we've got so much to do. And I've got to be honest with you folks, I have been not only struggling with computer things, I've been trying to watch the two, the two conventions. One of them, I was just absolutely, it was like, could we dial down the 1960s hippie radicalism stuff? Anyway. And Down Under is in the chat room. Welcome to Down Under. Shining One in the chat room says, considering WikiLeaks shedding to light of the DNC's dirty laundry, can we assume that Assange is the puppet of Trump's shadowy backers? No, no. Or is this matter of mutual enemies? I do think that Trump has some sort of network. But as I've said before, I suspect that Trump represents a faction of the deep state that is very upset with the way things have gone. That faction at its core, I think, would probably be the mafia. But I also suspect that there is a considerable section of the Pentagon, the American intelligence apparatus, that is equally displeased and maybe quietly funneling him information. Um, Gordon White asks, have you seen the video of all the empty seats at the DNC convention? I have seen that, Gordon, and I also have seen stories on the internet that the DNC went out and hired actors after the Bernie people walked out to fill the seats and make it look like, you know, there's party unity and everybody is okay. A cult fan just said this. He said, I saw the funniest thing. It's a pic of Senator Sanders saying that he saved a ton of money on life insurance by switching to Hillary. Well, I don't doubt it, you know. Uh, yeah, it's just Geiger, they, as a person, she's shameless. As a party, they're shameless. There's no sense of normalcy there, you know. It just isn't. You know, it's kind of like the flip side of Senator Cruz. It's just, oh my, it just kind of leaves you breathless. Becky Sue says, I watched 3 nights of the Republican convention. I watched 30 seconds of the Democrat convention and was screaming at the TV. Well, yeah, I was in the same boat, Becky Sue. I tried to watch some of it on the internet, and I thought, no, I can't do it. Oh, wow. Excuse me. Down Under says the IRS has started an investigation into the Clinton Foundation. It's interesting that you mention that, Down Under, because I've heard stories that because it's a foundation, it has to be chartered in each of the 50 states in this country, because each state has its own laws on how foundations are allowed to operate. And I've heard stories, again, I haven't been able to verify enough of them, but I've heard stories on the internet that states attorneys general in this country are also investigating the Clinton Foundation. So you've got federal investigations and then you've got state investigations. And I suspect there was one attorney general, it was Indiana, Ohio, somewhere in the eastern Midwest, that were doing some investigations. Karambit says Mario Lanza records are going to make a comeback if Trump is elected. We'll see, Karambit. You know, I wouldn't object to Mario Lanza. You know, I'm kind of a Pavarotti guy, but anyway, when I do opera, which is very seldom, I'm not a big opera fan, but when opera's like baseball. You have to go to them to appreciate them. Anyway, but when I do opera, it's Pavarotti or Leontyne Price. You know, nobody, she was just, for me, you know, the absolute best Carmen that was ever done. And I think she's still alive, if I'm not mistaken. I think she was honored by President Obama in the last few years. She got a, whatever that prize is that is given to artists in this country. And it's about time. Leontyne Price was just an absolute brilliant soprano. Scorpio says Clinton got more than $200 million from Norway. Well, isn't that nice? Yeah. If I write Oslo and ask for $200 million, do you think they'd do it for me? Oh my. Yeah. A cult fan says S.K. Bain made the great point, speaking of Democrats, that Barack, speaking of the lack of American flags, has both names of the two main villains in 9/11, Hussein and Obama. A cult fan says, I listened to Meatloaf today. That's my opera. Well, listen, yeah, Pink Floyd, The Wall, stuff like that. Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody. Uh, Actually, Freddie Mercury in Queen, he probably could have written an opera if he put his mind to it. But Geiger says, I think Brokaw needs a good slapping. Please understand that even South Dakota occasionally slips up, and we do get the occasional Tom Brokaw or the occasional George McGovern or Tom Daschle. Karambit, who is Bishop Demetrios, who closed the RNC? I believe he's a Greek bishop in this country. That's interesting, Karambit, that you mentioned that, because when I saw that, I thought Trump is playing his cards with Putin very, very well. That was a little message, as far as I'm concerned, to the Russians that, yeah, we understand where you're coming from. Yeah, Geiger, Brokaw is from South Dakota. In fact, Brokaw is from a little town in South Dakota, not too far from Sioux Falls, where I grew up. The town that Brokaw is from is called Vermillion. That's where the University of South Dakota is. Nice university. They have a nice music museum there, but don't hold that against us, please. It's Brokaw is very typical of Democrats in South Dakota. You've got Minnesota, South Dakota, Iowa. You've got that old kind of Democrat farm labor party in that part of the country. They can be very liberal on some things, and they can be extraordinarily conservative on some other things. It's an unusual mix. Everybody thinks of George McGovern as being, the arch liberal that changed the Democratic Party, and he did. But there were certain things that McGovern was. He was a study in contrasts. Let's put it that way. Anyway, do you and him hang out when he comes home to visit? No. No, we don't. We definitely don't. Definitely don't. Mate 87 in Estonia is here. Karambit, yes, he's the Archbishop of the Greek Archdiocese, if I remember correctly, the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese, which is under the Patriarchate of Constantinople. There's several Orthodox jurisdictions in this country. There used to be only one. That's quite a story, which I'm more than familiar with. Anyway. Shiny One says, Dr. Farrell, what are your thoughts on the Flint water crisis? Any deeper story there? I get the impression that the elites got caught with their pants down over the intentional poisoning of the water supply, and the 6 individuals that have just gotten charged with connection to it are just fall guys. That could be. That could be. Nuclear asks, have I heard from Tom DeLonge? Yes, I have, but not in quite a while. But yeah, the Flint thing, it's par for the course as far as I'm concerned. It's either massive government negligence to allow lead piping for water supply. Back then, that was popular. But even back then, they should have known better. You know, people, they knew enough about lead back then to know that you probably shouldn't use it for, you know, your drinking water supply. Because I remember growing up in Sioux Falls, there were houses there in Sioux Falls that had lead piping, and you know, you were told as a child when you got a drink of water to let the water run for a while to get, you know, flush out the water that had lead in it and get a fresh supply and then drink that. Yeah, DeLong. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I think it's just basically incompetence, but still, um, we'll see. You know where that story goes. It is an interesting story. But yeah, the old cities of the world. I did that when I lived in Oxford, you know, which is an old city. Even the newer parts of the city, you know, you turn on the tap and you let it run for a while before you took a drink. K Tower says, my mother's family is from Vermilion. Really? Interesting. Small world. Vermilion's a nice little town. I mean, it's a college town, so it's about what you'd expect for a major university town. Um, you know, the university system in South Dakota, since it's such a small state, obviously isn't very extensive. The University of South Dakota in Vermilion, then South Dakota State in another little town called Brookings, and then the School of Mines and Technology, which is kind of South Dakota's MIT, which is a very good school, as a matter of fact, is in Rapid City. And there's a couple of smaller colleges, Black Hills State and Spearfish. So yeah, it's a very small university system there. So anyway, Mate 87 says maybe the Flint scandal is a symptom of failing USA infrastructure. Boy, that's the truth. Listen, mate, I drive around, you know, a lot in this country, and you would not believe the infrastructure here. It is really, really bad. Busy Dealer, welcome to the chat room. And Busy Dealer is asking, have I heard of DeSmet? Of course I have. Yep, little town in eastern South Dakota. In East River, as we call it in South Dakota. Since the Missouri runs right through the middle of the state, if you're in South Dakota, if you live in East River or West River, that's the way South Dakotans refer to it. Anyway, Geiger's asking if DeLong has done a Sala interview. I don't know. Now, what's it like in South Dakota? South Dakota is a very nice state. It has if you have been through the state, the territory, the geography in the state is astonishingly diverse. East River is very, very agricultural. Parts of it are actually very hilly, particularly the very southeastern tip of South Dakota, where you've got that little peninsula that goes down between Iowa and Nebraska. That part of the state is very flat, then it gets very hilly from a certain point about around Vermilion up to Sioux Falls. It's very hilly. but it's mostly agricultural. If you go to West River, it changes completely. It's ranch, badlands, desert. There's parts of that part of South Dakota that are like New Mexico. Desert buttes. You can even find little cactus growing out there. You've got, of course, the Black Hills, which the southern part of the Black Hills are very, very mountainous. The northern part of the Black Hills are not quite so mountainous, but South Dakota has a lot of diverse geography, a lot of diverse topography. It's a nice state. It's a well-run state for its size. Freefall says, I've been listening to David Paulides working on missing people in national parks, the Missing 411. I've got those books, incidentally. They're very interesting reading. It's so scary, I'm hesitant to walk out to my letterbox. Do you have any thoughts on what the heck is happening to these people? That's a good topic. To be honest with you, Freefall, I think you're dealing possibly with several different phenomena. I think some of those phenomena are related to Bigfoot and cryptozoology things. I think some of those phenomena could be literally people walking into some sort of dimensional portal. I really do. They just simply vanish in a way that's so bizarre that that's the only thing I can think of. Mate 87, do you have a similar oil boom in South Dakota as in North Dakota? No, but that shale oil field, mate, that's in southwestern North Dakota also spills over to a significant segment of northwestern South Dakota and southeastern Montana. And Montana and South Dakota so far have been resisting efforts to develop those oil fields. You can literally drive in that part of South Dakota and look out and see the black shale just kind of sitting out there. One reason in South Dakota that they haven't done it is that South Dakota used to also have uranium mines in that part of the state, and the uranium fields are still there. They're just too expensive to mine anymore. So the shale in that part of South Dakota, the water table even, has a bit of uranium in it. So you know, that part of the state is very mineral rich. Yeah, they disappear around granite, Freefall says in the chat room. So yeah, there's some sort of dimensional physics going on there that people I don't think understand. Yeah, K-Tower says we vacationed in the Black Hills a few weeks back, didn't see a chemtrail all week. Yeah, South Dakota, for some reason, they don't hit South Dakota a great deal. But it is an interesting state. I've always loved the state. You got a bit of everything there. You've got, you know, small town, rural America. You know, Sioux Falls is a fairly urban place. You got pretty much everything that you have in much larger cities in Sioux Falls. You've got a symphony, you've got an actual ballet, and so on. So you can live cheaply in South Dakota. There's no state income tax. You can have all the benefits of a big city. If you prefer rural life, you can certainly do that. Jarrett says, did I receive your VidChat questions? Yes, I did. I did. I've got them printed off. And of course, there's always wall drug in South Dakota, if you don't know what that is. Tourist trap, but an interesting one. an interesting one. All right, let me take a quick refresh of the user list here. Wow. All right. So let me catch up with greetings to Byzantra in Belgium, Debbie in Southern California, Busy Dealer. Let's see here. Just a human. I always want to say just a woman, but that's not it. BSG is here. Welcome to BSG. It's been a while. I think BSG is in Kenya, if I'm not mistaken. So welcome to BSG. Welcome back. Let's see here. Scorpio says, I was on a cruise ship many years ago as we sailed through the Bermuda Triangle, and we lost electricity and had engine failure and drifted for 6 hours before everything went back to normal. Interesting. Can you say more about these dimensional physics? If that's what's involved in some of those disappearances that Pleiades, uh, just say whoa, just a whoa, man. Okay, thank you. Stop the dang horse. I think it's a matter of a common surface of some type, a portal, if you will. But I don't like the term portal because everybody wants to think in terms of portals, and to my mind, that conjures up some bad physics. So I say a common surface. Wall drug. There's a story about Wall drug. There's a little town in West River, South Dakota, right on Interstate 90, called Wall. And it's just this really dinky little town with this drugstore that used to be the only drugstore for miles, okay? And the guy that owned it back during World War II, as soldiers were traveling the trains, you know, stopping through Wall, he'd give them a sign saying, well, where are you going? And they'd say, oh, I'm deploying to the Philippines or I'm deploying to Italy. He'd give them a sign that would say, so many thousands of miles to Wall Drug, and he spread these signs all over the country and created a tourist trap in Wall, South Dakota, and that's still there. If you stop in Wall, you can go to the drugstore, and it's just this big souvenir place. You know, you can have food. It's kind of a fun little place. But you know, that's it sits at the very western end of the Badlands. And it's east of Rapid City about an hour. So yeah, it's if you ever get to South Dakota, and you know, you have to do Wall Drug. It's like being in South Dakota and not doing Mount Rushmore. You have to do Wall, South Dakota. Yeah, and it has a little bookstore in it. Yeah. Mate says 2/3 through the Common Core book. Yes. After reading it, I get the preserve the culture principle. Bingo, bingo. I'm glad you saw that. Give me a nice review on Amazon if you would. Welcome to Kelly M. There we are. Excellent. Jarrett says that's genius for Mr. Wall. I don't remember what his name was. It wasn't Wall. Wall is the name of the town. It's built up. It's quite a little resort center. There's a lot of motels there since it's at the western end of the Badlands Park. SOS Catonic says the postmodernists have destroyed the definition of culture. Well, yes, they have. Welcome to Chartreuse. You know, it's part of the left-wing multicultural Gramscian Marxist approach to power. Hang on, folks. Hello. Hey, Jerry, I'm on the air right now. I'm sorry, I have to go. Sorry, folks. Hope you will deal with my question about Kabbalah. Yes, I will. Unplug the phone here, guys. Tom Waits. Wall drug, Burma shave. No, I don't remember what the guy's name was, guys. He owned that farm. The family still owns that pharmacy. It still is a pharmacy. And it's the only one for miles. So, watch the language there, son of David. I agree with you. That's what it was, but still, watch the language, please. Whistling past the graveyard. Yep. If you do get to South Dakota and you go through the Badlands, if you're going through the Badlands, you do have to kind of go through Wall, so it doesn't make sense to not stop and see the little tourist trap. Oh, wow. Yeah, they've destroyed definitions. That's part of it. That's part of it. You know, it's what they're doing right now with the transgendered bathrooms and asking little children to, how do you feel today? Are you a little boy or a little girl? Uh, yeah, Wall, K Tower says Wall has an excellent men's Western clothing store. That clothing store is part of the drugstore. The family owns it all, all there. So, anyway. But you can still stop there. Are there any parts of South Dakota that people should stay away from besides the local Democrat office? No, I can't think of any right off the top of my head. There's lots of unusual places there. There's a little park right outside of Sioux Falls called the Palisades. It's a state park. It's not a national park. It's a state park. And I always called it the Little Grand Canyon because that's what it is. It's a little Grand Canyon out in the middle of otherwise flat plains. But the Sioux River runs through this little granite canyon, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And there's little trails and hiking things through there. It's worth visiting. Nuclear, also on subjectification of expression over creation of beauty and art. Yes, yes, exactly. It's all about the individual artiste and their individual vision and genius. Well, no, it's not. That's why I'm big on the Baroque era music, because they were after objectivity in emotional expression. Scorpio 58 asked, can you eat real Norwegian food in South Dakota? Let me tell you a story, Scorpio. Growing up in Sioux Falls, there's a heavy, heavy Norwegian presence in Sioux Falls. Most of the Lutheran churches in Sioux Falls were founded by Norwegian immigrants. And when I was growing up as a boy in Sioux Falls, every year the Norwegian club would have their lutefisk festival, and you'd get together in this big hall, and they would serve Norwegian food. They'd serve lutefisk, they'd serve lefse, kartoffelsuppe, all of that stuff, and it was good. We went every year because it was good. So yeah, you can have genuine Norwegian food in Sioux Falls. Let's see. Weird New Jersey started the Weird State magazine. I don't know that much about it. Byzantra says Americans seem to move so much. Why is that? It's because it's such a big country and we like to see the sights. There's a lot to see in this country. You know, just it's like Europe. You know, people like to go to certain places in Europe for their vacations because the scenery is pretty and so on. It's the same here. Regarding the gender topic, says Arne Saknussemm, they are reformatting mankind. I agree with you. I've said for years that gender, you know, gender is a linguistic property. They're trying to tinker with people's perceptions of themselves through language. That's why you no longer see sex in the boxes. Is your sex male or female? Well, your sex is male or female. Your DNA is male or female. But by changing it to gender, they are now transferring it from, so to speak, the deep interior to the exterior. And that's a whole different ball game. Do they serve genuine German food in South Dakota? Yes. You have a lot of Dutch people in the northeastern part of the state around a little town called Millbank. They actually still have their tulip festival in Millbank. Then between the northeastern corner and the southeastern corner, you have a lot of Swedes and Norwegians. If you go a little west of Sioux Falls, you have a lot of Germans. My organ teacher growing up was from a little town in South Dakota called Tripp, Tripp. And the German influence in Tripp was so strong that he didn't speak a word of English until he started public school. His last name was Hochhalter. so, so yeah, I dedicated one of my harpsichord concerti to him. He died when I was at Oxford. But, you know, he learned the organ from a very early age. He studied with a German organist at the University of Iowa by the name of Gerhard Krapf, who was influential in that style of playing in this country. Geiger says the DNC turns a women's restroom into an all-gender bathroom. I saw that too. Yeah, we've got to be inclusive. Most of the transgendered people that I know of, folks, would prefer to go to one or the other, you know, not have somebody else walk in on them, you know. It's just loopy. Jarrett says, how much do you know about the family of Rudolf Hess? I grew up seeing Mein Kampf in my great-grandfather Hess's library, and I was told in my late teens that my side of the family is somewhat closely related to Rudolf. He was supposedly my great-grandfather's cousin. I know enough about Hess himself to know that he had some very strange connections. He came from a middle-class German family in Alexandria, Egypt. So he was exposed at a very early age to some esoteric and occult influences. Yeah, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I know that place. Yep. Lots of Norwegian influence in Minnesota. You hear in South Dakota and Minnesota, you hear a Norwegian expression, "Ufta." You hear people saying that in that part of the country a lot. And occasionally you'll hear me say it. You know, I grew up around it. So yeah, there's lots of Scandinavian, Germanic influence in that part of the country. A lot. All right, guys, let me take a little break here. I need to empty my ashtray, and I think I need to fill up my lighters with some lighter fluid. So I'll be right back. All right, back. And S Bear is in the chat room, so welcome to S Bear. Where are you from, S Bear? Trying to get my username list here to cooperate with me. Oops. So let us know where you're from, S Bear. And is in the chat room. Welcome to Is everyone getting sufficiently tired of Trump bashing? Yes, I'm already sick of the whole thing, but you know me. But yeah, I am. You know, the mainstream media bias is if palpable. Palpable. Not Eudemonist says she's not tired of Hillary bashing. If anybody's bashable, it's certainly her. Oh my. If we were not in polite company, Eudemonist, I have a certain phrase that I use for people like that. But anyway. Just a whoa man says I'll never be tired of Hillary bashing. Freefall says Tron will dump the new Tron. How could anyone be sick of him? Oh, I know, you know. It's you know, the inversions of things in the culture are, you know, that's why it's breaking down. Anyway, the entertainment value of this selection cycle is pretty overwhelming. Jarrett asks, has anyone been following the South China Sea, Manila versus Beijing legal conflict? China got its butt kicked by The Hague. Yes, I have seen that. The country to watch there in that region is Indonesia. Indonesia, in the next 20 years, I think even shorter than that, is set to enter the top 10 tier of world economies. Definitely. Byzantra says, with Hillary and Trump, at least Belgium is respectable again. Well, I wouldn't go that far. You know, King Leopold is a lot to make up for. But anyway, Peter Dale Scott talked about taking over again from the bottom up. I'm afraid that's what it's going to have to come to. What was up with the absence of U.S. flags in the DNC? Simple. The DNC is signaling that they are globalists, that they're in favor of the global superstate. No place for the nation state, no place for local or regional culture, nothing. Now, you know, how's that going to sell in Mexico or South America? You know, it's not going to sell, and you can't blame them. It's just, you know, it's nuts. Well, you can't read any more Cervantes because it's not really quite politically correct now, is it? I can see it. I can see it. DNC, Byzantra, is Democratic National Convention or Democratic National Committee. So, you know, I didn't watch any of the mainstream media on it. I just watched the internet. Um, do you think Beijing will take the South China Sea conflict to a naval war? No, I don't. I don't. Will Washington honor his treaty with Manila? Yes. Because if Washington doesn't, Japan will. So, and we don't want that. You know, that's a replay there, folks. Uh, Jay Dyer's doing backflips. I don't know what Jay Dyer is supposed to be doing backflips for. Indonesia, yes, Indonesia. Yeah, the Constitution, you know, individual rights, freedoms, uh, that's what they don't want. Son of David said even Bill Clinton fell asleep during Hillary's speech. I didn't watch her speech. You know, like I said, I had about whoever else said they watched about 30 seconds of it and they couldn't take it anymore. I would tune in for like 30 seconds during the day as I was trying to get this new computer up and running and try and listen. I just thought, no, I can't do this. Uh, Jay's doing backflips because Chelsea dressed up in the red dress, aka Scarlet Woman. Okay. Well, I don't know. Karambit says Bill Clinton looks sick. Yes, he does. He looks ill. Um, I have my suspicions about what that may be too, and I think leave it to you to figure that out. SOS Catonic says we really need to have a conversation about the ethics of using third world slave labor in our civilization. Bingo. And I'll tell you something else, SOS Catonic. Catherine Fitz recently said to me in an email that she wants to see a discussion of the current use of slave labor. I think absolutely with you and her, that is a discussion that needs to be had, and it needs to be had soon. These free trade agreements, in essence, in many cases, mean that you're relying on slave labor somewhere. It's really kind of pathetic when you get right down to it, what they've done. Hang on, folks. Hang on. Oops. There we are. Yeah, increased illegal immigration guarantees slave labor. It's not doing anybody any good. Um, I have to agree with you, Karambit. It's plunging everybody's living standard, and ultimately, it's not going to help the people coming to this country, particularly from South America, any good, because it's just simply going to collapse. You know, they're going to get out of the frying pan into the fire. I just don't see how this works. I really don't. Um, what needs to happen is, you know, we have to start thinking in terms of equity and production again. On that score, I think Trump is right. The problem is how you're going to do that, especially with new technologies, robotics becoming such a force in production. 3D manufacturing. It's unreal. Ed asks, wasn't Charlie Sheen, about this 9/11 truth? Look at him now. Yeah, exactly. You know, just they're for the truth so long as it's ideologically conditioned, but the moment it impinges on the leftist agenda, it's gone. So yeah, it's just pardon me. It's just pathetic. Yeah, I do give him props to seeing the fakery behind 9/11, but I don't think that he views things as much about truth as a political tool. That's the problem. Yeah, factory efficiency goes way up, minimizing labor. That's the other problem. All right, guys, we're going to get started in about an hour. I'm going to have to make some cigarettes here when I get done with this one in order to get through all of the stuff I've got to get through. It's a slavery versus family-owned business thing. Yep. Hang on. Garrett is asking, do we have a long vid chat tonight? I think probably it is going to go long because we have some extensive commentary from people. Generic Pagan, welcome. Walmart versus Walgreens versus Waldrug versus Pink Floyd's The Wall. Am I in a state where socialists haven't banned most smoking places? Unfortunately, in the United States, most everywhere there are smoking bans. Um, South Dakota was one of the last states to go along with that. Up until about 2008, you could still go into a restaurant and there would be a smoking section for smokers. Made 87 says the new manufacturing technology should then increase the dilemma for Germany even further, as they can produce even more with their limited population. Germany's interesting because Germany does rely a lot on robotics, but if you look at their system, they also still train people in heavy tool and die. So, you know, it doesn't make sense from the labor point of view to keep inviting in all these refugees, because now with the technology, they don't need it. Anyway, let me check my emails here real fast, guys. Hang on. Looks like I may have something here. Just hang on a minute, guys. Interesting comment from Chartreuse says about the gender and linguistics controversy. My grandson has a girlfriend who wants to show solidarity with the transgendered gay community, so she's asked her friends to refer to her as they. This seems to me to be about individual sovereignty. They is third person plural, while she is a personal pronoun. Speaking in the third person plural implies a lack of distance and a lack of intimacy. So my grandson's girlfriend is telling herself and her friends that to be a part of the distant collective is preferable to being individual. Yes, I agree. And also it's royal. The use of the royal we, and that's the other problem. They're really trying to get rid of sexuality, period. I forgot the user, but thanks for the Mozart. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, eh? The Mozart, the Mozart I'm not understanding. Shining One says a U.S. military plane just made an emergency landing on a Russian airstrip. Well, that's awkward. Yeah. Yeah, the United States has gone absolutely nuts with all of this progressivist. It's Gramscian Marxism, folks, is what it is, and it's taken over in that particular political party, and it's becoming nuts. It's becoming nuts. As says, it's the Mozart in our many discussions of music, which I hope we get into. A user here sent me a couple of links. Okay, I got you. Our friend Liquid 911, who's a member, hasn't been on in a while, but Liquid 911 is a big Mozart fan. I am too, quite frankly. Anyway, I got to make some cigarettes here, guys. Otherwise, I'm not going to make it through the vid chat tonight. Gramscian. Hang on just a second, Kate, Karambit. And it's from an Italian Marxist philosopher by the name of Gramsci. Solfeggio is in the chat room. I better refresh my user list here. It's a kind of Karambit. It's a kind of cultural Marxism, and it's based off of certain things that the Bolsheviks did when they took over Russia. They actually had to or sponsored a program of eliminating certain things in the Russian language. Anyway, it's well worth digging into, because you see a lot of that form of Marxism being practiced in the name of solidarity with this community and that community, and I'm all for just individuals. We've got to get out of the habit of mind of looking at someone as a member of a community. No, they're an individual. Whatever they are, they're an individual first. It's personhood versus persona, if you will. Yeah, sometimes folks, PayPal will, for whatever reason, PayPal will automatically suspend you if your payment doesn't go through in a certain time period. You know, we're not doing that. What is the new dialectic? The new dialectic appears to me to be simply a two-step rather than three-step, or maybe one and a half step, because it looks to me like what they're doing is they're simply creating constant chaos without any resolution. Eudemus says, I agree with regarding individuals. Yeah, well, you know, it's we've got to get away from this idea of the black community, the Hispanic community, you know, the elderly community, the gay, lesbian, transgendered, whatever it is, community. Um, it's just balkanization. It's just balkanization. Mate 87 asks, what's your take on the Frankfurt School, Theodor Adorno and Habermas? Oh my word, those are names I haven't heard in quite a long time. And its connection to cultural Marxism. It's very interesting that you asked that, mate, because Adorno was part of what I call the uglification movement in the arts, particularly in music. Adorno was all for the serial composers, which I'm not. I view the serial composers like I view Jackson Pollock. It's anti-art. It's anti-sublime. And I think that is, you know, that's the problem. The reason, I'll tell you in all honesty, mate, the reason I composed those little harpsichord concerti back in the 90s that I did was in part as kind of an academic exercise to show people that you don't have to subscribe to the idea that you must be modern in order to be creative and expressive, and that you must adopt these anti-art paradigms in order to be considered original, that you can compose, or for that matter, paint or write in a previous style that is still original and still creative. It can be done if you just would do it. But the trouble is, one thing that most people don't realize is that the CIA was involved in this MK Ultra program in sponsoring a lot of modern art, like Jackson Pollock sort of stuff. And this spills over into music. It was involved in creating and driving an anti-culture movement in the form of anti-art. Now, I know there's a lot of people, there are members in this chat room that think the 12-tone serial method of composing is just wonderful and lovely. No, I'm sorry, it's not. Because what it is, it's an inherent assault on our innate, inherent musical grammar, so to speak. It's the musical equivalent of speaking in tongues. And it's for that reason that I think we have to look at aesthetic philosophy very carefully. You know, and by modern music, I'm not talking, you know, I'm not talking about ABBA or the Beatles or Duran Duran or Pink Floyd. I'm not talking about those people, because they're still writing tonal music. And that kind of music does rely on the inbuilt physics of the harmonic series. Nuclear, go online and Google the MK Ultra CIA modern art connection. There have been articles out there about it. They're on, most of them are in weird little places on the internet. I'm really wishing that somebody would write a book and kind of answer Adorno. Now, for those of you who don't know who Adorno was, I'll spell it in the chat room here. Kansas, yes, Kansas is a great band. Kansas is actually very complex music, very, very complex music. Theodor Adorno was a German aesthetic philosopher at the very end of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Bernstein, in his Harvard lectures, refers to Adorno. I think it's in the 4th or 5th lecture there. K-Tower says we should all declare ourselves questionable. Oh, I'm quite sure I'm on the questionable list in some file somewhere. RB44 is in the chat room. Welcome to RB44 and anybody else that I may have missed. Let me look here very quickly. I think I've got everybody covered. Looks like it. All right, we're good. No, Adorno did not write MK Ultra or Modern Art. No. What he was doing, Geiger, was he was defending the 12-tone serial method of music, which is the musical equivalent of Jackson Pollock and his splatters on a canvas. That's what he was doing. He was defending that as the logical development of, you know, highbrow classical music, which I absolutely, totally think is fundamentally wrong. Bernstein, in his Norton lectures, made the point that when you look at the development of tonal music, what happens is the tonal tradition leaves classical music and enters rock. So in other words, if you look at the tradition, you start out with, you know, the Renaissance, Palestrina, and then the low Baroque, and get into the high Baroque, Vivaldi, Bach, Scarlatti, and so on. That tradition from Bach through Mozart, Haydn, Beethoven, Saint-Saëns, Chopin is continued, Bernstein is arguing, in the popular rock music because it remains tonal and it's still being written according to the rules of musical harmony. Whereas what classical music did was it branched off into atonality, the so-called serial music, which is just hideous. I mean, you cannot listen to it because it's unnatural. And the polytonality of people like Stravinsky, which again can be hideous to listen to because, again, it's kind of unnatural. Is Philip Glass part of the CIA-sponsored composers? No, I don't think so. Glass can write very modern music, but he can also write some very nice and very elegant tonal music. Listen to the score of The Illusionist sometime. That's a Glass score, and it's actually very, very elegant. But yeah, it's because of the modern art music. Son of David has it right. People don't associate intelligence with art. I agree. I agree. What organs have I played? I played the Phelps tracker at Oral Roberts, the big 4-manual Phelps. Actually, he was building it when I started there, so he allowed me to play the instrument if I helped him voice pipes. I have played the organ at the old Colorado Women's College. That was a 4-manual. I forget who built it. It wasn't a tracker. I've played I've played a Flentrop in Arkansas, believe it or not. Naturally, that was a tracker, little 2-manual tracker, but oh, what a wonderful instrument that was. I played the Schlicker at Our Savior's Lutheran. That was the organ I practiced on when I grew up in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Um, I played the old Wurlitzer theater organ at ORU before they sold it. That was a really, really nice theater organ, which, as you know, is a different beast than a church organ. So I've played a few instruments that I like, um, but the biggest instrument that I ever played was the Phelps. And back when he built that instrument, that was the largest tracker in the United States. I don't know if it still is or not, but that was a wonderful, wonderful instrument. I absolutely think that was beyond any shadow of doubt that was Phelps' magnum opus. That was quite an instrument to play. Did I ever come across any ideas attributed to Aristotle concerning something he called the properties of the soul: inspiration, imagination, visioning, and dreaming? Well, yeah, there's a lot of that in the Nicomachean Ethics, and then it's scattered elsewhere in his works. And you do have some of that. You have it also in the Platonists and Neoplatonists. Have I ever seen a 31 key organ like Handel used to play? Well, nuclear, those little organs are called portatifs. Let me spell that. Portatifs were little portable organs that were used to play continuo parts, and in some cases the solo parts, during the Baroque era. They were little pipe organs. They stood in a little portable console. That's why they were called portatifs. You could move them around, and the organist would play that. If you remind me at the end of the vid chat, I will try and link a performance of one of the Bach sinfonias from one of the cantatas for you, where you will see the organist actually playing on a little portatif. So, and the keyboard compass on those little organs sometimes is a little smaller. Handel, if I'm remembering correctly, the portatifs in Britain at that time were not standardized in terms of their keyboard compass, but by the time in Germany, certainly by that time, the keyboard compass was an F compass. So in other words, the lowest note on the keyboard was the note F, and it was about a 5-octave keyboard. A modern organ is a C compass keyboard. When one plays an organ, can they really feel the music? Oh yes. The reason pipe organists love to play the pipe organ is the power. I'll be honest with you. Particularly a tracker instrument, because a tracker, of course, you're sitting literally right by the pipes and oftentimes surrounded by them. So yeah, you can feel it. On the keyboard, because it's mechanical action, the keyboards on those things are very stiff. So your hands get very strong. And I got to tell you that Phelps at Oral Roberts, when I was there, that had one of the stiffest keyboards I think I've ever played, because it was such a large instrument. Did Chopin do a good thing by helping to modernize the keyboard on the piano? Sure. But the one that really modernized the piano was Liszt, Franz Liszt, because he used to snap the strings off those little forte pianos because his hands were so strong, and that's when they started making 3-choir pianos rather than just a 1-choir piano. Chopin, largely the technique. Some of my favorite organ pieces that you can look up. Oh golly. Well, I'll be honest with you, organ you can't just listen to. I'm very fussy about the way I play and what I like to listen to. I don't like to listen to most modern American organists because they're boring, they're dull, they're slaves to the notes on the page. They've succumbed to a French interpretation of organ literature that goes back to Vidor, who I like. Don't get me wrong, I like Vidor's music immensely, but he ruined the interpretation of Bach. So there's, to my mind, there's a German school of playing and there's a Franco-British American school of playing. And for Baroque music, I prefer the German school, absolutely. But yeah, I like power. Big organs, big artillery, big planet busting. Yeah, you've got it, Geiger. But anyway, so it's not just the piece, it's the performance. Basically, I like all the big showcase pieces of J.S. Bach. I like the Mozart Fantasias. I like the Vidor symphonies. A ruined interpretation of Bach. Again, it's hard to explain. I wish I had a keyboard here to show you what I'm talking about, solfeggio. I could do it very easily and show you how an American organist would sit down and play something and how I was taught to play from my German teacher who learned from a German teacher who learned from a German teacher. So in other words, there was a tradition that was handed down. But let me boil it down to this. The organ is a wind instrument. It's like a woodwind instrument. It's like string instruments. You've got to let it breathe. And most organists sit down and do nothing but connect the notes, and you lose the musical moments that way. So you've got to allow the instrument to breathe. You've got to use a bit of rubato, which means slowing down and speeding up the tempo a bit. You've got to use what organists call agogic accents. No, keyboard instruments, this is the other big problem I have. Americans are taught you must learn piano before you learn the organ. No, if you're going to learn another keyboard instrument before you learn the organ, what you learn is the harpsichord rather than the piano. And if you do that, you'll see immediately how piano players ruin organ playing. And I know that that's musical heresy to most American organists, particularly those that have been through a musical degree. But I'm adamant and insistent upon it. You know, I had a professor of organ once ask me, well, have you had piano? And I said, no, I haven't had piano. And he says, well, I consider piano absolutely essential to the playing of the organ. And I said, well, what did Bach use? Of course, there were no pianos in Bach's day. There were harpsichords. So in other words, a pipe organ is much more similar to a harpsichord in the touch than it is to a piano. And, you know, that's why it's easier for me to transition from organ to harpsichord and vice versa than from either of those two instruments to a piano. Yeah, you've got to, it's like singing, precisely. You have to allow the instrument to sing. You have to be able to ornament. That's the other thing. I don't know how to explain this, folks. I can't do it without a keyboard to show you what I'm talking about. Chartreuse says, Catherine Austin Fitz talks about spiritual warfare. I think knowing about the properties of the soul and how to use them is the most effective way to outwit the enemy around us. That's an interesting observation, Chartreuse, and I agree with that, because I think what you see going on in society with multiculturalism, with the Gramscian agenda, is what they're doing is they are really subverting imagination. They're really subverting genuine creativity. And in my opinion, genuine creativity occurs when you know a tradition, an aesthetic tradition in depth. So in other words, creativity isn't simply setting yourself free from tradition, it's being a part of it and using it to create new expressions of it. So that would be an interesting thing. So have at it, Chartreuse. If you want to do that, then let's start asking. You can start submitting, pardon me, questions like that. Well, Son of David says most pianists play Bach dully. It was Canadian Gould who played Bach properly. Again, yeah, he gave expression to Bach's music on an instrument that he didn't write for, which is extraordinarily difficult to do. And yes, I agree with you. He was able to convey the sense of it. What school of music composition comes out of the Arnold Schoenberg style of music? Basically, this whole serial 12-tone idea of the democratization of the notes, not regarding their tonal harmonic order in the harmonic series. Most people play Bach dully. I agree. I think Bach needs to be up-tempo, in other words, fast. But you have to let it breathe. It can't be so fast that you miss the musical moments. But you've, especially on a pipe organ, you have to be able to let the instrument breathe. Winston 1984 has an interesting question in the chat room. I have some questions about Beelzebub's tales. Is it hermetic, or what is really going on with this guy? And he's referring to Gurdjieff there, folks. Let me spell that. Gurdjieff was a 19th, early 20th century Russian mystic, esoteric guy. What I think in a nutshell is going on with him, Winston, is that Gurdjieff is trying to synthesize three things, as far as I can tell. I mean, I'm no great Gurdjieff scholar, but he's trying to synthesize the esoteric hermetic stream with the Eastern religions, Tibetan Buddhism and things like that, and synthesize personal mystical experience with all of that. And those tales are written in a fashion to try and kind of initiate you into that frame of mind. That's kind of what I get out of reading them. It's been many, many years, actually, since I have read them. Just a Woman, don't miss my comment about art. I used to teach drawing at the University of Georgia. You cannot draw what you cannot see. Most people don't realize that they are not actually looking at things, looking and seeing. Same with music. You cannot play or sing unless you can hear the music in your head, yes, as you are looking at the notes on the page. Yes, absolutely. 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 Wasn't Gurdjieff a theosophist? Yes, and that's Geiger. That's why I say that Gurdjieff is trying to synthesize, because that's what you see going on in theosophy, is an attempt to synthesize the Eastern religious metaphysical tradition with Western Hermeticism. Yeah, absolutely, but with a strong experiential component. A very strong metaphysical experiential component. But I do agree, you have to hear the notes. You know, one thing interesting, just a whole man, that my old organ teacher used to make me do is whenever we would start learning a new piece, he'd plop the score up on the organ, or if I was over at his house, we wouldn't even be at an organ. He'd open the score and he'd say, all right, now analyze this piece of music. Tell me what's going on in it and what how this is going to affect your performance. And the first thing he told me is you have to determine whether this is a masculine theme or a feminine theme. And, you know, that was part of the tradition he was taught in. So we would analyze, before I even put the fingers to the keyboard, we would have to analyze the piece of music and determine how that was going to affect the technique of performing it. So I didn't even get, you know, to you know, if he opened a score, that oftentimes was the whole lesson. We wouldn't even touch the keyboard. It would simply be, what is this music doing? Rosensad says Gurdjieff has an Eastern Orthodox commentator. Yes, Gurdjieff was Russian and therefore very familiar with Orthodoxy, and that too has an element in his music. Let's see. Just a Woman says, yes, exactly. Look at the music, play it in your head, and figure out where you're going before you start. Yes. Wow, I didn't know that we were going to get into aesthetics. I think aesthetics goes to what Chartreuse is also talking about. It's the imagination of the soul. I mean, it takes imagination, really. If you're a good computer programmer, you'll know this. It takes imagination to be able to sit down and compose a programming architecture that does what you want it to do. So you have to have it in your head where you're going to go with something. And I think art is very much like that. You have to have an architecture in your head before you start doing that. Part of beauty is form. So anyway, now that's a very romanticist notion, the artist as prophet. I'm not a romanticist. I'm an 18th century classicist. I think in some respects, you know, certain rock groups were very much like that. Nuclear says not just art, but writing. Look at the script writing in Hollywood. It's like somebody took the monkeys in a room full of typewriters anecdote seriously. No vision, no imagination. Yeah, it's all being carried by special effects. No, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Has to have a theme and a plot and a development. You know, there has to be a theme in music. There has to be a plot. There has to be development. There has to be resolution. Megalithic Yard, welcome to Megalithic, says he just got Common Core today and hasn't started it yet. Well, shame on you. Shame on you. Kit K Albert is in the chat room, so welcome to Kit K. Let me catch up here. BSG, I don't know if I said hello to BSG, so welcome to BSG in Kenya. We're all over the world: Russia, Kenya, Norway, United Kingdom, Mexico, Australia, all over the world today. Escotonic says it does have vision. It's propaganda and psychological warfare. Well, that too. That too. Chartreuse says, I got my copy of Toxic States of America. Oh, that's a good one. You're going to be, I think, Chartreuse, when you get done with that book, you're going to be blown away, particularly with what he says about the Bill of Rights. That, to me, is worth the whole price of the book. But the rest of the book is good. The questions tonight are deep, detailed, and long. So we're probably going to go long tonight, guys. That's why I'm starting early once again. And hello to gosh, Captain Jack, it looks like, is in the chat room too. I better refresh my user window here. So let's see here. Solfeggio, welcome to Solfeggio. Captain Jack, yep, is in the chat room. So welcome to Captain Jack. Another long-time regular here, folks. And I think I got everybody else covered. But anyway, aesthetics is the most difficult area of philosophy. Questions tonight, Busy Dealer, are everywhere from American politics to the occult to the metaphor. But there are themes. It's largely politics and metaphor, occult stuff. It's kind of a weird mix. A very weird mix. But we're going to get it kicked off here in about 25 minutes, guys. I'm going to do my usual thing, you know, take my pre-chat nature break and maybe freshen my tea up a bit, and then kick us off. Landscape architecture. Architecture is the other art that is not treated, in my opinion, well enough in philosophy of aesthetics, or for that matter, in the history of art, if you learn art history and theory. Down Under says, just finished God versus Darwin by M.S. King. He takes Darwin apart piece by piece. I'll have to look at that book. I'm reading a book right now by Stephen Gould on evolution. A very interesting book. Daniel pointed it out to me. But thank you, Joseph. Thank you for what? But Gould is interesting. I'll have to look at the M.S. King book. Send me the link. Because that's a topic I'm very interested. Firefox is okay for video chat. I've never had any problems with it. I'm on Firefox in the chat room and Google Chrome for the actual video broadcast. But anyway, Chartreuse says architecture is the queen of the arts. In many respects it is, I think. In some respects I think music is. In some respects I think painting is. You know, it depends on what your focus is at the moment, I think. But anyway, yeah, if you're having browser problems, folks, in Firefox, I'd recommend trying Google Chrome. Those are the ones I use the most. I very seldom use Internet Explorer. Architecture is the compendium of engineering, art, and so on. Yes. If you want to be a good architect, you know this. You have to know sacred geometry and know it well. Same thing. Why does mainstream science run with Darwin if it's so wrong? They run with Darwin for one simple reason. They are deathly afraid of theism. And for some justifiable reasons, you know, go back to the Galileo case. But the problem is that they have locked themselves into a materialistic philosophical assumption in my opinion, down under, that doesn't do justice to the problems that are now being raised about, the Newtonian mechanical materialistic universe. That's the problem. And I agree with what your compatriot there, Tim H., just said, because alternatives to evolution and Darwinism haven't been clearly enunciated. That is the problem. Can I point out architects that knew sacred geometry well? Yeah, Vitruvius. That's not hard. Vitruvius. Absolutely. I talk about Vitruvius in Thrice Great Hermetica and the Janus Age. It's the other way around, occult fan. Architecture is frozen music. Gyra says, I'm working on a good design for my memory palace, but I can't seem to come up with an untainted style. Greco-Roman architecture is what I like, but it makes me think of DC. Well, time to get another style. Just a Woe Man says, wonderful thought, Joseph. I don't know what the wonderful thought is. Isn't all matter frozen music? I would agree. All matter is music in slow motion. Again, go back to Grid of the Gods. The earliest unification in physics is music, and they looked at the world in a very musical way. All right. One more cigarette here before the break. Why is it that classical music in stone churches sounds magical? For precisely that reason. That the music is making the architecture come alive. The architecture is making the music come alive. It's the ability to let the music hang in the air, so to speak. And I think, too, that's the other thing about evolution, going back to what Down Under said. If you look at evolutionary theory, it always has struck me as a kind of a modern art theory. Okay? There's no beauty in it. If you look at physics, on the other hand, you can look at some physics theories and see a kind of aesthetic beauty in it. We've been locked into the mechanism paradigm, the machine paradigm, and what's happening now is things are shifting back to the organism paradigm, and ultimately, I think that means when you invoke intelligence, that means that you're going to have aesthetics, you're going to have beauty, and so on and so forth. Karambit says whole careers in university departments revolve around Darwinism. Yes, you have to be a Darwinist to get a post as a professor in the biological sciences. Does the stone have a high quartz content? If it's granite or something like that, or limestone, yes. Yes, absolutely. And quartz under stress gives off little packets of sound called phonons. So I definitely think the architecture, it's much more pleasing to me to play the organ, or the harpsichord for that matter, in a nice resonant stone reverberant space than in a dead space, because those instruments are designed to let the sound hang in the air. Believe it or not, I know that sounds strange to say about a harpsichord, but that's actually true. I posted on my Facebook wall a performance of a Bach harpsichord concerto, J.S. Bach, a live performance given in such a space. And if you watch the guy playing the harpsichord, he's doing certain things to allow the harpsichord sound to hang in the air. He's an excellent, superb harpsichordist. Geiger has an interesting comment here in the chat room. He says, by the way, I seriously recommend everyone look into this German invented device called a BEMER mat. Apparently, NASA uses them to keep astronauts in tune with the Earth's natural frequencies while in space. My speculation is that without them, some strange things start to happen. I would believe that in a heartbeat, yes. We're wired to the Schumann cavity. All life on this planet is wired to that. And if you take that away, yeah, I can see that it would do some very strange things to your mind. Megalithic says in one of the Bearden DVDs, John Bedini demonstrates how an ordinary rock can behave as a transistor. Yes. Yes. Interesting that you mentioned that, Megalithic, because Thomas Townsend Brown was doing work for the U.S. Navy, and this is a little known part about his work, where he was studying piezoelectric effects, and I suspect that he ran into some of those similar effects. There's not much known about that aspect of his work. Solfeggio says, if NASA endorses them, I'd be skeptical. Well, there's that too. There's that philosophical problem. But anyway, whoever asked me about the Bach, I can, at the end of the chat, just remind me and I'll try and find those links. NASA, what is it really, says Solfeggio. Well, it's never a straight answer. If you follow some commentators on the internet, that's what it stands for. Never a straight answer. And we have some questions, incidentally, about aspects of that tonight. So I think it's going to be an interesting vid chat, to say the least. I got to finish this cigarette here, folks, in order to get us started. Actually, I think I'll put it out and relight it when I get back. All right, I'm going to take a little break here. I'm going to refresh my tea and come back, finish this cigarette, and then get us started. Okay, here we are. Back, and I'm going to finish this little cigarette, and then I'm going to get us started. I'd probably better refresh my user window here first. There we go. Mate87 in the chat room says Geiger's former comment about Beamer, Matt, brings another question to my mind. Penrose argues that human consciousness is related to twistor space that also relates to quantum gravity, so the consciousness and quantum gravity are related. So maybe the reason anti-gravity technologies aren't used more widely by the military is exactly for the reason that those technologies have consciousness-relating side effects that make the operation of such machines hard for a human operator. Yes. Yes, absolutely. There's an anecdote out there that John Rappaport told me when we were at the Secret Space Program conference in 2014. He told me that astronauts who'd been up into space saw their loved ones, once they got out of the gravitational well of the Earth. And we had an interesting discussion because we were talking about the relationship of gravity and consciousness, and I think that's true. And if the stories, again, big if here, but if the stories about humans operating those types of craft are true, you'll hear oftentimes that they have to go through a lot of training to be able to withstand the consciousness effects of doing the operation of those types of technologies. The Penrose book, I think, is The Emperor's New Clothes or something like that. Rosensad says, I just received your Common Core book, and my wife, who's a Chicago public school teacher, I doff my hat to her on that. I can't imagine what the nightmare that she has to go through every day. Read the introduction, is very excited to read it when I'm finished. She's told some teacher friends, and they are wanting to read as well. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know how anybody could be a public school teacher. The amount of junk that they have to endure from the establishment. Oh, anyway. All right, folks. Let's get this started. There's the doff of the hat to everybody in the chat room. This is it, Members Vidchat, Friday, July 29th, 2016. Let me try and scroll up here if my remote-operated mouse would cooperate with me, which it's not doing, by the way. But let me scroll upward here and say hello to everybody in the chat room. We've got Occult Fan, Shining One, Tim H., down under in Australia, Arna Saknason in the United Kingdom, SOS Katonic, Mate 87 is with us again, all the way from Estonia, Busy Dealer, Jarrett, Rosenshad, Winston 1984, Freefall, Nuclear, Down Under ET is with us in Australia, Jeannie, Megalithic Yard, Ailsa Freeman, Chartreuse, Nancy, Byzantra is joining us all the way from Belgium. Kit K. Albert, S. Bear, Solfeggio. Tommy H. is joining us all the way from St. Petersburg, Russia. And Eudemonist, Generic Pagan, Just a Whoa, Man. Geiger, Daddy Bob, Enki Nike, welcome. Captain Jack, old-time regular, welcome to Captain Jack. Black Empty Set, love the username. Gordon White in Australia. Karambit in Mexico. RB44, Argentum, Chime, Catherine 60 in Canada, Dan Pole in the country of California, Base R, Scorpio 58 in Norway, K Tower, Son of David, and Becky Sue. So welcome to everybody. Let's kick it off. This is Jeannie starting us off tonight. She says, were radio and television really invented as manipulation tools or selling tools? Why does the news media call the people in the news actors? How deep do the tentacles of corporate hegemony true? pardon me, and is it true that only 6 major corporations and their owners control all subcorporations on down the line, including but not limited to governments? All right, let me stop there. Television and radio, if you look at the standard histories, radio was invented by Marconi. Actually, I think Tesla invented it first. And there is a good case to argue that effect because he won a lawsuit to that effect against Marconi. Television was invented. It was conceived almost at the same time by a Russian, I forget his name, and by an American by the name of Philo Farnsworth, who actually created the entire technology for television. And he sold it under license to the Nazis. The Nazis used some of that technology, upgraded it, and so on, tinkered with it, and then, of course, broadcast the 1936 Nazi Olympics on television. That was one of the first commercial television broadcasts. You know, imagine going into a television theater and watching a speech by Hitler on television. But anyway, we're going to get to Maria's intro. It's there, so just hang on, folks. But as far as I know, Jeannie, the inventors of television did not view it as a propaganda tool. But it's interesting that you had the Nazis looking at that technology, particularly Dr. Goebbels in the propaganda ministry, and saying, wow, this is a technology we need to have. And that's why I think you see the Nazis glomming onto it so quickly, because they recognize the value of mass media spectacle as a propaganda tool. Now, you ask an interesting question here. Why are these people called actors? And you'll notice this jargon has crept into, particularly into the American media. We now have state actors, we now have terrorist actors, and so on and so forth. And you'll notice the pun here. What they're meaning by actor in one sense is an agent or someone capable of action in the Aristotelian sense. But they're also meaning, I think, in many cases, an actual actor, someone who's playing a part, a role in a script. So they're kind of telling you that, yeah, a lot of what you're watching is theater, it's propaganda, it's special effects, okay? It is true that in this country, there are about 5 or 6, at last count, major media corporations that own most of the mainstream media. And this is the result of deregulation that occurred back under the first Bush administration. It was carried forward with a vengeance in the first Clinton administration. Hopefully, we'll only have a first Clinton administration. I betray my political thoughts there, but the mainstream media, in effect, has become not just corporatized, you'll notice, but with that concentration of power, it's become cartelized, because these 6 corporations can then manipulate the storyline in consultation with each other. That's what cartels do, all right? Now, it's interesting that with the question of actor, what you see them now doing is they're transforming essentially a cartel arrangement into a trust arrangement. So what's the difference between a trust and a cartel? A cartel owns all of the science, if you will, all of the manufacturing of a particular commodity or production. So in other words, if you have an automobile cartel, it's a cartel that's literally a monopoly over all auto production, or as much auto production as it can handle. A trust, on the other hand, is like a cartel in the sense that it wants to monopolize things, but it also wants to monopolize every step in the process leading up to the manufacture of a commodity and then the distribution of the commodity. So in other words, look at John D. Rockefeller in the 19th century with Standard Oil. What does he do? Well, he monopolizes oil production. He gets as much control over actual oil production as he can, but then he goes out and he starts buying railroads so that he controls the means of getting the oil from the field to the refinery, and from the refinery to the distribution. And then he goes on to buy a bank so that he controls the financing of all of this. So a trust is looking in depth, and a cartel, if you will, is looking in breadth. All right. And what I see happening in modern American media is you also have a kind of trust operation where they're wanting to control the total flow, not only of the origin of the story, but the distribution of the story, who gets the narrative, who doesn't get the narrative, and so on and so forth. So they're acting more and more like a trust rather than a cartel. All right. I hope that makes some sort of sense to you, because I think those questions are very, very important to understand what you see happening in the American media. Excellent questions. All right, now, you then go on to say, what exactly is corporate law? Is it related to maritime law? Is our government a government of corporate law? Now, there's a lot of stuff out there on the internet that's been out there for decades about the United States of America being in effect under maritime admiralty law and being in effect under corporate law, that the United States of America is a corporation. Now, I'm not sufficiently, to be completely honest with you, I'm not sufficiently well informed about that whole conundrum to be able to comment. I do suspect that given the way that the treaties that founded and recognized American independence, and remember, those treaties were with each individual state. There was not a United States that signed the treaty, all right? So in other words, the treaties at the end of the Revolutionary War were between Great Britain and Pennsylvania, between Great Britain and New York, between Great Britain and Georgia, and so on and so forth. The indicators that I've seen is that in those treaties you had a system of trusteeship that was implied, and that's where some of these people are arguing out of. I'm not sufficiently familiar to comment at any more length, because you can get into a lot of trouble, and I've seen people get into a lot of trouble because of this controversy. All right, corporate law is a different matter, because at the heart of, and I've said this many times, at the heart of the West's understanding of a corporation is a theological doctrine. And in essence, what that doctrine does is it defines personhood by the functions that persons perform. So in other words, your memory, your will, your actions, even your physical motions are what define you as a person. Now, the problem with that is personhood really cannot be defined by any of the functions of the common human nature, because if it is defined that way, then why is it murder if we kill somebody while they're asleep, unless you define unconsciousness as one of those natural functions? So personhood theologically is never reducible, please understand this, to the functions that a human person performs. It's when you make that identification that you open the doors for the idea that, well, if people are engaged in common functions, there must be a common person behind it, and that person becomes a corporate person. So there is, I think, the rub. I think we're going to have to rethink at a very deep way how to circumvent that problem of corporations being legal entities, in terms of legal personhood. That whole doctrine, I think, has to be rethought, and that's really going to require decades of rethink in order to undo some of the damage that idea has come up with. Is it true that most of what we think of as reality in today's modern world is manufactured for public consumption, but is in reality nothing but fiction for manipulating society? Yes, I do think that's true, because what they're doing is they're creating a matrix of perception. And perception is the basis on which human beings make their decisions. So if you can control the perception, if you can control the paradigm by which people decide, then you have manipulated things in your favor. One of the biggest paradigms, Jeannie, that I want to clue you into that is deeply embedded in Western culture is this idea of an either-or dialectic. Once you get out of that idea, you'll see immediate changes in your perception and therefore in your decision making. And it's so basic, I can't emphasize enough how basic that paradigm is to the development of Western culture and why we think the way we do. Now, why would people believe that anybody besides close family or intimate friends would want to provide anything for people out of the goodness of their hearts and with no ulterior motives? Why would people believe that the so-called elites, otherwise known as globalists, would care about them at all? What is going on? Isn't it true that all of these globalists really care about is their own wealth, power, and control? Yes, that's all that they care about. When you get to be as rich as a George Soros or a David Rockefeller, what do you have left to do? Well, the temptation is always to play the global domination game. It's the trap of the idle rich, and it's been there since time immemorial. And I do think that these people reach a certain stage where the weight of their own wealth crushes their innate God-given moral sense, and they become very warped and twisted by the burden of their own wealth. I think this is particularly clear in George Soros's case. This guy is like, you know, Bill Gates on steroids. He's a billionaire busybody whose only goal in life seems to be to create as much crisis and chaos as possible and capitalize on it to the increase of his own wealth and power. This is where we have to start fighting the globalist paradigm. I do think that Trump articulated this very well in his speech. The conflict is between globalism and nationalism. It's the conflict between the globalist dogma of the obsolescence of the nation state and the sovereignty of individual peoples and their right to protect their culture versus a globalist who looks at the world as nothing but a flow of money, and therefore culture, borders, language are unimportant to them except insofar as those things can be manipulated to the increase of their wealth and power. Okay, so it's a vicious circle. The only thing that ultimately stops these people is when they lose their power and have to become ordinary people again. And that happens very, very rarely. Now, this is a fun one, folks. This is from Jed Bond. And he's posing kind of a fun question here, but also a serious one. Listen to this. He says on page 181 of your book, Thrice Great Hermetica and the Janus Age, you wrote, quote, "An extraordinary feature of Lullism is that it assigns a letter notation to notions so exalted and abstract as the names, attributes, or dignities of God," unquote. After later reading on page 264, the musical permutational processes of augmentation, diminution, inversion, and retrograde, the strangest thoughts entered my head. Taking into account a musical composition that may use both Lullism and permutations, could one be considered to be thinking rationally if one imagined millions of children within their geographic time zones all over the world simultaneously performing the Sesame Street alphabet song carried a far greater significance than meagerly being an esoteric incantation aimed at transmuting children from illiterates to literates? Now, if I'm understanding what you're trying to get at there, Jed Bond, what you're really saying is that music and those types of permutational processes, if used en masse, can effect a social engineering response either toward greater intelligence or greater stupidity, all right? And do so with your reference to Lull and his kind of algebra of the names of God, if you will. Do so by invoking a kind of divine sanction or divine power in the process. Now, that was my point for putting that observation about Lull in the book, because this is precisely what I think is going on, that they are using something like this process to socially engineer a dumbed down population that thinks it has some sort of divine sanction. All right. That's exactly what I think is going on here. This is why I've insisted that people know the culture and get into the high culture of our culture. Get into the high literature, get into the high art, get into the high music, because that's conveying a completely different message. It's not trying to bring you down, it's trying to lift you up, it's trying to exalt you. All right. So there are really two kinds of alchemy here. And it's also the reason I wrote the Common Core book with Gary Lawrence, because what Common Core is doing is it's pushing you down. All right. It's pandering to the lowest common denominator. So I think if I'm understanding you correctly, this is exactly what I think is going on. All right. Now, this one is from a cult fan. And it's a very simple question here, folks. Do you think Trump will win the presidency? I do. And do you think Hillary will go to prison? I hope. Well, I hope she does too. But I suspect, let me put it this way, occult fan, I suspect that Mr. Trump is going to be much more difficult for the Clinton machine, and for that matter, for the political establishment to handle than they bargained for. I don't necessarily think that means he's automatically going to win the presidency, because I think that the powers that be that are behind Hillary Clinton are so corrupt that they would do anything to keep him out of office, including stealing the election or staging an event. I really do. Now, I think Trump, on the other hand, were something like that to happen, every indication that I've seen from his campaign indicates to me that he has probably made contingency plans for precisely that event and what he's going to do. And I don't think, given his nature, that he will take it lying down. The real question for me is, if Trump does win, what does he do? Because a president by himself simply cannot reverse the decades-long inertia of the progressives who have had that long to place their people in the federal bureaucracy. So in other words, for Trump to make a genuine impact in the way he says he wants to do, he has to bring into the federal government, into the cabinet, and even more importantly, into the sub-cabinet positions, a whole trainload of people that are going to be able to implement policy and make sure that enough people of like mind are placed into those bureaucracies to take hold. In other words, he's got to have a network, a talent pool. Now, do I think he has that? Well, I think that Trump's candidacy represents a part of the American deep state that has been deeply pissed off over the way things have gone under the globalists for the past 30 years. And by globalists, I'm talking about all the way back to the administration of George Herbert Walker Bush, William Jefferson Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and now Hillary Clinton. These are all globalist candidates. All right. I think Trump represents a faction of the deep state that at one point was allied with them, but now has seen its bottom line affected. And I think that's the mafia. And they have enough intelligence network to be able to feed him a talent pool and to be able to feed him information. I am also more recently been made aware of the fact that there have been some unusual connections, not only between Hillary Clinton and the Russians, but between Trump and the Russians. So I suspect that Trump has perhaps a backdoor intelligence connection with the Russians that the DNC in its own weird way was attempting to point out during the Democratic convention. I think Trump represents a faction, therefore, that is anti-globalism in the sense of the centralizing globalists like Soros, David Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, and so on and so forth. That he represents a completely different faction that understands that you cannot keep an economy going, even a fraudulent, corrupt one, when you are gutting the middle class and ruining manufacture. He understands production has got to be at the heart of it. So a Trump presidency and its success is going to depend in large part, occult fan, on who he's able to bring into the federal government in key cabinet posts. And I'm going to suggest what they are. They would be the Department of Commerce, Housing and Urban Development, Department of Education, who he retains or appoints as Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, and so on and so forth. Those are the positions to watch. In other words, watch the cabinet level and the sub-cabinet level and see what he does. That will tell you whether his presidency, if he wins the election, is going to be successful. I do think it's going to be much closer than the Clinton people can possibly imagine. I'll even go further. I think, occult fan, that the polls that show Hillary kind of neck and neck, maybe a little behind in some polls, maybe a little ahead in some polls, I think those poll numbers are absolutely false. I think they're being deliberately doctored to make it appear that she has a running shot. And the reason I say that is if you're going to steal an election, you need the poll numbers to be close. They stole California from Bernie Sanders. I don't see that they would hesitate to do anything else. All right. All right. Now, let me go on to Son of David here. And then after that, we are going to get to Maria in Spain and her commentary. All right. Son of David asks, number one, what are your thoughts on the WikiLeaks hacking 20,000 Democratic Party emails and revealing the corruption in the party? Well, I mean, you know, there's no corruption in the Republican Party. Come on. Again, you know, they're within a few decimal points of each other here, folks. But anyway, revealing the corruption in the party, along with confirming Kaine as Clinton's vice presidential pick, and causing the head of the Democratic National Committee to resign. I think this is a continuation of the deep state infighting. I do too, and I doff my hat, Son of David, because that's ultimately exactly what I think has happened. Go back to what I just said about Donald Trump, and my suspicion he represents the disenfranchised, disenchanted deep state, looking at the way Mr. Global has handled things and said, no, we don't want any more of this. So you've got the mafia, you've got elements in the intelligence community, you've got elements in the Pentagon, and so on and so forth that are looking at this and saying, this is a disaster. We need to go to another direction. All right. That's where precisely I think this leak ultimately comes from. Now, the Russians may have helped them because the Russians don't want to see Hillary in the White House either. But ultimately, I think this is coming from within America itself. And I am so glad. I I'm so glad that you mentioned this, because this is precisely my suspicion. All right, now let me continue. I think this is a continuation of the deep state infighting, and that this leak might be from the side that's supporting Trump. So sub-question B, speaking about Kane, what are your thoughts on Hillary's vice presidential pick, Kane? When I first heard the name, I thought Citizen Kane. That's how established the pick seems, and it's quite puzzling. No one knows him, and anyone with half a wit is going to think of Citizen Kane, which is obviously a negative connotation. WikiLeaks is also set to do another data dump on Hillary Clinton's birthday, 2 days before the election. Yes, and I'm sure that that has the Clinton campaign a bit nervous, all right? Kane, as far as I'm concerned, was a safe pick for Hillary precisely because he's a non-entity. I think Hillary realizes that she's not a stupid woman, folks. Let me be very clear. I had friends that worked for her, and she's not a stupid woman. She's a cold, calculating Byzantine empress. And if I were in her shoes, given all of her negatives, plus the email scandal still hanging over her in spite of their attempts to make it go away, I think what she is doing is she's picking a non-entity precisely as assassination insurance. That, you get rid of her and you get a non-entity that probably wouldn't have a clue. He might turn out to be another Harry Truman. We don't know. But this is why I think she did it. She is using and taking out a bit of assassination insurance. All right. Number two. 2 Vidchats ago, I asked you about a company called Theranos and how it got a $9 billion evaluation in its funding, basically all of a sudden turned to zero. It had a board of directors filled with former military, Pentagon, CIA, and State Department individuals, most notably Larry Ellison, founder of a CIA-funded company, Oracle, and Henry Kissinger, Mr. Globalist himself. You stated that you didn't know much about the company, but you wisely speculated it's a CIA front company, which at the very least is there to buy up patents. Surprising, other people in the alternative news think the same thing. Any new thoughts? No new thoughts, except what you see here is an attempt to solidify Mr. Global's control and center it in America once again and keep the unipolar game going. Ultimately, I do not think that this is going to work, because if you look at the response to the TTIP agreement in Europe, particularly coming out of France now, France is a technologically sophisticated country, number one, and number two, France is one of the biggest industrial espionage sponsoring countries in the world. Many people don't know this, but France spies on everybody to get their technological secrets, including us. If you talk to people in this country, in the intelligence agencies, they will tell you that France is a major player. Now, if you look at the French response to the TTIP agreement, you see them saying, no, this is bad for Europe. I think what the French are really saying here is, no, we're not going to allow any patent in this country, or Europe for that matter, that has national security or European security implications to be bought up and owned by the Americans. I think this is precisely one of the hidden things that's going on in the back room right now, because the French know what the game is, and they're not going to play with Langley. All right, that's my comment on it. Number three, I find it quite peculiar that money is described which various terms and words associate with energy, starting with currency, easily associated with current, especially when you use our famous analogy to explain why there's no Weimar Republic inflation. When the U.S. prints money by describing a circuit board, and that it has to offload somewhere. There are terms like short when describing various stock manipulations, and obviously the shorting of a circuit board. In World War II, Nazi Germany famously disrupted Britain's economy by printing fake currency. Uh, Actually, it was authentic currency. That was the problem. Okay. I found it quite interesting that the U.S. Secret Service admits that it was founded initially not to protect the president, which was shortly after Lincoln's death, but to investigate counterfeiting of currency. Lincoln did print greenbacks, which inspired Nazi Germany to print its own money, which put its economy on steroids. And the reason why they have money is more efficient trade goods and garbled grammar there. I don't know exactly what you're trying to say. Meaning you don't have to find a carpenter to fix your wall who needs your writing skills to help them write a book. You can indirectly get what you want and still have options with money. So my question is this: will money always be the lifeblood of the economy, no matter how much automation and technology there is? And what does it have to do with the physical medium itself? Answer very simply. The physical medium is what? It's a medium of analogy. And if you look at the way I've tried to formally specify it in the little bits of analogical calculus that I've leaked out, if you look at it, what it is an exchange medium. All right. It's a medium for the exchange of information from one topological region to another. All right. So in other words, it's also a financial metaphor as well as a topological and physics metaphor. It's all of it all at once. All right. It's an exchange of information. Now, what do you do when you exchange a medium of exchange? Well, you're exchanging information in a certain sense. You're exchanging goods and services for a packet of information. Now, to my mind, this means that regardless of whether you have an open or closed economy or an open or closed financial system, that you're always going to have some sort of medium of exchange. Now, the real question becomes, what is that medium? You can certainly have electronic media of exchange. We all live by it every day. Every time we swipe a credit card or a debit card, we're using electronic media of exchange. But I still use cash for some purchases when it's more convenient for me to do so, which I would call a physical media of exchange rather than an electronic one, even though electronic, strictly speaking, is still physical, all right? But by physical media of exchange, I mean the actual swap of gold, coins, bullion, securities, paper for goods and services, all right? The reason I think that you're always going to have a physical medium of exchange of that sort somewhere in an economy is very, very simple here, son of David, and that is that in my looking at what I've called the hidden system of finance, it looks to me that that whole hidden system can only function outside of the normal electronic clearing system. In other words, the financially corrupt are always going to make sure that they have a physical medium of exchange outside of electronic clearing systems. And they're going to have physical media to keep the books. The reason? Because that paper, bearer bonds, cash, and so on, is a bearer sovereign individual communicating with another sovereign individual and completely privately. So in other words, they expose their corruption if they take that system public to an electronic clearing system, because anybody can hack into that. You cannot hack into this. You cannot hack into a physical ledger book without someone actually going in there and photographing it. You cannot hack into a system of bearer bonds moving around the world in diplomatic pouches. You can't hack into that. You have to have a physical human espionage agent or robot agent in order to intercept and take the steam out of a system of finance like that. You'll notice if you pose the question to the globalists this way, well, are you going to be conducting all of your business in the electronic media and be able to open the books to us? Guess what the answer is going to be? Well, no, of course not. Of course they're not going to do that. So my friends, I think physical media of exchange are going to be around with us for a while, although they're going to try and take it away from us. But I think, again, that's going to be unsuccessful, because the only thing that will do is the creation of local black markets, local currencies, regional currencies, and so on. And they may try and outlaw them. They've tried this already, but it still has not prevented the phenomenon from happening. It's an inevitable thing. It's part of sovereignty, and that sovereignty, you'll notice, is written into the metaphor. Why? Go back to what we said in Yahweh, the two-faced God, Dr. DeHart and I. If you take that initial empty hyperset and define that as the symbol for the person, which is also an undefinable entity, what do you have? You have an assertion in that metaphor of individual personal sovereignty. So it's written into the code, so to speak. Now here we go with Maria in Spain. Now this is an important one, folks, because this is kind of a transitional thing to the rest of our evening. I wrote Maria about 2 weeks ago. For those of you who don't know who Maria in Spain is, she is actually a composite person. It's a family in Spain that has been a regular member here of these Vidchats almost since we got this website up and running. So in other words, a long, long way back. And Maria, I had asked in an email if she could comment about what the reaction in Spain was to the Brexit vote, what is happening in Spain now in terms of the secessionist movements, how do middle-class Spanish people look at the immigration crisis in Europe, and more particularly, how do they look at the response to this from the so-called fanatical right-wing parties? You know, that's, again, mainstream media. These are parties simply trying to protect their borders and culture. You know, that doesn't make it right-wing. How do Spanish people in the middle class react now to people and phenomena like UKIP in the United Kingdom, like Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, and some of these parties, that Marine Le Pen in France, who want to put a stop to this and protect their culture, protect their national borders and sovereignty, and so on. And I heard back from Maria this way, and I want you to listen carefully, folks, because she is describing a situation in Spain that if we do not reverse course in this country, we are going to see here. All right, listen carefully. She says, "Hello, Joseph. Forgive my delay in answering your emails. The situation in Spanistan," which, you know, in other words, Maria thinks it's gone from being Spain to being Spanistan, okay, which is not good, folks. I mean, if you stop and think about this, take all of that high culture of Cervantes and Velázquez and Antonio Soler and undo it all. It's just unreal. So anyway, the situation in Spanistan is horrible. Listen, around 50% of the active population is without jobs, plus around 60% of young people aged 18 to 30 years also have no jobs. The Spanish people have become completely apathetic, waiting some kind of miracle that doesn't happen. The young people are completely careless, and they live on the last saved money from their elders. Now stop and think about this, my friends. What she's describing is they're living off of the family trust, so to speak. In other words, they're living off the very last shells of the Spanish Empire, of the Spanish culture, of the Spanish nation and of the Spanish state. That's how bad it is. And if you don't think that this is spreading to the rest of the West, including the United States, think again. These globalist policies, in other words, are at the heart of what Spain is going through. She continues. Now it's summertime and everybody only thinks about enjoying themselves and having a good time. People are getting shorter and shorter of money. Right now, listen to this. Right now, I earn 1/4 of the income I had 2 years ago. And I can tell you, my friends, that Maria and her family represent a professional class. All right. I don't want to give away the location, but let's just say in a nice, modern, up-to-date, previously economically thriving area of Spain. All right. 1/4 of the income I had 2 years ago. Even being known as a very reliable blank, I won't mention the profession, within 150 kilometers radius. Right now, we work to survive helping our nearest people around us. The amount of violence and crime is skyrocketing. Gypsies and Muslims are completely free to steal, beat, and rape. The authorities just looked the other way, fearing to be called racist. And there it is. And my friends, it's not a race, it's an ideology, a religion. And we're going to have a question about that coming up here. I personally deeply admire the politicians Geert Wilders and Marine Le Pen. So in other words, what I'm taking from this is that the response in each individual European nation to these madcap global policies is the same, be you in Spain, France, Holland, Austria, Hungary. Everybody is saying enough, and that should tell you just how democratic and responsive to the people the globalists are. They mean to ruin the culture, because in ruining the culture, they take away our identity, they take away our ability to think, all right, and our ability to respond. So it's a culture war. All right, now let's continue. There is, pardon me, I greatly admire the politicians Geert Wilders and Marine Le Pen, but their voices have not affected the Spanish unconsciousness. There is a very small Pegida movement in Spain, but the drama is that people don't care, even though they feel uncomfortable and disgusted with Muslims. Besides that, we have in Europe a really well thought out Orwellian system of punishment in case you offend Muslims and gypsies. They just give a call to the police accusing you of saying or doing almost anything, and then you are really in trouble and will have to go to the courts and prove that you are innocent. Notice the words here, prove that you are innocent. I have known many people who have had such types of situations. The movement of secession in Catalonia is a charade created by the generalist Catalonian government as a way of extorting money from the central Spanish government in Madrid, taking advantage of the political fragility of Madrid. I could tell you so many cases of the darkest corruption, but I cannot rely on emails. Even though many people say the guilt of all belongs to the elites, after deep thought and observation, I completely disagree. Even recognizing the powerful elitist influence, the great and dirtiest problem we have are the civil servants, because most of them are corrupted, incompetent, lazy, and full of greed. Now, folks, this is an important point, because this is why I was saying earlier that if you saw a Trump administration, he has to break the power of the progressivist bureaucracy, which has been put into place since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, if not before, with Woodrow Wilson. All right. So in other words, he has to put people not only into cabinet positions, but into sub-cabinet positions, into moving and promoting people of like mind within the federal bureaucracies to subdirectorates and directorates and management position. All right. This is the problem. And this problem has to be addressed. All right. So Maria has put her finger on what the real problem is. It's the bureaucracies in addition to the governments and their policies. All right, now let's continue. They legislate to keep comfortable advantages to themselves. If I could roughly state or rate the proportion of responsibility of the misery in which our society now finds itself, I would rank 30% of the apathy and lack of self-responsibility of the common system, 50% to the greed, corruption, and lack of responsibility of civil servants, and 20% to the different factions of the elites. If the citizens and the civil servants had a strong sense of responsibility to the society, we would never be in such a dark hole. Unfortunately, we are living to testify to the satanization of the planet in which the worst of our society is coming out. And again, folks, I'm going back to what I said before. This is why we have to own the culture, because part of owning the culture is being able to determine the general public morality, or as the founding fathers of this country used to put it, the public good. All right? The public good. And by public good, I don't mean social justice. I mean the public good. Actual personal morality, keeping your word, doing right, looking out for the other guy instead of just yourself. All right? That's, I think, what Maria is talking about here, and I'm in total agreement. So that's the word from Maria in Spain. Imagine this: losing a quarter of your income in 2 years, facing a society in which 30% of young people moving into the job, no, 60% of young people moving into the jobs market have no jobs. And Spain is a microcosm of Europe, and Spain is a microcosm of globalist mismanagement that is going to happen in this country. All right. So thank you, Maria. I'm doffing the hat for that set of commentary from Spain, which leads us now to Down Under ET. Gotta light my cigarette for this one, and gotta take a swig. Yes, multinational corporations, as Eudemonist just put it in the chat room, have no allegiance to any country, and that's the problem. They have to, and I hate to use these words, folks, but they have to be made to have allegiance to their countries, and that can only come from law. All right. They have to start tailoring their policies for the general good, and that means ultimately, if there's going to be general good in the world, there has to be general good for the countries in which they do their business. Bottom line. Now, Down Under ET says this: in the past, you've discussed the topological metaphor on many occasions here in our vid chats, and also many times with Georgianne, and in some other interviews. I've done interviews with Forum Borealis about it, with Jay Dyer, with Dark Journalist, and with Bernard Grover, which I think was one of the better interviews because he had a theological background and knows where all this is coming from. All right. This time I'd like to refer to the recent interview with Forum Borealis entitled The Hidden Pattern of Creation, which I consider your best description and analysis of it. After listening to it a few times, I started to have some modern questions, and so let's bring the metaphor forward to today. Question number 1. If we bring the meaning of the metaphor into today's world, does its effect have any bearing on us? Yes, absolutely it has a bearing on us, and in a very simple, practical way. Because what the metaphor is really saying is, number 1, that there is an inbuilt intelligent moral order to things, which to challenge or attempt to twist or subvert leads to chaos. So the first thing I'm going to suggest to you down under that the metaphor speaks to is it speaks to the loss of hope. Because what it's telling you is if you order your personal affairs and those of your immediate friends and society, no matter how bad it gets, you will be able to survive and in some cases to prosper. All right. Number two, it means ultimately that the wacko plans of the globalists are doomed. Because the ultimate root of the metaphor is, again, this idea of the free exchange of information and therefore of individual sovereignty. All right. That's key. And that to me is really, in at least modern times, the central issue that we're facing. So let me go to question number two, because this is where I think you're hitting a point of misunderstanding that many people have. You've hit the nail on the head. So I'm going to pre-doff my hat here to you. Question number two. If the description of the metaphor is the initial act by the creator of the universe, how did ancient societies find out about it? Excellent question. How do you have this metaphor? It's very simple down under. And I want to go back to what I've said all along. When you begin thinking about the metaphor, what's the first thing I tell you to do? Imagine. Remember? I say imagine a sea of infinitely extended, limitless sameness. All right? And if you have that, you have no differentiation. And therefore, what do you have? You have a no thing. You have a nothing. You have something beyond any attempt of human language to describe. And that, incidentally, is what the philosophers said. That, incidentally, is how some theologians describe God. That, incidentally, is how some atheists describe chaos. All right? There is a point beyond which we cannot go. All right? So the first thing is, how did the ancients come up with it? They came up with it by a process of reasoned or rational imagination. That's how they came up with it. And the fact that it is part of an almost universal human outlook on things. I mean, my word, we've got, the Christian doctrine of the Trinity, we've got the Hermetic Trinity, we've got the Hindu Trinity, we've got the Mayan Trinity, and so on and so forth. Everywhere you look, you're seeing this same process of reasoning carrying on. And if you go further and look at what modern physicists are saying, they're coming very close to saying the very same thing. It seems to be an inbuilt part of this fabric or structure of the universe. So in other words, I'm asking you, why wouldn't they have come up with it? Well, if they're imagining creatures, they're going to come up with it. Imagination, in other words, is key here. It's a bit of creativity. It's a bit of looking behind the matrix and seeing a structure to it and being able to boil that structure down. Please hear me now. To boil that structure down to its barest, most naked component. All right. And then from there, once you nail that structure down, from there, imagining its further implications, uses, and consequences. So again, it's imagination. And please understand, when I say imagination, I'm choosing the word carefully because I'm not saying observation, because if it's a metaphor describing the creator, we're not observing the process, or are we? Eventually, I'm hoping to write that book, because modern physicists are telling you to a certain extent, we are what? Co-creators with God. Or, as to invoke a Christian metaphor here briefly, St. Paul says, work out your salvation because you're co-workers with God. All right. What does he mean by that? What do physicists mean when they're saying, to a certain extent, the universe looks like it was created for observers so that it could observe itself? Okay. So in other words, there's a loop here that we're back with that feedback loop. All right. So imagination, I think, is part of the metaphor. This is why it's so powerful, because once you see it, as I think you've done, once you see it, then that imagination starts to rewire the mind, and you start seeing it and its applications in more and more ways, and in much more profound fashion, and in a much more detailed way. Excellent question. Now, number 3. If Descartes, Newton, and Leibniz thought that there was an ancient calculus which was suppressed, how could this ancient calculus be connected to the metaphor? Well, it's directly connected, because you can only express the metaphor in all of its fullness in a symbolical language, in a calculus. Because what that calculus allows you to do is see the structure behind the language. So in other words, we can be talking about the presence of analogical thinking in music and shift gears entirely and be talking about it in physics or philosophy and so on. You're symbolizing a structure of thought. And therefore, in my way of thinking, Newton and Leibniz and Descartes, particularly Leibniz, were absolutely correct when they figured out that there had to have been a calculus, because you can't think of the metaphor without it. In other words, they're almost one, and please note my words here, almost one and the same. All right? So the reason I say almost is because of Kurt Gödel, the mathematician, who said that no formal system of language, no formal calculus is ever fully complete in and of itself. It must refer to some informal linguistic proposition outside of itself. And that's incidentally what the metaphor does, because it's constantly making references to something outside of the formal expression, be it in music or philosophy or history or physics or what have you. It's always referring to something outside the formal structure. It's a very interesting, mind-bending thing. Perhaps someday I'll try and gather up all my notes and redo that little private book I have on Lulu and open it up to the public so that people can actually see what I'm doing with this stuff. It's very detailed. All right, number 4. Do you see any modern effect of the metaphor, and first of all, on physics? Oh, all over the place, all over the place. I see it particularly down under in those physicists like Frank Tipler, who are writing about the anthropic cosmological principle. If you ever read that book, it's stimulating as all get out. It's highly mathematical, I have to warn you, but nonetheless, it's a stimulating book. You see it in physicists that are having these debates. You see it in people like Tegmark, that our friend Tony M. in the United Kingdom is grappling with the multiverse theory and the idea of topological spaces and so on. You see them coming to this, but they're not yet getting all the way to the absolute first differentiational structure in it. But do I see it as being related to physics? Absolutely I do. Absolutely I do. Go back many vidchats, I think a couple years ago down under, to a vidchat where I talked about the difference between a singular and group observer in the metaphor. Remember? A singular observer will track an analogy through several contexts in a linear fashion. A group observer compacts that whole observation and presents it as a higher order derivative. So in other words, a group observer creates what? A culture of perception that is not temporally processed in the same way as an individual observer processes the same information. So in other words, here it comes for all you mathematics fans out there. The difference between an individual and a group observer in the calculus is a dimensional rotation. Okay? So is there a huge amount of physics involved with this? Absolutely there is. Huge, huge amount. That idea of a group observer creating a culture is written right into this idea of a calculus of the metaphor. All right, great idea. Now, and secondly, do you see it related to CERN. I got to smoke a cigarette on that one because here's my problem down under with CERN. As you know, I'm not buying the whole particle physics explanation for that machine. I think you're looking at a hyperdimensional machine, all right? By the nature of the case. I mean, Krohn said this. Your computer on your desk is a hyperdimensional machine because that's the only way you can describe it mathematically, okay? So CERN, yeah, is a hyperdimensional machine. Well, what might that mean? Well, to be blunt, and this is what, if you pay attention to some of the scientists that are working at CERN, what they're going to tell you is at certain energies, at certain extremely high energies, they are going to be able to possibly verify the existence, actual physical existence of what mathematics tells us is there, namely higher dimensional worlds. Well, how is it going to do that? Well, the only way it can do that is by creating a common surface for a brief moment of time with those higher dimensions. So do I think that mathematically and topologically speaking that there's a relationship between the metaphor and CERN? Yeah, you bet you I do. I I absolutely do. In other words, get used to the idea, folks. I write my books from this analogical calculus. The reason they fit together well is they've been planned to fit together well, and I've been using this stuff to write them, okay? So I absolutely do. I think absolutely there's a connection, all right? Okay, let me catch up here in the chat room. Katu, welcome to Katu. And welcome to Jay Trout. Katu says, my response to his last VidChat questions about ghosts and ghoulies and things going bump in the night was confronting. I hope I wasn't confrontational. I hope that's not what you're meaning. If I was, my apologies. Anyway, anybody else I missed here in the members area that I haven't said hello to? Got to pause here for just a minute, folks, and refresh my members list here, because I don't like not sending greetings out to people. Billy Shears is in the chat room. Burnsy, welcome to Burnsy in the chat room. Jed Bond came into the chat room while I was talking. And let's see, anybody else here? Come on, mouse, work with me here. Oh, I hate this radio-controlled mouse. It just does not want to go where I want it to go. Let's see here. Feeling Groovy is in the chat room. Daddy Bob is in the chat room. So welcome to all the newcomers here. Lois Gehrig is in the chat room. So welcome. All right. So somebody says I've got an email. And that was Jay Trout. So let me print off this comment. No, Jay Trout says, Maria's comment reminds me of something. I work for a screen printing company. We have a contract to print for Baltimore City. Several departments in the city just sent us a slew of orders. Why? They had money left in their budgets. The health department is one of the worst. They've bought towels, several different shirt designs, not uniforms or staff shirts. So they have a surplus. Do they give it back? No. God forbid your budget gets cut for next year. It's infuriating, but of course benefits our company, so we won't be complaining. And that's just one small example. No wonder it's such a mess. Well, I don't have any problem with them spending money into circulation and keeping people's jobs going. What I have as a big problem, Jay, is simply this idea that we have to keep expanding the military budget and spending more and more for stuff that doesn't work. You know, think F-35 fighter here. All right, come on here, mouse, and get me back into my chat window. There we go. All right, now, continuing down under ET with question number 5. It seems to me, therefore, that the metaphor was intended to be discovered. If this is so, could its analogy be used by modern man? Well, again, it isn't an analogy, it is analogy. It is analogical process itself, and therefore, is it meant to be discovered? Well, in one sense, yes, for the very simple reason that I think it's hardwired into the fabric of reality. All right, it's hardwired into the fabric of intelligence and consciousness itself. And I think it's even hardwired into biological life. You know, there's certain things that life has in common, particularly higher life forms. So yeah, I think it's hardwired, and therefore it was, quote unquote, as you put it, meant to be discovered. All right. And now, he says, for the whopper doozy of the evening, number 6, do you see any hard evidence of the Hermetica being a direct explanation of the metaphor? And if the Book of Tehuta was Egyptian, then did the Egyptians understand the metaphor and its implications? Answer, yes, they did understand it. Did they understand its implications? Some of them, yes. I think they inherited the metaphor and they knew certain implications and didn't know others. But here's the problem. Do I think the Hermetica is an explanation of the metaphor? Yes, to a certain extent. Go back to the passages from the Asclepius that I began to cite all the way back in the Philosopher's Stone and carry that forward. What they're doing is they're talking about three nothings, okay, in the Asclepius: God, space, and place, all right? And you'll find that debate carried right on through into the high Western Middle Ages in the Islamic philosophers like Avicenna, in Thomas Aquinas, in Albertus Magnus, and on it goes. Everybody's talking about this. Everybody's seeing it, okay? You get an attempt to explain, but what they're trying to do when they explain is they're missing its highly mathematical nature. So in other words, they might accuse me of being a structuralist. I'm looking at the structure, they're looking at the meaning. To me, the structure is the meaning, all right? And they're trying to deal with lower order, as I would put it, lower order derivatives. In other words, implications of what it is they're seeing. But is it modern? Yeah, that's my whole point. If you have people like Descartes, Newton, and Leibniz, who are definitely founders of the modern era in Western civilization, if you have them looking back at the ancients and looking at this, they're seeing it, and they're saying, this is very modern. Now, let's go back and put this into a very different context down under. I've been saying all along that there was a very high ancient civilization in the mists of antiquity, of high antiquity, of a paleo-ancient civilization, all right? And I think the metaphor is part of that high civilization's thinking. And that as that civilization blew apart, that metaphor was preserved, maybe with not full understanding of all of its implications, but the metaphor itself was. That's why you encounter it over and over again in different mythological and philosophical contexts, all right? Once it reappears and you identify it as such, then the scales fall off your eyes and you realize that it was so carefully crafted that as science began to grow again, the meaning of some of those implications began to be fleshed out. So in other words, I'm saying that the metaphor not only is locked into the cosmological fabric, it's locked into the historical fabric. All right? I hope that's making sense. All right, now, this one is from Southern California Girl. And she says, in response to I'm going to have to read this because she sent a video, and I'm going to try and make sense out of this because there is an important question here. She says, Mr. Tranholm, in this video that she sent, makes an interesting set of observations that sums up the situation at its basic level in response to a Russia Today question. in that this is a religious war that we are in. He goes on to state that the West, for some reason, does not want people to view this as a religious or spiritual war, but that is, in fact, what it is. He notes that France itself has lost its values, and this is also a war of values, which is, of course, cultural. Well, what does culture come from? It comes from cultus. And what is cultus? Cultus is a cult. It's a ritual, and ritual implies culture. We have cultural rituals, we have religious rituals, we have family rituals, and so on. This is part of culture, all right? I think this would be deserving of some commentary from you to us in the Giza community with the following set of questions. Why isn't the West talking about this? Well, let me stop right there and suggest, bye-bye, Gordon. Let me suggest, Southern California girl, that the West is talking about it, or at least certain people in the West are talking about it in this fashion, mostly in the alternative community, not in the mainline, and there's a reason for that. But I would hesitate to say that the West isn't talking about it. Some people are talking about it, and some people are talking about it in a misdefined way, all right? Is it because they fear people will escalate the conflict? I think, yes, that's part of it, but I don't think that's all of it. I'll get to that in a minute. Or is it more along the lines that you have previously discussed, that Mr. Global is attacking and removing the cultural and religious values of people, and perhaps identifying this as a type of religious war may serve as an impetus to the return of those? Yes, that's exactly why I think Mr. Global will not address the issue in fundamental cultural, or if you will, religious terms, all right? This is why I've been insisting that at the heart of this culture is a proposition, and that proposition is God personally became man, dwelt among us. Now, the way that proposition is put in the text is that it is reason itself, and reason ultimately is a person, okay? And that has certain cultural implications. Now, that also means, if you're invoking that principle, that on the basis of reason, you set up the conditions of allowing people on the basis of reason to question that proposition. And therefore, you're setting up, over the long term, you're setting up a metaphysical principle that ultimately is going to have political and cultural consequences that will issue in a Western secular society, which allows you to practice your religion so long as it's under law, and that law is a covenant where every individual is sovereign and not able to impose an external system on it. And that's at what is at the central core of the current issue, because there is an ideology that wants to impose a very different law on us. It's not a law that is a covenant or contract between sovereign individuals, whether religious or no. It is a law which is the opposite of a contract, in which everyone is subservient to the ideology and the people interpreting it. That's the problem. And that is a cultural religious vision. So what I'm suggesting is that the West has a kind of incipient, if you will, a kind of background religion noise, if you will, that if you forget that, conditions your response. I think Mr. Global is deathly afraid of this precise thing because it goes back to that founding principle, and they don't want that. They want that out of the picture altogether, and they're even willing to make a deal with the devil in order to see that happen. That's the problem. All right. So, is it more along the lines of what you have previously discussed, that Mr. Global is attacking and removing the religious and cultural values of people, and perhaps identifying this as a type of religious war may serve as an impetus to return of those? So, do you think Russia will begin to push a social campaign for people to begin to see this as a religious and cultural and values war? Answer, yes. That's precisely what I see Russia has been doing. And this is why I think you see Russia pressing the soft power card. In the West, we think that when Mr. Putin cracked down on Pussy Riot for going in and desecrating an Orthodox church during their service was a horrible example of tyranny and authoritarianism. No, it wasn't. It was rather the government insisting that for there to be a civil society, you respected the boundaries and proprieties of that group. Okay? And that group in turn could not impose and go in, you could not have an Orthodox priest going into a Pussy Riot concert and shutting the whole thing down. Okay? It's simply insisting on civil order. So in other words, the West is very far afoot from what it itself may once have done and not thought twice about doing so. So in other words, I think it's all an assault on civil society is what I think it is. And I think Mr. Putin was well within his bounds to insist that this was unacceptable behavior because it was a violation of a fundamental covenant of civil society. All right. I think Russia is going to be playing this card big time. And what Russia is really doing is it's pointing out exactly what I'm pointing out. If you want to preserve your culture, then you have to get back to its central core and understand what that core is and why it allowed you to develop in a certain direction. All right. Okay. Good night, occult fan. Yeah, Eudemonist points out something. Russia today regularly has videos proudly showing valued Russian culture. Yes, that's true. That's very deliberate on the part of the Russian government. Now, you go on to ask this one. What type of response can we expect to see from the Catholic Church or the Vatican, or will it be more of a covert response? Now, that is very different. The response from the Vatican is going to depend on which faction is in power. The Vatican ceased to be, please understand this, the Vatican ceased to be a predictable cultural entity at the Second Vatican Council when it attempted to modernize everything. What that really did was it absolutely shattered Catholic identity, because what is Catholic identity based upon? It's based upon the centrality of the Mass and the celebration of the Mass. And that celebration up to that point had been all over the world, everywhere the same. All right, so you could go into a Catholic church in Spain and go to a Catholic church in Nigeria, and you would see and experience exactly the same thing. What happened at Vatican II was that unitary culture or cultus or ritual was shattered, and in its place was substituted a committee ritual that had not organically evolved, and that was imposed on the faithful of the Roman Catholic Church from above. In other words, it was literally a revolution. And because of this, after Vatican II, what you see happening inside the Roman Catholic Church is you have modernists who love all the guitar masses and the bongo drums and the burlap vestments and all of that stuff. You have the traditionalists that say, no, we're not giving up our Latin Mass. And then you have the conservatives who say, well, we'll go along with the ritual changes, but we're going to try and hold on to classic Roman Catholic doctrine. So depending on which pope is occupying the bishopric of Rome and what faction he represents and what his outlook has been fashioned by, that's going to be the response of the Vatican. And even then, it's not going to be unitary, because there's always going to be voices of dissent because of the splitting apart of the Catholic consensus. So the Vatican, I think, if you look at it, Southern California girl, the Vatican's game is going to be to try and, regardless of what faction is in power, to try and gain as much of a position of power and influence at the table in the end game as it can. And to my mind, that means the Vatican is going to try and position itself as being a moral sanction on whatever global financial arrangements the globalists may want to put into place. And that will certainly give them a lot of power, and it will certainly be in keeping with the papal claims themselves, all right? So that's what I think you have to look for from the Vatican, regardless of what pope or faction is in power. Remember, Ratzinger was a so-called conservative, all right? The pope that he served under was a so-called conservative, all right? Now we have apparently a very radical pope. So I think you have to look at the financial policies that you're going to see coming out of the Vatican vis-a-vis this emerging global superstructure, because they're playing, trust me here, they're playing for a seat at that table. All right, now, will the Orthodox Church be part of that separation or in a more unified response? The Orthodox Church, this is going to sound tautological and truistic. You are Orthodox only if you keep Orthodox doctrine, all right? And part of that doctrine is keeping Orthodox liturgical practice. Now, just like in the West, you have people inside the Orthodox Church that want to modernize and make it into something that it isn't. And you have, just like in the West, you have people that do not want to do that, all right? The only criterion of orthodoxy, in other words, is not an external thing. The only criterion of orthodoxy is orthodoxy. So let's go back to the Council of Ferrara, Florence in the 15th century. This was a reunion council that had been sponsored by the de Medicis with the blessing of the Pope to try and heal the schism that had already happened and been in place for about 400 years between the Western Catholic Church and the Eastern Catholic Church, all right? And remember, the Orthodox Church is a Catholic church. At the council, basically all of the doctrinal positions the council approved of were basically Western. They were not standard Orthodox doctrinal positions. And every Orthodox hierarch, every Orthodox bishop that had been invited to this council signed off on it, except for one guy, and his name was Mark of Ephesus, all right? And he's now regarded as an Orthodox saint, and a very highly ranked one, because he didn't sell out the Orthodox Church to the claims of the papacy, all right? So in other words, to convert Orthodoxy, you are literally going to have to convert. There's no central papal structure in Orthodoxy. You're literally going to have to convert every single last living Orthodox bishop in the world, because so long as one of them survives, the Orthodox Church survives. So orthodoxy is a different thing. Quit thinking of it in terms of a centralized structure. It doesn't have one. The only thing that holds orthodoxy together is orthodoxy. All right, that's to put it simplistically. Now, this one is from Jarrett. This is a good set of questions, folks. Listen carefully, because we are talking once again, as we've been talking a lot tonight, about culture, metaphor, globalists, and so on. He says, am I crazy to have a strange intuition that Mars may actually currently have a breathable atmosphere? That would be a very juicy tidbit of information that NASA would like to withhold. I've seen some people speculate that the drogue chute used to slow down the latest rover as it entered the Martian atmosphere should have been much larger if the atmosphere was as thin as NASA states. Other observers have speculated on seeing what looks like vegetation growth from various orbital cameras, not close-up ground-level shots. Well, actually, there are close-up ground-level shots of the surface of Mars. Hoagland has some of them on his website that look very much like fossilized remains of living creatures. They're rather remarkable. So let me stop here. Do I think that there is a thicker or possibly breathable atmosphere on Mars? everything that I've seen about the atmospheric composition of Mars says no, it's not breathable. However, there is now growing and almost insurmountable evidence that there is an amount of running surface water on Mars. It's now getting to the point that it cannot really be ignored anymore. Now, if there's running surface water on Mars, then by the normal processes of evaporation, some of that water is going to go to make up oxygen. And we all know the Viking experiments, which to this day remain controversial, seemed to indicate that trace gases were given off that could have been the result of biological life forms in the form of methane, all right? So do I think that there is a possibility that the thickness of Mars's atmosphere might be greater than we have been told? And I can entertain that possibility, provided you don't go to such an extent that it makes certain atmospheric observations that have been taken about the planet impossible. All right, I can go there. Number two, what do I make of the Stargate theories and mythos? Could there be quasi-naturally occurring stargates almost like the natural nuclear reactor in Africa? Do you have any high-octane speculation as to how these might work? After touching on my stone spacecraft theory, I suspect they may possibly work on similar principles. I'm calling to mind the Stargate cut into rock in Peru. All right, now, excellent speculation question that I doff my hat to here, Jarrett, because yes, I do think that natural, I won't call them gates or portals, I'll call them common surfaces, all right? I do think those exist. One reason I think they exist, Jarrett, is simply because we've discussed many times here in these vid chats the Mandela effect, where people remember certain events differently from other groups of people, all right? And there's no way to reconcile the two memories, all right? Now, this is being written off by the mainstream as people misremembering things. But, you know, I know too many people that have had this experience. I'm one of them. We're not people with bad memories, okay? I have a very good memory. And the problem here is I think you may be dealing with a manifestation of these common surfaces, all right, between worlds, if you will. We talked earlier today about David Paulides' work, The Missing 411, where some of these people that go missing in national parks disappear in such a bizarre way that it's almost as if they had literally stepped off the planet and are nowhere to be found anymore. We have so many stories like this. You know, they're associated with the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Triangle in the Pacific, and so on and so forth with these missing people. I do think there is a possibility that these are natural phenomena or perhaps artificially made. Now, if they're actual phenomena, whether natural or no, my suspicion, and this is pure high-octane speculation, Jarrett, but my suspicion is that you're going to find that these are occurring in areas where there are two elements found in a higher than normal degree of, if you will, density or average statistical background, all right? And that is, first of all, you're going to see them happening in areas where there is a high degree of piezoelectrically active rock, like limestone, granite, quartz, diamond, sapphire. In other words, any crystalline piezoelectrically active structure, okay? And in conjunction with this, you're going to find them occurring in areas where the local magnetic field is either much more intense or much less intense. In other words, it's not going to be the average local magnetic field strength. Those are the two areas I would look at. Now, in addition to this, I might propose a third. In some instances, I suspect that if you have those two conditions present, it might be possible, and again, I'm speculating wildly here, but it might be possible to manipulate them by frequency modulated microwave multi-beam mixing. In other words, think of several FM microwave broadcasts, and you're interfering those broadcasts over a region to create a template or a pattern. And in doing so, you're going to try and make that pattern twist or rotate. So in other words, you're looking for microwave interferometry in rotation, frequency modulated, strong piezoelectric presence, and either a very strong or very weak magnetic presence. And I hope that speculation makes sense to you. All right. Now, number 3. What is at the root of anti-Semitism? Why have Ashkenazi or Khazarian European Jews been driven out of many societies over the past few millennia? Excellent question. Excellent question. Personally, I think, Jarrett, that most people don't really understand what Judaism is in terms of its tenets if they were practiced in an actively Orthodox or Hasidic context. And we're going to get into a profound modification of this in a moment. But in that context, what you're dealing with is the Talmud, all right? If you really read the Talmud, it contains things in it that refer to non-Jewish people as little better than cattle. So let me give you a high-octane speculation here. You're dealing with a claim, therefore, that a certain group of people is and represent the chosen people of God, and that everybody else is kind of subhuman. And if you read some of these passages of the Talmud, and it's primarily the Babylonian Talmud I'm thinking of here, not exclusively, but primarily. If you read certain passages of the Talmud, you'll also discover that the Jews are to be lords over the cattle, over the goyim. That's us, folks. Now, what's interesting to me is if you look at the rise of Islam and the way that Muhammad, if you think that he's a real person, I happen to think he wasn't, but even if you think he's a real person, what he's doing, it looks to me, particularly in some of the later statements, the so-called sword verses or Medinan verses of the Quran or the Hadith, you can find and look at those things and find parallels of ideas like that in the Talmud. The Islamic idea of dhimitude, of slavery or submission to Islam for everybody else, that's the goyim, that's the cattle. So in other words, there are these immense conceptual correlations. And I think it's because of the presence of those doctrines in the Talmud, and there having never been, so to speak, an official repudiation of them, that many people in Europe, again, in my opinion, rightly, looked at that whole set of doctrine and the people adhering to it just like they would look at communists or Nazis as this is something we don't want, all right? Now, let's go further. During the 18th and 19th centuries, there arose in Judaism a reform movement that ultimately, if you look at it carefully, goes back to the so-called Sabbatarian movement, where there was actually a Jewish rabbi in Turkey that claimed to be the fulfillment of prophecy and the Messiah. And he was actually executed by the Turkish Sultan for promulgating a Jewish heresy, okay? But this movement never really completely died out. And if you examine it carefully, yeah, there's a Palestinian Talmud, there's a Babylonian Talmud, and so on. If you look at this movement very carefully, it has historical ties to what will later become the Judeo-Reform movement, where people were looking to assimilate, Jewish people were looking to assimilate more into Western culture. And then out of that movement, in turn, you had the Zionist movement, which was essentially a movement of secular Jews, not necessarily religiously practicing ones, to have their own homeland where they could be Jews. And this is all thrown into the mix. So you've got essentially a secular movement arising out of all of this that's in opposition to its own orthodoxy, which says no, the state of Israel cannot be restored as a functioning state until after the appearance of the Messiah. So in other words, you've kind of got a Jewish Calvinism here, if for want of a better word, that they're going to bring about the Jewish kingdom on earth by putting into place the state that will create the Messiah. So in other words, there's backlash against that. So you've got, in my opinion, you've got a lot of factors playing into so-called anti-Semitism, which in my opinion is really anti-Zionism. Now there's one final important factor here, and that is that if you look historically at the Bolshevik Revolution or what has happened in Germany at the very end of World War I and then continuing on into the Weimar Republic, what do you see? Well, you see Lev Davidovich Bronstein, aka Leon Trotsky, in a position of power in the Soviet Union. You have Vladimir Ulyanov married to his wife Perelman, okay? You have Nikita Khrushchev married to another Perelman. You look at Bela Kun in Hungary. Kun is Hungarian for Cohen, another Bolshevik. So in other words, you look at all of these Bolshevik leaders, and what do you find? Well, you find secularized Jews, essentially, that have seen socialism as a way to impose their rule, essentially on an otherwise Goy culture, meaning Russia. And so in my opinion, part of this anti-Semitism, this anti-Zionism, the Jews are behind everything, is based on a real historical experience that some of humanity went through. Now let's look at Germany. In Germany, you had an even weirder situation in that, of course, at the end of World War I, General Ludendorff, of all people, decides that the way we're going to take Russia out of the war is we're going to send these revolutionaries into Russia, and they've promised us that they will sue for peace. So, off Ulyanov Lenin goes to St. Petersburg in a German train, and Trotsky, Lev Davidovich Bronstein, to give him his proper name, in the United States, arrives within a few weeks of Lenin. Well, how's all of this being coordinated? Well, think Max Warburg here, the German Jewish banker. Who's his nephew in the United States that happens to be on the board and governor of the New York Federal Reserve? Well, it's Paul Warburg, all right? So I think the coordination of all of this activity is being done through the Warburgs and their banking contacts, okay? And Warburg, incidentally, was in on the plan to get Lenin into the Soviet Union and told the Kaiser, yeah, this would be a good idea to get the Russians out of the war, which, of course, the Bolsheviks had to do, basically, because the Germans had just basically annihilated the Russian army. So after World War I, what also happens? Well, the Kaiser abdicates, and what takes over in Germany? Well, it's a socialist government led, by people like Walter Rathenau, German Jew. So this is tailor-made for the Nazis, you see, because you have all of these secular Jews running the governments. And again, I don't think it's part of a big, vast Jewish conspiracy, although there's certainly conspiratorial activity, at least as far as I'm concerned, with the Warburgs involved. So yeah, you're creating you're creating all the dots to be connected in all the wrong ways here, and that's what has happened. But if you read the history, you'll discover that, you know, the Russians want out of the war at any price, and if the Bolsheviks will get us out of it, fine, we'll give the power to them. The Germans, on the other hand, want to get the Russians out of the war. You read Warburg and Walter Rathenau and some of these people, and you know, they're very patriotic Germans. They want Europe for Germany. The way to do it is to get Russia out of the war. So anyway, I think this is what is at work here. I think you're dealing with uh, a very complex phenomenon that has several different roots. The claims of the Talmud, uh, and largely again the Babylonian Talmud, the claims of that in relationship to Judaism and the Goyim. You're dealing with a Sabbatarian movement with, you know, a guy claiming to be a Jewish Messiah that has its networked roots into the Jewish Reform movement, which again gives rise to the secular Zionist movement, Max Nordau, Theodor Herzl, people like that. So all of this is in the mix. It's not just one little thing here, folks. It's a very complex phenomenon. Now, if you want to do some reading about this, what I've always told people to do is don't read, you know, the neo-fascist, you know, blame the Jews for everything people. Read the Jewish scholars themselves about their own history. Read people like Hannah Arendt. Read Alfred Lilienthal, an excellent book. It's about that thick, called What Price Zionism? Read Rabbi Antelman. You know, read these people who have been addressing their own history and saying, what's going on here? Because they're as confused as we are, all right? But it's worthwhile to consult these books because you're getting it straight from the horse's mouth. Read Ben Hecht and so on and so forth. Read the Jewish scholars who've looked at their own history and looked at all of this, and they're in kind of the same position as the moderate Muslim scholars, you know, who are looking at their religion and saying, we can't keep going on this way. You know, they're in very much the same position. Read the Bible, yeah, says Ed in the chat room. All right. Now, this one is from Leo in Christchurch. And here he asks a very interesting question, since we're talking about religion, culture, and so on. Number one, during the recent European Vidchat apropos the coup in Turkey, you were quite open to the possibility that this was a US-initiated response to Erdogan cozying up to Putin. This was my own first thought when I heard the news. However, since then, it has become apparent that the attempted coup failed. You seem to have gone off the idea that the US was behind it. Am I reading you correctly on this? If so, could you tell us why? It seems to me that this is exactly the pattern of events that happened in the Ukraine. The script was repeated here. Well, I haven't gone completely off the idea, but my problem with the US being behind it is that if it was, it looked to me very much, Leo, like this was either a coup, as Putin apparently warned Aragon, that this was a coup that had been in the works and planning for a long time, that was suddenly rushed, the timetable of it was suddenly rushed forward. And if you look at the actual coup itself, it looked like a terribly botched coup. You know, as Hoagland put it, when you went to coup school, the first thing you learn is you shut down the communications and you have a spokesman for the coup. All right. None of those things were done. Now it's emerged that many of the Turkish soldiers and officers thought that they were simply participating in an exercise, you know, and suddenly they find out they're being accused of being part of a coup. You know, shades of what could happen anywhere, including here. Imagine you're going through a drill and it's actually a coup. And again, you know, Rod Serling gave that wonderful movie shortly after President Kennedy's assassination called 7 Days in May. If you haven't looked at that movie, watch that movie. Kirk Douglas, Burt Lancaster, Frederick March, Ava Gardner, they're all in that movie. It's an excellent movie about how they use a drill to stage a coup, and how they thwarted it, actually. But And incidentally, President Kennedy, if you don't know this movie, President Kennedy was approached by Serling to look over the script and comment and, you know, give his approval to it. And Kennedy actually did and said, yeah, this is pretty accurate. When Kennedy was assassinated, Serling delayed the release of the movie at the request of President Johnson. And again, when you see the movie, it's because it's hitting a little too close to home. So I'm looking at this, Leo, as a coup that was either moved up in terms of its scheduling, and therefore the execution was horribly flawed, or it was a coup that was hastily put together. Now, I'm not saying that the United States is infallible in coup school. It certainly isn't. But had the United States actually been behind it, I think the problem here, Leo, that I'm having is that you are taking an extreme risk in launching a coup should the coup fail. Because the only thing that it's going to do is what we see happening now. Erdogan is gutting the Turkish military. He's purging it relentlessly and at an extraordinarily speedy rate. And what this does to any military, as you know, is you gut the officer corps and you end up essentially with a military that can't fight. So he's defanging his own military. Now, that may have been the objective, but again, it's much more effective if you put your own government, a puppet government, into power in Ankara and still have an effective Turkish military. So I'm not getting what the United States has to benefit from launching a coup. That's my problem. And that leaves me now with the problem, well, then who was behind it? And there again, you know, that's anybody's guess. Now, number two, you said, I haven't seen any comment by you on the recent report of researchers reporting that they have had significant results in demonstrating the phenomenon produced by the double slit experiment have been skewed by people's direct intention that this should happen. Have you come across this report? And the answer, Leo, is yes. I actually did a blog about that. I think my blog and your questions actually crossed timing in emails, but there is a blog on the website about that. Number three, on many occasions you've mentioned that Christianity is rooted in deeply sacramental rituals. Do you see these sacraments as being primarily personal life-changing influences, or are they intended to function as instruments of effecting changes in society outside of oneself? Neither. They're not. They were not viewed by the early church, let's put it this way, as personal experiences. Not in, you know, that's to me, that's Western code. That's Western thinking. They're not personal experiences in that sense. They're not psychological. What they are understood to be by the early church are deifying experiences, in that you are literally partaking of the life of God in some form or fashion. So in other words, they're not personal, but at the same time they are deeply personal. They are not collective, but at the same time they do mold a collective culture, certainly, but that's not their primary intention. All right. Can they affect society? Well, certainly, because if you have a belief system where only certain people, number one, have access to them, and number two, only certain people can perform them, then it is going to have a social effect. And we see what the effect was in cultures where it becomes the dominant cultural religious influence. And not just in Western Europe, look at Eastern Europe in this respect. Because you're dealing, again, with a papal centralized structure, and you're dealing, on the other hand, with a decentralizing structure that nevertheless has deep and profound cultural influences that extend beyond the borders of the Byzantine Empire. So yeah, in that sense, yes, I do think absolutely it has a profound, deep cultural significance for the way this civilization has evolved. Absolutely. You go on to say, this is an area of great interest to me, and I would value any expounding on the subject you are able to provide. I see these sacraments as being deliberate acts whereby spiritual changes can be brought about, rather than being a sort of worship of a God who really does not require it much. That is a very kind of orthodox way of thinking. Um, worship, worship is in the orthodox way of thinking not so much a requirement of God. I demand that you worship me. Rather, it's a natural human response to an encounter with God. That's the way they would look at it. It's not always true that it works out that way, because you find in Orthodoxy just what you find in Roman Catholicism in many places. You find people insisting that you follow the rules, and demonstrate your loyalty to the program. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but at its core, this is the way they think about it. It's not a requirement, it's a natural response. And therefore, what you're saying in terms of a spiritual experience, in that sense, yes, yeah. But remember, it's not as it becomes for many people in the West, it's not a psychological remembering of Jesus. Okay, that's not what it is. All right. All right, and more questions from Leo down in New Zealand. You said, about a year ago, someone asked you a question concerning the failure of the hidden elite to have taken over the full management control of the earth. This after hundreds or thousands of years of attempting to do so. In your answer, you said that whenever it seemed that they were about to take over such control, some random event thwarted their plans. The implication was that some godlike being was intervening in order to prevent it from happening. Assuming now that my recall of these things from a year ago is correct, then number one, do you believe that the Brexit vote had such an intervention at the back of it? That's a really, really good question. All right. And I think, let me put it to you this way, Leo. I was surprised by the result of the vote. I honestly was. I was for the Brexit, but I was surprised when it happened. Now, what that told me was that there was a certain segment of the British deep state that allowed it to happen and allowed the results to come out. And that means that there's an element that is unhappy with the way that Mr. Global and American unipolarism have been going. But your real question is there a deeper spiritual influence at work? And unquestionably, my answer is yes. And the reason why I say that is, if you look at YouTube commentary on the situation in Britain from average Britons who are looking at what has happened to their country with floods of refugees because of the EU Merkel policy, they are extraordinarily unhappy. And this spans the whole range of British society, from the Queen herself to average middle-class Labour Party atheists. All right, you have a whole cross-section of British culture represented in this. And what that tells me is that whether it is being identified or spoken about as such, what is happening is the reality of the situation is coming home to people, and that they are being invaded by a foreign culture that means nothing less than their absolute subjection and servitude and destruction, and that they therefore have to do whatever it takes to protect it and preserve it. All right? That's what I think is happening. The awareness, in other words, is happening, even if people are not willing to speak the words themselves, or if they even know how to speak the words or what the words even are. The awareness is happening. All right. I think much the same is happening in this country, because when you look at, and I can't speak to New Zealand, but I can speak to America, because when you look at the people that were behind Senator Sanders, if you look at the people that are behind Donald Trump, what you see is a cross-section of American society. You see blacks, you see Hispanics, you see whites, you see women, you see old people, you see young people. In other words, all of the little collectives that we're supposed to be living in are breaking down in those two campaigns because the people in them realize, number one, Washington is broken. It can't be fixed. It's been taken over by a group of people who do not represent American interests, and they want to do something about it. Now, you may agree or disagree with their solutions. I certainly disagree with some of Senator Sanders' solutions that he was talking about, but at least he was voicing the problem. And I think you see much the same thing going on in Europe. I think Europe is much more advanced in recognition and being able to articulate the problem because they've been much more exposed to it. But I think it is happening. So I do think that there is a spiritual thing happening. My caution here, Leo, is good night, Nancy. My caution here, Leo, is as what I've always said. In any case or instance where you have cultures trying to protect themselves, the danger always arises of demagoguery and of extremism. In other words, I certainly don't want to round up every last Muslim in this country and put them into a camp or deport them. But I do want to exercise due caution in bringing in any more, moderate or otherwise, because the bottom line for me is it's the ideology itself. And you can look up online quotations of John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Winston Churchill, accepted Western leaders who understood that this is an ideology that we simply do not want. Islam itself is as barbaric and brutal as Nazism or communism. And that's the problem. Number two, could you give an example or two of earlier interventions which frustrated the plans of the hidden top dogs? You betcha I can. Let me give the most easy and egregious example, Leo, and that's technology. Technology. Let's remember what the West was prior to the Protestant Reformation. The West culturally was represented by the papacy, and the papacy had enormous power and influence simply because of that. And that power was enhanced by the fact that the papacy's approach to culture was to have everything in a language that most people didn't speak anymore and didn't understand. So in other words, it became a culture of the elite. It became a religious technocracy, if you will. Now, if you go to Eastern Europe and to Byzantium, it had exactly the opposite approach. If you wanted to spread orthodoxy, you had to do it in the language that people could read and write. So you find what the Orthodox were doing was when they were converting the Slavs, they created the Slavic alphabet out of the Greek, the Cyrillic alphabet out of the Greek, and borrowed a few Hebrew characters and created a written language. And then what did they do? Well, they started translating all the liturgical books. So the instantaneous founding of Slavic culture, of Russian culture, is deeply rooted in that phenomenon, all right? And that places it in a very different light than even Byzantium itself or the West had, because you don't have a Plato or an Aristotle lurking in the background in Russia. You're creating something whole cloth, quite literally. So you don't even have, in the same sense, you don't even have a common classical background as you do between the papacy and Byzantium, all right? But that solution worked in the sense that you gave a conceptual coherence to things rather than merely a ritualistic one. See the difference? What changed in the West was when you had that ritual, that superficial agreement in ritual, as being a unified cultural phenomenon. What changed dramatically in the West was, of course, technology, because that solution can work so long as you don't have an opposing technology that can oppose that centralization, and that was called the movable printing press. Once that happened, anybody could write a book, publish it, and disseminate it quickly, much faster than the papal censors could keep up with it. And that was literally a technological intervention which ultimately shattered the power of the papacy and shattered that ritual coherence rather than the conceptual coherence. All right. And of course, guess who is really the publishing center back then, by the way? Our good old friends in Venice. Okay. And what were they doing? Well, they're publishing Protestant works and Roman Catholic works, just so long as they can make a buck. So yeah, I think technology can intervene. It doesn't have to be a spiritual solution. In other words, is what I'm telling you. Technology can intervene in situations and come out of the blue. And this is exactly what I think we're seeing today with the internet. You've got the old centralizing corporate cartel model of the globalists, and now all of a sudden they've got this internet and they're trying to control it. And they know that no matter what they do, even if they shut everything down, that itself will tell people there's something horribly wrong, and they can't afford to do that. Because if they do, people like me are just going to go to typewriters and start publishing newsletters again. So in other words, technology can intervene, and I think that's what we're seeing partially happen now. Technology played a huge role, as we all know, in the Turkish coup, when Mr. Erdogan relied on it to overturn the coup plotters. So those are some examples of interventions. I hope that they're in line for what you're looking for. All right, now this one, we've got quite a ways to go here, folks. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more things to get through here, guys. I appreciate everybody trying to keep them limited to 2 pages, Mr. Geiger. All right, here we go with Mr. Geiger. He says, just a forewarning, this one might get a tad dark. Number 1. In the last video dialogue, early in the discussion, you spoke about Dean Radin's consciousness experiments. Then towards the end, Daniel pointed out his suspicion that there might be a connection between human trafficking, the occult ritual child abuse networks, and the current refugee crisis. I would bet that the consciousness research is heavily tied to the latter 3 issues as well. Me too. Ding, ding, ding. I think you got it. I'm talking wholesale satanic rituals performed in front of black project scientists with Carillion photography, scalar wave detectors, and other seriously expensive measurement equipment at their disposal. Ding, ding, ding. I think you've got it. Nick Redfern, as a matter of fact, wrote a book about, quite literally, occult black projects. All right. Then you mentioned something that sent my brain into high-octane overdrive. You were talking about people that have attempted to research the child prostitution and pedophile rings when you dropped an explosive tidbit. Former FBI agent Ted Gunderson numbered among such researchers. The same Ted Gunderson that was best buds with Michael Riconosciuto, bing, ding, 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 and Robert Booth Nichols, ding, ding, ding. That same Ted Gunderson. Yep. The software, must not be named, has just entered the building. What do you know about his investigation into that issue, and how do you know it? All right. The software that Geiger is talking about here, folks, is Promise. All right. And why is he saying that Promise just entered the picture? Well, because Michael Riconosciuto is the guy that claims to have worked on Promise software. Remember what I just put in the 9/11 book, all right? And Shudo also claims to have worked on fuel air bombs and a few other nifty things. And Robert Booth Nichols is involved in all of this. If you go back, remembering what I said in Covert Wars and Breakaway Civilizations, Robert Booth Nichols was involved in hooking Sam Israel into that hidden bond market. And Robert Booth Nichols, incidentally, was also involved with the Wackenhut Corporation on security, where Michael Riconosciuto was working on Promise at the Cabazon Indian Reservation. Okay, so in other words, yeah, ding, 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 Geiger, you picked it up. You get the prize of the night for picking it up. All right, now, and by the way, yeah, I admit, folks, I do all of that very deliberately to see if anybody's paying attention. And Geiger is. Okay. So now, do I think that Promise has a connection to these pedophile sex ring networks? Absolutely. Because what does Promise do? It tracks, it was designed to track people through a variety of systems. It was modified to track other things, but its primary principle and original use was to track people through what? Through the federal government justice system. So it doesn't take much imagination to see that you could modify that software. If you were running an international network of pedophilia, sex rings, child slavery, and satanic ritual, that you could use that software to do precisely what you're talking about. Ding, ding, ding. I doff my hat, Geiger. You saw it. Ding, ding, ding. Number two. As we all know, many of today's politicians are self-admitted members of the Yale Secret Society Skull and Bones. While Bill Clinton has not admitted that fact, he was a student at the school contemporary with other prominent bonesmen like his new best friend, George W. Bush. Well, does anyone else find it disconcerting that Hillary was also a student at Yale and working with abused, underprivileged children at the same time that Dr. Jose Delgado taught there? Remember him, folks? The psychologist that wants to create a psychically controlled and ordered society through the careful application and use of brain implants. Okay. Do you think we can then conclude that she probably has ties to mind control and satanic ritual abuse? I mean, just look at her terrible, evil face. There be demons behind those their eyes. How deep and how occult might this Bush-Clinton nexus actually be? All right. Folks, I have no doubt that Skull and Bones is not just your average, ordinary bunch of the guys getting together to do weird rituals, drink beer, and eat pizza and party all night, okay? That's the way it wants you to think of it. But the fact that too many prominent, powerful people have been a part of it is deeply disconcerting. Now, Hillary and Bill Clinton are members of Yale societies. You have to remember that at Yale, Skull and Bones is not the only graduate secret society. There's Scroll and Key, there's Quill and Pen, and a whole lot of other of these societies. And Hillary and Bill, if I remember correctly, are either members of Scroll and Key or Quill and Pen. All right, not quite as prestigious as Skull and Bones, but nevertheless a part of that whole Yale incestuous secret society background. All right. Now, do I think the possibility arises that they might have been involved in some of this activity? I have no difficulty seeing these people as amoral and willing to do anything that ordinary people like us would consider evil in order to acquire power. I really don't. And the reason I say that is if you go back to all of what were called back then the Arkancides in Arkansas, the strange deaths that seemed to surround the Clintons, there were children, there were teenage boys that were literally murdered. Some people think because they saw the deals that were going down at Mena, Arkansas, the drug airplanes and so on. I don't know. But they are surrounded with too much of this to be coincidence, in my opinion. So speculating a bit wildly here, Geiger, I don't put anything past these people. The Bush family, since you're talking about eyes and so on, I want to go back to an episode that some of you may or may not remember. But back when George Walker Bush was elected, and there then began that scandal in Florida between Vice President Gore and the Bush campaign over who had how many votes in Florida, and it was all hanging on hanging Chad, quite literally. When you go back to that, I remember watching the television and seeing a brief shot of the Bush family as it was reacting to Vice President Gore suddenly deciding to challenge the Florida result. And former President Bush turned and looked, when he heard the news, toward the camera, and the expression on his face, I will never forget. The old genial grandpa expression was absolutely gone. What I saw was a look of pure rage and lust for power. Now, that's anecdotal to be sure. But I mention all of it because, again, when you look at all of the scandals that have surrounded that family, again, I don't put anything past these people. Down Under, thanks for your participation. We'll see you next time. So I absolutely think that this is something to be concerned about. Now, in the chat room, Megalithic Yard just mentioned an interesting thing. He said, get a hold of a Glenn Ford movie from the 1960s called Brotherhood of the Bell. It's actually the 1970s. I have that movie. I remember watching it as a kid after it first came out. And it's a good movie, and it goes into these types of secret societies and what they're really all about. The villain in it is played by Dean Jaeger. I don't know if many of you remember him, old character actor. But that is a movie to watch. Absolutely. I agree with Megalithic Yard. Feeling Groovy says, I saw that scary look too. Yeah, there's a few people who did. Number 3, I went back and listened to the interview between Art Bell and Father Malachi Martin from the 1997 Coast to Coast broadcast that you mentioned the last time. Let's just say he said some very interesting things, not to mention many anathema to Roman Catholic doctrine. This includes his support for cloning if it is done within the confines of morality, and his belief that Jesus performs miracles through shamans and other non-Christian healers. Well, actually, that's not contrary to Roman Catholic doctrine. I have to correct you there. What he's saying is not contrary to Roman Catholic doctrine. This includes his support for cloning if it is done within morality. Father Martin was a Jesuit, idem est a liberal. Again, not necessarily true. If you look at Father Martin's actual book on the Jesuits, he takes them to task rather severely for being liberal. All right? And even served as a periti to Augustine Cardinal Bea during the Second Vatican Council. That is true. But at the same time, he asked Pope Paul VI to be excused from the Jesuit order and then continued to perform the Tridentine Mass afterwards. No, he was allowed to celebrate the Tridentine Mass by Pope Paul VI. Today he has many devotees and also many detractors, but I can't seem to put my finger on Father Martin. Who was he? How can we reconcile his extreme liberalism and syncretism on the one hand? And again, you're not understanding Roman Catholic doctrine here properly, Geiger. That's your problem. And I'll get to that in a minute. But then his ultra-conservatism on the other. However, what jumped out at me most was the following exchange. Father Martin. In 1938, there was this peculiar display of lights, which we now know. At that time, the scientists said, oh, this was Aurora Borealis. And of course, we now know it wasn't Aurora Borealis. And by that way, that night in August of 1938, Adolf Hitler himself, was in the Wolf's Lair at Berchtesgaden, and he was there with his chief people, Goebbels and Goering and Himmler, and their aides. And they watched this phenomenon of light, brilliant light, and you know what Hitler said. Art Bell. What? Malachi Martin. He said, gentlemen, this means we now go to bloodshed. In that very same interview, he discussed the Heaven's Gate cult, made allusions to a coming great abnormal sign in our skies, and even obliquely referenced the secret space program. Keep in mind, this interview occurred only a couple weeks after the Phoenix Lights phenomenon. Was Father Martin talking about the Nazi bell? Answer, probably not. Did you realize that at the time that you contacted him? No, because I don't think he was talking about the bell. I even got the sense that Martin may have been aware that a kind of 9/11 was imminent. Now, let me stop. Let's address, first of all, his, as you're calling it, his extreme liberalism and syncretism. If you are a classic traditional Roman Catholic, as Father Martin was, you made a distinction, and please hear me now. This goes back to the fundamental Christian doctrine of a distinction between person and nature. All right? In that system, please hear me now, the canonical boundaries of the church, which are symbolized by participation in its sacramental life, baptism, confirmation, or as the Orthodox call it, chrismation, the communion or the Mass or the Eucharist, and so on. The canonical boundaries of the church are not limits on the action of the Holy Spirit, who certainly functions outside the canonical boundaries of the church. Okay? So in other words, what Martin is really saying to you is what the early Christian apologists, as they were called, were saying, in that anything good outside of the church doesn't have to be automatically ascribed to the devil just because it's not within the canonical boundaries of the church. If it's good, it's good. It may be distorted and so on and so forth, but it nevertheless is good. Can God perform miracles outside of it? Yes. Okay? He's simply articulating a very, very old Catholic tradition when he did those things. It's not syncretism at all. You know, again, I urge you, if you don't understand this, read his book about the Jesuits, and you'll see that he spares no criticism against the liberalism in his own order. Now, do I think that Father Malachi had some sort of intuition or advanced knowledge of things like 9/11? I think that the answer there has to be a tentative yes, because Father Martin was deeply connected to a whole range of people that would have been able to pass on private intelligence. Plus, his work in exorcism and his familiarity with the high elite that were involved with the occult could also have cued him in on the possibility that something was up. Okay? So I have no doubt that he sensed something was coming, and he probably sensed it simply on the basis of what he was hearing through his contacts. I have no doubt of that. Now, number 4. As I stated last time, I finished reading Levenda's Sinister Forces, the Nine. I would like to hear your thoughts about these so-called wandering bishops. What is going on with that wacky bunch of characters, and what was their purpose? Do you think there was an overarching coordinating body that controlled the majority of them behind the scenes that wasn't the CIA? Do you think they could have functioned, it's not of, it's have, functioned as facilitators of these child abuse networks? And if so, why would phony bishops be desired for that? This is an ongoing phenomenon, and like Peter, did you ever encounter such figures? Do you think Father Martin may have affiliated or have been affiliated with such types? Well, let's look at the phenomenon of wandering bishops. All right, what are they? What are they really? Now, their history goes back to the 18th century in Holland, and you have to understand Catholic sacramental teaching here in order to understand what this phenomenon is. In the Anglican Church, the Roman Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, the Monophysite Church, the Nestorian Church, the Swedish Lutheran Church, authority in the church comes from somebody, ultimately a bishop, who is in apostolic succession. In other words, can trace their ordination through people ordained, ultimately back to one of the apostles. That's the apostolic succession, all right? You get a hint of that when you read the second epistle of Timothy in the New Testament. You get a hint of this doctrine, all right? You definitely encounter it in early Christian writers like Tertullian, St. Irenaeus of Lyon, people like that. In other words, you can't be a Baptist preacher and say, oh, I've studied Greek and I've read my Bible. I'm going to go hang out my shingle and call it a church. That's a fellowship, but it's not a church with authority because it doesn't trace a succession, all right? Now, in the 18th century in the Netherlands, a bishop was elected and consecrated in Utrecht in Holland that Rome did not recognize. All right. Now, what this did was it meant you had a bishop who was validly consecrated. In other words, Rome wasn't contesting the sacramental validity of the act. It simply wasn't recognizing him as a bishop in communion with the Pope, because this bishop happened to be what was back then called a Jansenist, and I'm not even going to get into the theology of that one, folks. But he was a validly consecrated bishop. So there was a schism now between a very small segment of the Dutch Catholic Church and Rome. So you had a bunch of Roman Catholics that were out of communion with the papacy, okay? And as this guy drew close to death, what he did was he consecrated another bishop. And that preserved the succession, okay? And wandering bishops at some point will get part of their lines. If a fellow by the name of Vidchat will get some of their lines of succession from that group, all right? So you've got bishops out there that have valid lines of succession that are, you know, they're bishops without a church. They're bishops not in communion with anybody. Now, the problem is that didn't Father Malachi know about these? Well, he certainly did, because I can tell you and assure you that the Vatican keeps very close track of anybody in the world who has any lines of succession whatsoever, whether they're Roman Catholic, Orthodox, Anglican, Polish Old Catholic, Monophysite, and so on. It keeps track of all of these people and knows exactly who they are, all right? Now, do these bishops, were these plotted or planned by the intelligence agencies? No. Were they seized upon by some intelligence agencies for other purposes? Yes. I can think of one notorious fellow that was a wandering bishop in the Orthodox Church by the name of Prosky. And he definitely had ties to the American intelligence community. So yeah, they overlap sometimes, but they're not always the same thing. Just because they're a wandering bishop doesn't mean they're CIA or KGB or MI5 or MI6. But by the other token, you get into some of those groups and you see that they do have these very powerful connections way out of proportion to their size. So that's interesting. An interesting point. I do think that Father Malachi definitely kept track of these people. He was in communication with them. He was in sympathy with some of them, not all of them, because he knew what was happening in the Roman Catholic Church. And ultimately, I think he knew that survival of Roman Catholicism might indeed fall to the idea of wandering bishops preserving their succession, if indeed the papacy itself should fall to open and outright heresy. I think that was his thinking. And I'm guessing there, but I think that's probably what he was, probably what was in the back of his mind. All right. Now, let's go on to number 5. I know I'm going long again, but at least I keep things interesting. True enough. If you all thought I was huffing high octane already, it's time to huff some nebulous fuel. As I've read portions of the Philokalia, that's an Orthodox monastic spiritual writing, with all of its talk of demonic influences, including hallucination of evil entities, how can one resist such forces by partaking in the monastic life? A highly controversial, not to mention potentially blasphemous thought occurred to me. Is it possible that many of the early church fathers were afflicted, idem est, in common parlance, mentally ill, much along the lines of someone like Philip K. Dick? Or rather, back then, were people simply more aware of something that goes unnoticed by people of the majority today? I think both. I actually do. I think you're right. I think you read some of that stuff and you have to wonder, was there a screw loose? And I've known personally a few people in that life that I've suspected that of. By the same token, do I think that they were more spiritually aware of some of these types of things? That too. That definitely too. I would only say, good night, Jay. Good night, Jay. I would only say that the Philokalia, to be frank with you, I was never a great fan. My understanding and thinking of Orthodoxy is primarily through the writings of the dogmatic fathers, because I think that's the real kernel of it, in spite of what the Orthodox Church tells you all the time, that it's monasticism, monasticism, monasticism. The Philokalia to me was always kind of a dangerous bit of writing. It's not written for people that are not in that life. So I'd urge some caution with it. If you want to read and get some value out of the church fathers, read the dogmatic fathers, not the Philokalia. I will be honest here and tell you that I think the Philokalia is a kind of Gnosticism, and I'll just be very blunt in saying that. Number 6, last but by no means least, in the thrice great Hermetica, by the way, in my opinion, your hands down best book to date, truly a tapestry of art, thank you. You discuss the forced fulfillment of Joachim of Fiore's prophecies and the apocalyptic agenda that likely lurked behind Columbus's voyage to the New World. That's not the first time I've talked about Joachim of Fiore. In fact, the first time I did was in the tome. Father Martin stated that the Antichrist is alive today, not born, but alive, a very important distinction. He also stated that the parentage of the Antichrist has an important role to play in its fruition. That's when the light bulb in my head exploded. What if the current century's mind control and satanic ritual agendas have been perpetuated by the same group or ideology that motivated Columbus's voyage? Therefore, what if these Black Project consciousness studies are motivated by the same fulfillment of apocalyptic prophecy, namely a search to discover how one can engineer the birth of the Antichrist? Ding, ding, ding. That's exactly, Geiger, what I think these people think and are doing. They are deliberately trying, they're using a Joachimist understanding of eschatology, which is incidentally wrong. It's not Catholic, it's not Orthodox, but they're using that idea as a kind of blueprint or template to bring it about, just like the Muslim radicals and fundamentalists are using their eschatological template to actually bring it about. Okay, that's what they're doing. They think they're doing good by this. But as I've said before, if you have if that is founded on a misinterpretation, what you're really doing is you're creating so much high mischief that it could potentially get out of your control. That is to say, if you believe in these things. Now, the problem for the secularist is you may not believe in these things, but the fact of the matter is there are people who do, and they're in powerful positions, and they are very influential, and they're pursuing their agenda. This is exactly what I think they're doing. As for what Father Martin was suggesting, I think that he's suggesting that there's a certain bloodline content that has to be part of it. And I think there are various reasons that he said that. I think in part he was looking at back then at the whole what was it called, Priory of Zion stuff that was going on with, you know, the Messiah Key, Rennes Chateau, all of that. I think that was in his mind when he said those things. How he would respond today, I don't know. All right. Now this one from Winston, 1984. Still a long way to go here, folks. We're getting down there. He says, I have a little bit of a lengthy one this time, but I wanted to try and wrestle with something that has been on my mind for several years, but I don't know quite how to address. And that is, in the Cosmic War, chapter 12, in the section on angels and plasma life, you state, quote, you state the following, and I don't know if I'm going to be able or successful in addressing this properly or not, but I have been coming across some interesting works for quite some time and want to give it a stab and just pick your brain. So let's begin with the quotations from the Cosmic War. Thank you for saying quotation and not quote. It is quotation. Quote is the verb. On pages 325 and 26. Quote, the clear implication found in the Mesopotamian, the Egyptian, Edfu, and the biblical traditions that the gods are spirits, idem est, incorporeal and non-material in nature. They are, in short, a very different form of intelligent life than the humanoid giants, Nephilim, and humans themselves that we have discussed thus far, unquote. And then, quote, traditionally, Christian theology has maintained that the angels, and by implication demons, are beings of light and thus not inhibited by the normal constraints of space and time. They are, so to speak, a hyperdimensional life form, able to slow down long enough to manifest themselves corporeally, materially, and locally. Its profound character as a speculation in a theoretical physics and its implications for alternative life forms have gone entirely unnoticed. End of quotation. And then, of course, you go on to discuss David Bohm and plasma and its lifelike properties, continuing in footnote number 8 on the same pages. Quote, early Christian authors, such as the apologists, or even better, Origen, speculated that angels had a kind of material existence, but one that was less dense, idem est, closer to the original materia prima, from which they and the rest of the creation were created. To put this metaphysical conception in slightly more physics and mathematics related terms, such beings were closer in terms of their topological descent from the materia prima than more material, or to use the terms of this earliest period of metaphysical speculation, more gross creatures such as humans, unquote. And again, quote, it is interesting to note that in the patristic Christian as well as the early medieval Latin traditions, angels inhabit a kind of hyperdimensional realm as created everlastings. Idem est, as creatures having a temporal beginning, but no end. In this sort of timeless existence so closely tied to the transmutative ether, there is no distinction between an act of the will and the formulation of its habit, a condition that does apply to humans. Thus, angels on this view acquire a habit or impressed dynamic simultaneously with the first exercise of their will for good or ill. Extending this line of reasoning, this impressed dynamic conceivably impresses itself in turn on objects that they encounter, unquote. Now hold on to those words as emphasized above for later quotation. Beings of light able to slow down and timeless existence. I just finished the Hermetic Code in DNA by Michael Hayes, in which you reference in Babylon's Banksters and in Gene's Giants, Monsters, and Men. That jarred my memory of the above quotations, and I started doing more research into this area of consciousness, plasmas, and so on, as well as Rodney Collins by the title of The Theory of Eternal Life. And I also think Gurdjieff is relevant here as well, but I don't know exactly how to incorporate him into all of this. But I would like to share some quotation from Hayes and Collins and hopefully get you to extrapolate further, and please don't hold back. Quote, in Collins' book, he uses a triune structure to describe the successive stages of existence from cellular world, which is the world we occupy, the physical world, the molecular world, which he is describing as the next stage or dimension after death, and then the electronic world, which is then the ascending existence or dimension. Now, I'm obviously skipping large amounts of data and analogy that he uses for his chain of reasoning, but hopefully will make some kind of sense out of all of this. Let me stop. Winston, listen to what he just said. The cellular world, the molecular world, the electronic world. What did he just tell you? Animal, vegetable, mineral. Okay? The three worlds in their order of ascent in the ancient cosmology. Okay? Let me continue. He uses a logarithmic scale, and using three circles to discuss the stages of existence on page 9, he goes on to say, quote, a still higher and more penetrating energy is projected into man's existence by nature, unquote. But this energy differs from the others in that it is too intense to be contained within a body of cellular structure, in just the same way that the energy of lightning is too intense to be contained in the body of a tree, which when struck is immediately blasted and destroyed. This final cosmic energy is of such a nature that at its impact, the cellular body of man is immediately split off from any more enduring life principle which may exist in him, and is left to disintegrate. This phenomenon appears to him as death, unquote. Now stop. Winston, I don't know if you've begun the tone, but in Orthodox theology, in the early Christian patristic tradition, the attributes of God, love, wisdom, justice, goodness, holiness, wisdom, all of those things, the attributes of God that we call them in the West, they are not called attributes by the Greek fathers. That's Western thinking. And you'll notice the Western thinking here is that those things are static names that we pin to God, okay? The Greek thinking calls those things goodness, wisdom, justice, existence, holiness, all of that stuff, calls those things energies of God, energia in Greek, all right? They are things that God does, and therefore they have some sort of real existence, and you can participate in them. That's how you're deified. They're a part of God's life outside of his essence, in which you can actually have a participatable experience of, all right? Now, in that teaching, if you go back and look at the way they would have looked at certain statements that to see the very face of God is to die. Well, they're talking about the same thing. In other words, you don't even have to go to modern uh, neo-Gnostic DNA studies, because you find this stuff in the patristic tradition. And the reason you find it is, again, they're in turn coming out of an even older, in some respects, Hermetic, Platonic, Neoplatonic sort of thinking. All right? Now, let's continue. Not archetypes, attributes, Ketar. Negatively, this supreme energy destroys the physical or organic body of man, but what does it positively do? We may say that it connects death and conception. This means that it is of such of nature that it works outside our time. Yes, ding, 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 because what do they call these energies? They are uncreate energies. Notice I didn't say uncreated, I said uncreate energies. And that's the old English way of expressing timelessness to them. They didn't begin to be, they don't end in their existence. They simply are. All right? Now to continue. I'd like to stop here and mention the above phrase, connects with deaths and conception, is reminiscent, to me at least, of Michael Hayes' description of a higher dimension of existence in musical terms as a greater scale of beings. All right? And then on to pages 16 and 17, Collins goes on to describe how the next circle, or the molecular world, works. Quote, at conception, the speed of experience has reached the ultimate limit for cellular life. That is, the fastest possible within the confines of a physical body. If the progression be continued further, it will be too fast to be contained within a cellular form. It becomes akin to the speed of molecular energy. This is the nature of existence in the invisible circle, unquote. And then Collins comes to naturally the third circle, that of the electronic world, on pages 17 to 32. Quote, the circle is the world of the higher mental center, as the last was the world of the higher emotional center. It is the electronic world of light, as that was the molecular world of essence. It is the final point of this. This is like reading a Neoplatonist. I'm amazed that these people keep reproducing stuff thousands of years old. Okay? We know scientifically enough that the molecular world permeates the cellular one, and that the electronic world permeates the molecular one. These three worlds are always coexistent, unquote. And then from page 62, he says, quote, nature's evolutionary processes encoded within the musical structure of DNA and the genetic code continue to evolve higher still, beyond the confines of the physical brain encased in the skull, into metaphysical scales of existence that ultimately encompass the entire universe, unquote. Therefore, each note on this greater scale, one of which, remember, is the human psyche itself, would possess non-local or holographic attributes, and therefore contain within it all the information contained within the whole. Now, I don't know how well I have set anything up here, and as stated, have skipped huge amounts of superb analogy, at least to me. But I have some questions and would like to see if we can make any connections or further insight. Number one, did this make some kind of sense? Well, yeah, I've told you why, because I've encountered this doctrine before, and in a much more, to me, formally explicit and pleasing rational way in the writings of the Greek fathers. So it makes perfect sense to me. And again, they're coming out of a worldview that's Hermetic and Neoplatonic. So again, it makes sense to me. I was just seeing a connection or analogy between them. The statements you make in that section, as quoted above, have intrigued me for a very long time, and sometimes it's hard for me to put my thoughts into words. But anyway, question number two. How does this relate to the metaphor? Actually, I'm seeing the metaphor running through all of these themes or systems. Bingo, if you're seeing that, you get it, because that's what's happening. It is running through all of them. Bingo, ding, ding, ding. And Arne Saknussemm just said something very interesting in the chat room. De Lubitsch's Principles of Nature for Netters. Yes, that's exactly what you're seeing. stuff, folks, this isn't rocket science. This stuff has been around for millennia. For millennia. This is a way of thinking that the West lost, and lost for very specific, deliberate, clear reasons. And by talking about the metaphor, we're simply kind of refreshing our memory, so to speak. All right. Now, anyway, does the metaphor correlate to these quotations above? Yes, except my only misgiving here, Winston, is that the analogies you'll notice, and I think you may see this, the analogies as Collins is expressing them are inept. They're clumsy. They're useful to a point, but they really don't quite get to the absolute core of it. However, if you are looking at the way that the philosophers put it, or the Greek church fathers are putting it, they're getting right to the heart of it. You know, they're cutting through all the verbiage, musical scales, electricity, and getting right to the heart of it. Okay? So the analogy in their case, I think, is apt. Okay? I hope you see the difference. This is what frustrates me about so much New Age stuff is, you know, if you want this stuff and you want it hardcore, quit reading these people and go read Plotinus and Iamblichus and Porphyry. You know, that's where you're going to get it hardcore. All right. All right. Now, number 3, the question you give in that section of your book and the ones that Hayes and Collins describe in their books for the consciousness of man seem very similar. Are there any associations or correlations between them and those quotations from the Cosmic War? No, no. I think what you're asking me was, were they in my head consciously when I was writing that in the Cosmic War? And the answer there is no. I was getting at David Bohm and plasma directly from people like John of Damascus, Thomas Aquinas, Iamblichus. I was going directly from them in my thinking to Bohm. I wasn't going by way of Hayes and Collins, if that's what you're asking. It appears to me that they are describing similar themes of consciousness for man as the ones above, about alternate life forms, gods, angels, and so on. Am I missing something? No, you're not missing something. That's exactly what they're describing. That's exactly the way the ancient world would have looked at it, simply because of the metaphor. They would have looked at the metaphor, Winston, and looked at those higher and lower order derivatives and simply seen different scales and types of life in each level or order. That's exactly what they would have seen. So number 4, I have to admit, I'm probably the most ignorant person, right, when it comes to understanding music theory or understanding musical scales. But having listened to the Bernstein lectures, reading the Pythagorean Plato by MacLean, and more especially reading Michael Hayes' book, The Hermetic Code in DNA, has been very illuminating to me, being a layperson anyway, with the musical scale and DNA analogs that he uses. You'll notice that MacLean is very specific. MacLean is much more detailed, and the reason why he's detailed is he knows the difference between different types of musical scales. When you read Hayes, you're not reading somebody that has, in my opinion, to be quite blunt, a clue about the different kinds of musical scales that are out there, and about the fact that the scale that he's thinking of, the Western tempered scale, is actually an artificial tweaking of the natural physical harmonic series. And I think MacLean is interesting to me, Winston, because he is going right up to the edge. I mean, right up to the edge of the Pythagoreans, and then just stopping. And he doesn't say anymore, but what he wants you to see is the Pythagoreans had that system of tempering figured out. They knew how to do it. And that was one of their big secrets, because, you know, that would have led to, to J.S. Bach 2,000 years before J.S. Bach appeared on the scene. All right. It would have changed the musical culture completely. And because of the fact that cosmology and music were so intimately linked back then, you can imagine the cultural revolution that that would have had, because it would have meant, please hear me now, Winston, and everybody else, it would have meant that man, by tinkering with the natural harmonic series to produce a unification that in turn could produce all of this musical beauty, that meant that man might be able to go in and tweak the cosmos itself. That's the way the ancients would have seen it. And that, to my mind, is why the Pythagoreans kept it a closely held secret. Because what it really represented for them was the ability, quite literally, of man to play the gods and alter reality itself. That's what it represented. All right. Anyway, continuing. What more can you elaborate on this point about the above layout? Well, I just did. There are some very profound connections indeed swirling around in my head, pun intended. And again, I think I just articulated those implications for you. I'm interested in knowing what you can say concerning impressed dynamics in this context above. I'm not certain here that I understand what you mean by impressed dynamics. My guess is that when you're looking at, like I said, at people like MacLean that are coming right up to the edge of saying the Pythagoreans knew this whole tempering series 2,000 years before it actually takes hold in Western music or is discovered. That's a revolutionary thesis, even from an academic standpoint, because it does overturn the entire history of physics, because that's a real mathematical physical unification. And I think the impressed dynamics, or the template as I like to call it, what this means is, and here it comes, folks, we talked about this in the pre-chat, with architecture being frozen music. Because what this means is you've got to do the same thing in everything else that you do in music. So here's what it means. If architecture is frozen music, then whose frozen music is it? Is it the frozen music of the natural harmonic series? Or is it the frozen music of that mathematically adjusted and tweaked series that constitutes Western music? Well, the answer, my friends, is it's the frozen music of the natural harmonic series, not the tweaked one. We have yet to figure out how to do that in architecture. And guess what it means if we do? It means that we would have a way of engineering, this is why the Pythagoreans so carefully guarded it, we would have a way of engineering physical reality on a macro scale through the application of musical principles. That's the way they would have looked at it. That's your impressed dynamic. Now, whether that's true or not, that's a different order. But what I'm saying and suggesting, Winston, is that this is the way they would have looked at it, because cosmology and music in the ancients' thinking were intimately connected. All right? Now, untweaked music at its pinnacle. Oh boy. Untweaked music. Listen to a Hindu raga or modern Arabic music. All right? Now, the adjusted temperament, exactly, Solfeggio, that's what it is. All right, now this one is from Jarrett. He says, please tell me if I have a correct basic understanding of this aspect of paleophysics. I'm trying to put everything into a nutshell, and I hope I'm not far off. Is a crystal an electroacoustic magnetogravitic 3D spatial data recorder? Actually 4D or even higher. Taking it further, is it correct to say that they are not only recorders, but transceivers? Not only could one read the history of local space-time of any given crystal Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Doff my hat, Jarrett. You got it. Ding, ding, ding. But it is a phase conjugate mirror, a beam certain frequencies of EAMG waves through it to affect geometries that are as a whole recorded in the lattice structure of the crystal. Ding, ding, ding. Jarrett, ding, ding, ding. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. In other words, take all your little boxes, Jarrett, and tick off yes, 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 yes. All right. Let me go back to what I've said before and recall for you some things I said on George Ann Hughes's The Bite Show. All right. Can't repeat, guys. Got to stay up with me. All right. Pay attention here. A crystal, when grown in space out of the gravity well of the Earth, will grow and respond in a different fashion than it will if it grows here on Earth. And the reason why is that the gravity well and the local minute variations of gravitational acceleration and other factors, magnetic field strength, and so on and so forth, will affect the screw defects or the lattice defects in the crystal as it grows. So just like Jarrett has said here, the crystal becomes, he is so dead on here, folks, I cannot tell you how accurate he has just put it. The crystal becomes a literal material history of that little area of space-time. It becomes a history of all of the gravitational magnetic field strengths in that place where it's grown, such that it could conceivably function as a phase conjugate mirror if you had a technology that you could figure out to beam gravitational magnetic energy on it and literally read that history and then project that energy back through that history to arrive at the original originating target. Yes, that's exactly what I was arguing in the Cosmic War about the crystals or the Megalgals or the tablets of destiny. Why are they crystal? Because they're histories as they're grown of that local place. Bingo, you got it. This is why nonlinear materials like rocks are such a huge component, or plasmas, of phase conjugation, scalar technology, and so on and so forth. That's exactly why. Now, a crystal grown outside the gravity well of a planet or a star is going to respond differently than it would in a gravity well. Same material, same element, different contextual response. What does that tell you? Crystals are open systems. They may look and feel like they're closed systems, but no, they're a living thing, quite literally, if I can put it this way, responding to their local environment over a very long period of time. All right. In this respect, they're kind of like very, very slow growing plants. Okay. All right. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is why those tablets of destinies were crystal and why they were responding to different places in local celestial space. You nailed it. Bingo. All right. Now, number one, how long would a non-growing crystal be applicable for? For as long as it existed. It's going to be a registry of wherever it was grown. Could it reach back into time? Yes, because it's keeping a record of it by the way it's growing. All right. As it has been recording the fourth dimension and possibly fifth dimension of time. Well, yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see what you're saying. If I knew the proper electroacoustical magnetic gravitational frequencies, I could use a 4 million-year-old crystal to affect some object that existed 2 million years ago. Maybe. If. That's a big if. I mean, that's a whopper doozy, huge if. But yes, that's exactly what's going on. Exactly. Crystals are modulating information. So as you put it earlier, Jarrett, they're transceivers as well. Okay, that's exactly what they are. If a crystal was kept in a growing state, would it be able to be used indefinitely as it is constantly recording such data? Sure, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, now this one is from Feelin' Groovy. We are almost done here, guys. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go here, guys. Now, I want you to follow all of that stuff about emerald tablets, tablets of destinies, crystals, scalar waves, data recorders, transceivers, phase conjugate mirrors, and so on. File that because we're going to get back to it. All right. This one from Feelin' Groovy says, Dr. Farrell, I've not been attending VidChats as I've been traveling a lot. However, I do keep up with all the information on your website. I would just like to mention that when speaking about any Silk Road development, the terminology used in China is the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road refers to the Silk Road economic belt and the 21st century maritime Silk Road, a trade and infrastructure network connecting Asia with Europe and Africa along ancient trade routes. The land route starts in China's Luoyang and terminates at the port of Hamburg in Germany. The maritime route begins at China's Guangzhou and terminates at the Dutch city of Amsterdam. As an aside, I note the importance of Amsterdam and Hamburg to the Venetians. Golly, fancy that. As you know, since the 1580s, Macau has been an important center for the Society of the Jesuits, and to this day the Jesuits remain very active. My question is, what is the meaning of IHS? Is it Isis, Horus, Set, or just a Christogram? It can be either. The Latin is in hoc signo, in this sign. In other words, it's part of the vision that supposedly appeared to Constantine when he saw the cross, and the Latin words in hoc signo vicens, in this sign conquer. All right, that's what it has traditionally been understood to be. But Isis, Horus, Set, yeah, you could have that too. If this is valid, then is Set a so-called power today? And if so, where is Osiris? I suspect that you have those entities appearing in the secret societies that appeal to Masonry and Rosicrucianism as their background. I certainly think you're going to understand it in respect to the Yale secret societies. I think you're going to find it in places like Quill and Scroll, Scroll and Key, Skull and Bones. I think these people they may view themselves as good, but they're playing with some very serious fire and thunder in those rituals. But Osiris and Set, for that matter, in a certain sense, you can find in Christianity. If you look at Christianity in its basic skeletal form, you're looking at a kind of Osirian template in certain respects. Again, go back to the Egyptian pyramid text and just look at the parallels at the very beginning of it, the parallels with the Gospel of St. John. All right. So in other words, I think there too, you're correct in seeing that sign in hoc signo, IHS, Isis, Horus, Set, in hoc signo of the Christian version, a carefully chosen symbol indicating both an exoteric and esoteric significance. All right. Now, on a different note, I've been following the developments of the technocracy movement. From my observation, technocracy is making huge inroads around the world. Do you think that there is a major struggle going on between the priest class and the science and technicians? In research, I ran across the term geo-slavery, coined by Jerome Dobson and Peter Fisher in 2003. And with this, the use of geolocation, geosurveillance to monitor and control citizens. Since 2003, the concept of geoslavery has very limited mention, but most certainly outlines of what is happening in our society today. Look at Pokemon Go as an example. Any thoughts on geoslavery and relation to technocracy? Feeling groovy, I'm not familiar with their works, and unfortunately, I did not have time to look at the links that you sent me. So I'm unable to comment other than in a very general way. I do think this Pokemon game phenomenon is yet another indicator of how they are enslaving people to technology. Um, the deeper question you have here, is there a struggle going on between priests and scientists? Um, well, the short answer is yes. That's been going on, for millennia. And it's because the scientists themselves, particularly today, think of themselves almost as kind of priests. In my opinion, many scientists are uh, showing all the signs of priesthood rather than being natural philosophers. I prefer that term to scientists because natural philosophers, Newton, Descartes, Leibniz, even Darwin to a certain extent, could have viewed themselves and did view themselves as natural philosophers rather than what we think of as a scientist, because they knew that their work had not only philosophical presuppositions, but it also had philosophical and metaphysical implications. But your question is, I think, well taken, because what I see happening now is you have gaps within the technocratic scientific class. There is a struggle beginning, and please hear me now, Feeling Groovy, just beginning to happen. And it's going to intensify, in my opinion, over the next decade. I think it could intensify fairly quickly once scientists really understand what each other are saying. And the great divide is going to come between physics and biology. The great divide is going to be between physicists who are now looking very seriously at the fact that quantum mechanics is simply presenting them with the fact that the world is not simply material. There's a metaphysical substructure and there's a metaphysical superstructure that lies outside of our normal material existence. All right. The biologists, on the other hand, and particularly in the field of uh, genetic engineering, are looking at biology in an almost mechanistic way as something that can be tinkered and toyed with, and this part taken off and that part attached. It's like they're dealing with a machine. The underlying philosophy of Darwinism, as I said in the pre-chat, is a very kind of although I don't think Darwin himself, to be honest here, I don't think Darwin himself would have held this view, but certainly his followers do. Darwinism looks to me to be a very materialistic sort of 19th century Victorian paradigm. And I think what you're going to see is, rather than a clash between religion and science so much, I think you're going to see a clash between this element in physics and to a certain extent in biology, people like Rupert Sheldrake and so on, that are looking at the metaphysical implications of some of the things that they're finding and saying, we can't explain this on any purely mechanistic, materialistic basis. We might as well admit facts and say that we can't. And the other group of people, the pure materialists, largely in biology, some still in physics, but largely in biology, that are saying, yes, we can, we just don't know how to do it yet. We haven't sufficient information. Give us enough time and we will prove the materialist paradigm once and for all. Well, that is in itself a faith assumption, as their opponents have pointed out to them. So I think that's where you're going to see the great conflict. And I have to say, Feeling Groovy, that I think this is going to become, in the next decade or so, this is going to become the central philosophical issue in the sciences. And I think it's going to demonstrate the cleavage between the life sciences and even perhaps the social sciences and chemistry and physics that are now bumping up against the metaphysical wall. I think that's where the fight's going to come. Just beginning as we speak. All right, now this one from Debbie in Southern California. From the many confusing and varied theories about why things are so weird emerges a consistent reference to the cosmos. For instance, Richard Hoagland references the changing planetary physics that affects consciousness. Walter Crittenden references the great year and astronomical cycles that affect consciousness. Some secret societies pay homage to the star Sirius. Ancient cultures tracked the heavens with precision and recorded the information in stone, drawing human attention to the sky. Question, are the gods actually planets? Well, yes and no, Debbie. If you've read Giza Death Star Deployed, where I first mentioned this, or Cosmic War, where I mention it again. Yes, the names of the gods, if you examine ancient texts carefully, are also the names of the planets. All right? The problem is the Western mind wants to collapse those meanings and do just exactly what your question implied and say, well, are the gods then just really planets? See what you're doing? You're collapsing all of that to saying, oh, well, the gods are just planets. In other words, you're lapsing into the materialist paradigm again. What the ancients would have told you is the name of the god is the name of the titular head of the planet. In other words, we use the term White House to mean the president of the United States and the country he represents. In other words, we're using a symbol to pile a lot of meaning into it, all right? The name of a god of a planet therefore means it's not just simply the name of the planet, it's the name or title of the ruler of the planet. So it never meant for the ancients that you could collapse all of that meaning and say it's just a planet. No, it's a planet and a god. And it's not just a god either. It's a god in charge of a planet and all the influences thereof. All right? So in other words, think again in both and rather than either or types of thinking here. All right? This one from Lormus. He says, I have just two questions for the Vidchat. Number one, I remember reading in some old occult books that hearing the music of the spheres causes one to leave their body, as in astral projecting or something similar. Have you seen a similar idea in your research? Yes, I have. I've experienced something similar to it, and I think anybody who loves music, any kind of music that's tonal, be it Pink Floyd or Haydn, you know, anybody who loves music and who gets into the deep fabric of it with their full being, mind, passion, emotion, experiences something like a timelessness or effect that is very, very hard to put into words. And it can be almost bodiless. There are these descriptions in music over and over again of people's reaction to certain types of music, certain pieces, where, yeah, you get this sense of bodilessness, weightlessness, timelessness. Number two, you've recently stated that Islam is not a religion, but rather an ideology. Could you say what the difference is? In other words, what is Islam missing, and what does it need to become a proper religion? Excellent question here. For me, an ideology is something that has no practical track record of experience prior to its imposition, and then which ignores the experience thus gained once it is imposed. So in other words, an ideology in this sense becomes like a religion in that you keep having faith in the ideology to produce results contrary to what it's produced, okay? Communism or socialism being an example. Now, let's be honest, capitalism is also an ideology because it's never been tried, okay? People keep approaching it, but never trying it, all right? So it is, in this sense, like a religion. Now, Islam is a religion in the sense that it claims a divine revelation or divine sanction, but The problem here, as I've pointed out in the Islam webinar, and if you haven't watched it, watch it. Because Islam is different in one major respect when you examine its history carefully. When you examine its history carefully, you'll discover that the evidence for Muhammad actually having been a real existent person is extraordinarily thin, much, much thinner than Christ in Christianity, or even for that matter, Moses in Judaism. It's much thinner. And in addition to this, when you look at the way that the Sirah, the life of Muhammad, evolved in early Islamic history, when you look at that carefully, it becomes very apparent that this whole thing was manipulated precisely as an ideology to impose power through the justification of the use of terror, that's what it is, as a means for establishing and consolidating rule. And it's also an ideology that, by invoking God, gives a divine sanction to the subhuman inferior status of others and to perpetual war. So the thing that was in my mind when I said that was, what is Nazism, and why does Nazism like Islam so much? Well, listen to Hitler sometime. Hitler's speeches are full of references to God, but you can't imagine him as being much of a faithful churchgoer, or for that matter, mosque prayer, okay? What he's doing is he's simply invoking God to give a kind of sanction to an otherwise basically godless, amoral, and secular ideology, all right? And totally secular, not in the good sense, but in the very bad one. And this, if you examine Islam carefully, is what I think you see happening. You have essentially an ideology of the use of terror and war, claiming a divine sanction on very threadbare historical basis. All right, that's the problem, and that's why I think ultimately you have to redefine this as an ideology rather than a religion, because the religious aspect isn't really benefiting you. It's not telling you how to live a good life. It's not telling you how to get along with your neighbor. It's not telling you how to be blessed in your endeavors. It's doing none of these things. It's just telling you, go out and slaughter the infidel and do it with God's blessing. And that's it. And you'll have your virgins in heaven. Well, you know, that's kind of a stunted worldview. This to me means that I think we need to give, and this is just personal opinion here, Lormus. It's not reflective of anything I've heard other people say or mention. But in my opinion, the problem that the West has right now is it keeps treating Islam as a religion. No, it's not. It's an ideology. Let's get up current with the latest scholarship by Muslims themselves, incidentally, on Islam, and recognize it for what it is and redefine it as an ideology. If we can define communism as an ideology that we want to prohibit by law from ever holding public office, we can do the same with Islam. Because in my opinion, it is suicidal to open up public office to someone sharing an ideology fundamentally in opposition to the covenant on which your society is founded, and in this country's case, that's the Constitution. So I think it needs to be treated as such. And we can only treat it as such when enough people are familiar with the basic history that I tried to present in those Islam webinars to realize, hey, this isn't really a religion. It's something else pretending to be a religion. All right? All right. It's astounding how many former SS officers converted to Islam. Precisely. All right. Now, this one is from Kelly M., who says, hello, Joseph and Vidchatians. Vidchatarians, okay. All right. I read with deep interest the story today on a purported message from an outside galaxy. If you've not seen the post, Joseph reports a news story that a message was received from 8,000 years ago. The story says that it was from Andromeda. This statement is likely not true. I'm glad you caught the math there. Andromeda is 150,000 light years away. That means that any message from there would be from 150,000 light years away. So the question is, what is 80,000 light years away? Well, it turns out that the dwarf galaxy Sagittarius A is 70,000 light years away from the Earth right now. Sagittarius A is a fascinating galaxy. It orbits our Milky Way on a polar axis and is likely to be the reason for the spiral arms. Additionally, it is being torn apart by gravitational tidal forces and spread out. Our solar system is part of Sagittarius A, according to the Journal of Astrophysics. I sent Joseph an article about this. That's perhaps why our local group of galaxies does not conform to the circling the bowl structure of the rest of the Milky Way. We are revolving in another plane around the Pleiades. It might also explain why our sun is 6 degrees off center from the rest of the planets. It would presumably change more slowly in its inclination than the rest of the planets due to its mass and angular momentum. Yep. If we are from Sagittarius A, then that might explain the way the Milky Wayers want to put a dent in our presence. Ding, ding, ding. I hope you heard what she just said. She's just saying maybe they want to get rid of Earth simply because the Earth is screwing up, being also part of Sagittarius A, perhaps, that the Earth is screwing up the rest of the galaxy, okay? It's not that they're against humans, it's just they're against the mechanics, okay? I like this. Sagittarius A is also interesting for another reason. It is the central domain of the pulsar network described by Dr. Paul Laviolette and described in The Cosmic War. I think the evidentiary case is being built that explains a whole lot of things more than a strange message from our cousins. The Sagittarius A galaxy looks like the LAX airport terminal building with huge arms of dust and gas extending out both above and below the plane of the ecliptic. Good speculation there. No problems from me. But I'm still not willing to exclude the cosmic war hypothesis from that set of speculations. I'm really not. But anyway, good speculations there. I enjoyed that. All right, last one of the evening, guys. This one is from, oh boy, she didn't give me her user number, so we're just going to call her Barbara. And let me refresh my user list here, guys, to see if I got anybody in the chat room that I have overlooked. All right. Hang on. Oh, cooperate here, computer. There we go. Now it's gone. Let's see. Chime is in the chat room. I don't remember if oh, Terry Lee 3000 is in the chat room. Welcome to Terry Lee. I didn't see you come in at all. And let me see. Come on, mouse. I've got one of those remote mouses and it's just bouncing all over the places. I don't like it. Let's see. I think everybody else. Richard Kennison. Welcome to Richard. Katu, Carla Venezia is in the chat room. So welcome to Carla. I think I said hello to everybody else. All right, Barbara, here we are. Last one of the evening. Very glad your computer issues have been resolved. And thank you also to everybody here who made donations to the cause of a new computer. I do appreciate it immensely. This is, in spite of the little glitches, this is working much better than the other one. Now, thank you in advance, and please comment as much or as little as you wish on the following. Some observations on the repeating numbers 1, 7, 9, 11, 22 during the 12-day spate of police and black male shootings, plus the proximity to birthdays and other strange stuff. July 5th, Baton Rouge police shooting at close quarters of Alton Sterling. Sterling was selling CDs outside the Triple S Food Mart, where he was well known. He was born on June 14th, 1979, and died on the 5th of July in 2016 at age 37, 29 days after his 37th birthday. When applying numerology, we get the following. The birth date reduces to 9, the death date reduces to 1, years lived reduced to 1. Put together, we get 9/11. Sterling died 29 days after his 37th birthday. 29 reduces to the master number 11. JFK was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963, 11/22/63. Master numbers like 11, 22, and 33 aren't usually reduced in numerology, so Kennedy's death date is 11/22/9. Skip the number 22, and Kennedy's death date contains 9/11 in reverse. Compare the address where Sterling was shot, 2112 North Foster Drive, to Kennedy's assassination date, 11/22. The name of the convenience store, Triple S, is probably significant. If the S stands for 6, that would multiply to 18, which reduces to 9. The 9/11 call made by a homeless man who had badgered Sterling for a handout and subsequently reported Sterling had a gun occurred at 12:35, which reduces to 11. Speculating that S equals 6, you could add the obverse and upside down 6 of the triple S, and you would have 9/11 again. July 6, Minneapolis, St. Paul police shooting of Philando Castile. Shot in the arm, bled to death, and so on. My investigation began when I noticed the local media constantly reporting Philando Castile was days away from his 33rd birthday. I had to do a surprising amount of digging to discover his birth date. It wasn't even listed on the funeral home's official obituary. I eventually discovered Castile was born on July 16, 1983, which breaks down to 7/7/11, or simply 7. In 11 days, he would have been 33. Interestingly, Officer Yanez, who shot him, had pulled Castile over and charged him with an earlier traffic violation on 11/23/11. Adding that month and date gives us 1 + 1 + 2 + 3 equals 9, followed by the year and master number 11. 9/11. The same is true in reverse. Add that year plus the date followed by the month and you get 9/11. Or reduce the month, date, and year completely to get 9. The 11/23/11 date Geronimo Yanez first ticketed Castile and also rather eerily echoes JFK's assassination of 11/22/63 and the 2112 street address of the Triple S store. Geronimo Yanez's first name and the skull and bones obsession with Geronimo also merits attention. The next day, July 7th, Micah Xavier Johnson killed 5 Dallas police officers. Johnson had reported on his blog that he was obsessed with his destiny being determined by the number 7. His mother and father had the number 7 in their birth dates. He felt the number 7 ruled his life. I thought he had left the tab open, but when I went back to get the specific instances of 7s influencing Johnson, the site was gone. I couldn't find it in my history or on a Google search. It was weird. At any rate, Johnson committed the shootings on 7/7/16 or 7/7/7. He was born on 7/02/91. Reduce the month and day and you get 9/9/1. He died 6 days after his birthday. Back to Alton Sterling and the Triple S convenience store. 666 or triple sacrifice. We're now in Dallas. 5 dead officers plus JFK equals 6. From 7/8/16 through 7/11/16, 3 more officers are shot in Tennessee, Georgia, and Missouri. Back to Baton Rouge. Gavin Long left his home on July 7th, 7/7/7, in possession of several thousand dollars of unexplained cash. He was born on 7/17/8. He attacked 6 police officers on his birthday. Remove the 1 and the 8 from his entire birth date, and you have 7/7/7. Or reduce the day by adding 1 + 7, and you have 7/8/8/7. Reduce all the numbers in his birthday, and you get 3. Early reports said the 9/11 calls came in around 8:40, but now the official reports indicate they arrived at 8:44 a.m., that he was shooting police. 44 is the highest master number we've seen. He killed 3 people. He wounded 3, 33. The 12-day shooting spree that began at the Triple S came back full circle to Baton Rouge. Long died on his 29th birthday, 7/17/16. Remember, Alton Sterling died 29 days after his birthday, reducing by month, day, and year. Johnson's death date can be reduced to 7/8/7. We can further reduce this date to the master number 22. That's right. In other words, when you reduce, folks, you're simply adding things together, okay? Simply adding things together to get a single number. From what I can tell, they are dredging up numerology from Crowley, JFK's assassination, 9/11, master numbers in general, and birthdays. On a related note, if you have time, I wonder if you have any thoughts on the Florida policeman who shot the behavioral therapist, even though he was completely cooperative, on his back with his hands extended into the air. When asked why he shot him, the officer said, "I don't know. I've been wondering for quite some time if the police are subject to mind control in their training and programmed to be triggered in certain situations." The last one, Barbara, I'm going to give you a ding, ding, ding doff of the hat. This is precisely what I think is going on. These shootings have all the hallmarks to me, in many cases, of mind manipulation and entrainment technologies. And that's a clear case where the cop says, "I don't know." It's like the guy in Michigan who killed the cop who just killed him, and he didn't know why. There is something going on technologically. But now let's address the numerology. And I'm going to try to figure out how to put this succinctly enough to communicate the huge implications of it. If you look at what numerology does, Barbara, numerology is doing with numbers what musicians, what composers do with musical strings. What numerology does is it reverses the order of information. It reduces the information, what a musician or a linguist might call elision or ellipsis. Reduce it to a kernel motif and simply repeat the motif, and all the rest that originally went with it will be present to someone's mind. Numerology, in other words, is doing the same permutations with numbers as musical composers do with musical information. All right, that's step one. Step two. Because this is an analogical process, this process is deeply tied to the structure of reality itself. Most people are inclined to dismiss numerology as being mere coincidence, or in cases like this, a kind of statistical anomaly. But if analogy and analogical processes are part of reality, then numerology and this kind of synchronicity is built into the fabric of the cosmos. And therefore, numerology becomes, for the practitioners of the occult, a way to manipulate that reality. Now, I hope you've just had a wow moment there. And if you've just had a wow moment, if you really understand the sweeping implications of what I just said, then I want to remind you of one final thing. I've said repeatedly that if you understand this analogical way that the metaphor operates, and understand it at a very deep level, then you can throw away the grimoires of the magicians, because those are implicit grammars, not explicit ones. They teach by example rather than by way of principle. And now I'm going to suggest to you that numerology is precisely the analog of those grimoires. It's teaching by example rather than principle. And that's why some numerology, not all of it, but some of it, seems so far-fetched. But if you understand the principle, then you can look at the numerology and figure out which is the genuine apt analogy and which is inept. Okay, that's all I'll say. Vidchat over. Thank you very much. There we are. So occultists have a sort of sheet music. Yes. Think of occultists as being popular musicians, and then there's the serious composer. Okay. Do I have a link about the 31-note organ? No, I do not. I'm going to stick around here for a while and talk. That was a long vid chat, guys. 3.5 hours. 10:30 here where I'm at. So I'm just going to stick around and smoke a cigarette. I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm going to probably stick around a little bit and talk with you guys, and then go eat. And I might pop in later, you know, as I sometimes do, and talk with whoever's left here. Folks, sound music does help. Do you think it's accidental, folks? Do you think it's merely preference on my part that I keep urging you to listen to the Bachs, to Mozart, to Handel, to Haydn? No, it's not. What I'm trying to do is help you understand that that music will also defend you. Remember what J.S. Bach said the purpose of music was? It's to glorify God and refresh the soul. Anyway, if we had that aesthetic now, imagine the music that we'd be producing. Imagine the literature we'd be producing. Imagine the painting and the art that we'd be producing. Thrice Great Hermes, read the book. It's in the book. Don't ask questions that I've already answered in the book. It's an honorific, essentially, solfeggio. It's an honorific. Catu says, I think the modern Baptist church music is designed to put people into a trance. Yes, of course. It's not. Look, folks, Catu, look at a modern American church. It's not a temple of worship, is it? What is center stage in a Baptist church? It's the pulpit. What's center stage in a Catholic church? The altar. Okay? What's center stage in the mega church? Well, it's an auditorium. It's designed for your entertainment, but you're a passive spectator. You're not moving around, kissing icons. You're not genuflecting. You're not doing anything active with your body or your mind. You're just a passive recipient. Oh, wow. Defend you by providing understanding or protection. Both. Both. Do I think classical composers were aware of yes, I do. I do absolutely. I do absolutely. Terry Lee has said there are many writers and musicians creating amazing stuff, and they're not mainstream, and I agree with that too. We talked about earlier, Terry, before you came into the room, we talked about the group Kansas, which, if you've listened to that group, this is extraordinarily complex, well thought out music. very creative stuff. Contrapuntal. I mean, it's just uh, I'm frankly in awe of some of the stuff I've heard. Um, yeah, it's I'll leave the symbolism of thrice great Hermetica and the Janus age for you to figure out, Solfeggio. Um, Free Fall. Thanks for joining us, and adieu, au revoir, ciao, arrivederci, auf Wiedersehen, do svidania. But yeah, the music is, oh yeah, I think you can find Kansas on YouTube. Uh, and much of the music of Kansas is classically constructed using a rock kind of a very complex sort of uh, rock adult contemporary stylistic adjustment. Esper says that it was incredible when I was talking about Father Malachi. He fell on the stairs, did some heavy praying, and wandered around the house with some holy water. Yeah. Jared, good night. Going back to out of the body experiences, they can be very dangerous. I agree. They're not to be sought. And when I say that, I don't mean, I'm literally having an out of the body experience. Um, do I see anything within compositions that may act as protection against various nefarious forces? I think intention plays a lot in musical composition. In other words, I cited that quotation of J.S. Bach earlier, to worship God and refresh the soul. Um, that was his conscious intention that he brought to all of his music. Even his secular music has, in other words, a spiritual purpose. It has either a purpose of worshiping God or refreshing the soul, or both. And that's, I think, what is missing, because with the romantic turn in the 19th century, in all of the arts, not just music, in literature, in art, the subjective turn to the artists themselves and their message is, I think, where the arts began to go wrong. Prior to that, you had the artist working to be a part of something bigger than the artist. And that's why that era of music has always captivated me and fascinated me, because even in pieces that aren't great, you can sense the greatness, if I could put it that way. Yeah, I don't recommend that you seek, no, please don't get me wrong here. I'm not telling people go out and seek out of the body experiences. No, 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 no. I'm telling you the exact opposite in a certain sense, because you have to be grounded in your real self. And it's always the certain notes that bring goosebumps to the ears and tears to the eyes, but it's the context of those notes. Pavarotti singing from Turandot, um, you know, the intro, and hits that high note. Yeah, I've heard that. Eudemonist says, I did leave my body when I was in danger of being in an automobile accident. I've heard people tell me similar things, that they kind of pop out of their body, for a moment when they're in danger. Do I have any thoughts on Norse mythology? Where does that fit in? That's very interesting. There was a British author by the name of, I think, Lewis Spence. I'm not certain of the name. After World War I, that wrote a book about the occult workings of World War I. And he compared British Anglo-Saxon mythology to Norse mythology. And he pointed out that there is a fundamental difference between the two. The Norse mythology is all about war, death, destruction, not building a society. And you go to Great Britain, you know, the Arthurian legend that's played such a role in Britain, the Knights of the Round Table trying to create a society of equality and under the laws and so on and so forth. And I think that's a very telling critique of what's going on. But Norse mythology, I haven't really studied enough to comment very extensively. Didn't I say churches were designed so that in certain seats you feel? No, you feel the music everywhere in certain churches. But because of their construction, certain parts of the churches are going to be harmonically resonant to certain fundamentals more than others, parts of the same churches. So depending on what that area of the church you're sitting in or standing in, because remember, those churches, you know, you look at those old Gothic cathedrals, you had to put chairs in them. The churches themselves didn't come with pews or any of the modern accoutrement. The occult causes of the present war. Thank you, Geiger. Yes, that's the book. The parts of the church are going to be resonant to different tonalities, but you can literally feel the music. You know, that to me is why organ is such a fascinating instrument, because you not only hear the music, you feel it at a very visceral, physiological level. Because the organ, you have to remember, the sound box for the organ is the building you're in. With every other musical instrument, you're outside the sound box. With the organ, you're inside the sound box. You know, the violin has the resonant cavity of the violin. The guitar has its resonant cavity. The piano has its resonant cavity. But the organ, the resonant cavity, is the building. And even you listen to music. Oh, that's right. I was going to put up that link for people. Hang on here. Let me find it. I'll be out of the chat room here, or pardon me, out of the chat window here very briefly, if this danged mouse would cooperate with me. All right, let me find. Hang on, folks. I've got to find this. I posted this a couple of weeks ago. I found this performance that I totally approve of. I'm very persnickety about performances, guys. It's not every performance that does a piece of music justice. So that's the other thing you got to remember. But I found this performance. There we are. I'm going to blast my eardrums out here in a minute. Hang on in the chat room, guys, because I'm not watching you there yet. All right, hang on and pause before we get started. There we go. And now go back up here. Come on, don't do that. Back up to this window. Back up here. Come on, there we go. Copy. and back over here, and paste. Hang on here. It didn't copy the whole thing. Hang on, that may not be. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's a link to a performance of JS by Harpsichord Concerto number 1 in D minor. Have I ever been invited to the Vatican archives? No. But that's a solfeggio. I put a comparison of the Great Pyramid Grand Gallery to an organ pipe in Giza Death Star. But anyway, that's an interesting performance there. Superbly interpreted, properly interpreted, using all the resonant cavity of the, I think, the church where they're performing it. And if you really know your harpsichord music, the harpsichordist is using the resonant properties of the harpsichord itself very, very superbly well. Superbly well. So anyway, and I forget who it was that was asking me about organ music. I'll have to beg your indulgence on that, because right now I'm wanting to smoke a few cigarettes and just talk with post chat with everybody and then go eat. Haven't eaten yet. Anyone notice how he neglected to answer the second part of the question, lol lol? Orthodox equivalent. No, I haven't had any experience to Orthodox archives either. No, sorry, Geiger. Hate to disappoint you. The problem is there's no central Orthodox archives. You know, each patriarchate has their own archives. Each autonomous church has, in turn, its own archives. So, you know, can synthesizers be programmed to attempt different temperings? Yes. In fact, if you look at virtual pipe organs, some of those will allow you to select the temperament of the tuning. There are organ samples of organs that are actually tuned higher than A440. I think the Zwolle Holland instrument Schnitger there was tuned to A492. Yeah, every now and then you see these television shows where they take you inside the Vatican archives. Well, I can assure you, those little rooms with those little folders, those aren't those aren't all the Vatican archives, guys. Oh, wow. What's for dinner? Probably turkey sandwiches. Um, I make my own homemade relish out of olives and olive oil and stuff, so I've been having turkey sandwiches. Still trying on number 3. Good luck with that one. I'm never divulging that one. All right, Chartreuse, thank you for joining us. Yeah, 7 miles under Rome, I can believe that. I can believe that very easily. Remember when you told us what the third secret was? No, I never told you what the third secret was. I'm not telling you what the third secret was. No, I can't remind you because I never told you. Good try. Good try. You guys just have to guess that one for yourselves. Sorry. Do the archives at the Vatican really go down 7 miles? My guess is they're probably much more extensive. I mean, just just the Bodley in Oxford is one huge set of tunnels. Oh wow, excuse me. Am I amazed at how some musicians who are keeping the traditions of CPE Bach alive, precious few, sad to say, are not being recognized for their genius. Well, there's lots of musicians not recognized. We talked about Kansas earlier. I think Kansas is genius work, and certainly hasn't received the recognition it deserves, at least not yet, but that often happens. Um, that often happens. So sometimes people wake up and discover, hey, what I've been listening to is really kind of just nothing but dreck. They actually want to go out and explore. I love the byways of music. Um, not just the greats, the typical big names, but Jason Becker, well, he's another one. Well, whatever. I've explained it many times, Solfeggio. I'm not going to do so again. As I've said, it's dangerous, and that's why I don't talk about it. So that's benign. The double slit experiment, read the blog on the public page there, SOS Catonic. I think that will help you. I think that will help you. No more comment, Solfeggio. No more comment on it. Any more thoughts on that ceremony for the Swiss tunnel? No, other than it was bizarre. Definitely a cult. To me, that was not really the dangerous thing about it. The dangerous one was the bizarre ceremony that they had at Verdun. I can't imagine, pulling something like that with all of those dead Frenchmen and Germans that certainly weren't fighting for that. Do I have a keyboard? I have a little keyboard. It's not very good to practice on. To practice organ, you need a pedal board. I mean, a keyboard doesn't do me any good to practice organ music. And the problem with most electronic keyboards is the touch is not the same as the instrument you're playing. There's harpsichord has a release sound to it. When the key is released, the plectrum falls back over the string and gives it another little kind of gentle nudge. And most electronic keyboards don't reproduce that, and hence it changes the way you play. So electronic keyboards really don't do you much good for practice. Virtual pipe organs are different in that they have a spring on the key that actually gives you the feel of a tracker instrument. It's a stiff keyboard, and the harpsichord is actually kind of a stiff keyboard too. There's a snap to the key, in other words. And virtual harpsichords, the good ones, will also have that release sound. When the keyboardist lifts the hands off the key, you get that clunk sound. So you learn when you play the harpsichord, not only the sound that you're making when you depress the key, but when you release the key and how and when to do that. Oh wow. Cue Heaven's Gate theme song. Yeah. if they had one Geiger. Oh, those poor people! I got to tell you. Why did Origen cut off his parts? It's Origen, not I-N. Because of his kind of fundamentalist readings of certain passages in the New Testament. He burned with lust, you know, and there's that statement, if your eye offend you, pluck it out. And so he took that very literally. His nuts offended him, so off they went. So, you know, I think when you get to that stage in religion, guys, you got problems. Harpsichord is so very quiet compared to a grand piano. Or oh, nonsense, Terry Lee. Oh, please, no. Oh, Terry Lee, what harpsichords have you been listening to? If you're listening to the dainty little French things, yes, they're going to be quieter. All right, Terry Lee, let me find this one for you. I'll give you harpsichord that can put out the noise. We've got to get people away from this idea that harpsichords are always these dainty little French things that they always choose to play things on. No, no, no. I want you to remember that J.S. Bach called for very large instruments on his harpsichord pieces. Hang on, I'm trying to get this thing to stop. So I'm going to link here a J.S. Bach piece played on the kind of instrument that Bach called for, which very seldom you hear his concerti played on large enough instruments. All right, copy, go here, and here. I think that's right. Hang on, hang on. Yeah. All right, go back here. All right, Terry, you listen to that at normal volume. It should be Van Halen loud when you listen to it, because that is a honkin' big harpsichord. And C.P.E. Bach, incidentally, also called for large harpsichords. Unfortunately, his music, when Spani recorded the C.P.E. Bach concerto, he chose a large harpsichord, and on one particular performance, he used the full range of it, and it shows. Solfeggio says, I've always said the truth movement is disproportionately musicians. Interesting. That I never thought about that. That's interesting. Harpsichord is 18th century heavy metal. That's all it is. Van Halen, yeah, now that's a harpsichord. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to sound like. J.S. Bach owned a four-choir instrument, Terry, and if you look in a grand piano, you'll see some of the notes on the hammers have 3 strings. That means there's 3 choirs of strings engaged for each note. A 4-choir harpsichord has 4 on each note, and there are even some harpsichords with 5 and 6 choirs that are just overpoweringly loud. And that particular thing that you're listening to, Terry Lee, has a 16-foot choir, which means that the fundamental note actually sounds an octave lower. That's why you've got all the big bass in that sound. It is really true. You proved it more when you showed you were a composer. It is amazing if you research it. Um, Interesting. I didn't know that. Harpsichords are very hard to tune. You have to tune them a special way. Yeah, now that harpsichord, Terry, is a modern harpsichord where he's adjusting the sound of it by foot pedals to change the stops. It's got a lute, it's got a buff, and it's got a nazard in addition to the actual string choirs and the coupler. So it's capable of a lot of different timbres, including the soft, gentle thing that Karambit was mentioning earlier. Yeah, what you do, solfeggio, is you pick middle C, you tune the octave. As you go up, you tune slightly sharp. As you go down, you tune slightly flat. No, stops like on an organ. The difference between a harpsichord and a piano, Terry, is you can control the amount of choirs that each key presses. So in other words, you can activate just one choir, it'll be fairly soft. You can activate 2, 3, 4. You know, however many choirs the harpsichord has, you can individually control how many are engaged. Unlike a piano, you're just stuck with a default setting on a piano all the time. And the bigger the harpsichord, the bigger the sound box on them. And some harpsichords, unlike pianos, if you look at German harpsichords back in the Baroque era, they actually had 2 soundboards. The bigger ones actually had 2 full different sets of soundboards. Playing the fundamental, yeah, harpsichord and organs, solfeggio. If I ever get a place where I can show you how an organ is set up, I can show you the harmonic series and how the organ stops are actually based on the harmonic series. Give us a link to your favorite CPE Bach piece. Unfortunately, I think that link was taken down. Let me see if I can find it. I have several favorites, not just one. All right, let me see if that's... No, I don't think that. I think all of those CPE YouTube links have been taken down, unfortunately. Which is sad because it's really just a barn-burning piece of music. But one of my favorite ones, where do I get a chance to play the harpsichord? I haven't played a harpsichord since Oxford. I went out to the Goebel harpsichord shop there in Oxford. I actually played a triple Haas that he had built. He was building another. And he had in his showroom, he had a Bösendorfer Imperial grand piano, and then next to it he had this triple Haas. And I asked him, why do you have a grand piano in here? And he says, oh, my dear boy, it's because everybody thinks the harpsichord is a dainty, delicate, soft little instrument, and I just have it here so that they can compare the noise output. He let me play that Haas triple. I gotta tell you, that thing could put out the music. That was just humongously large. Anyway, where to find the piece that plays at the beginning of the dialogues? Well, that is one of my favorite CPE Bach pieces. That is the Harpsichord Concerto in F major, Votquena 12, and it's performed by Miklos Spani. And you can get it on CD on the BIS label. Don't download it, please. Buy the CD. I think it's volume 2. in that series. Yeah, size does matter. But that's the piece, and what you're hearing on the dialogues is the opening of the third movement. The first movement of that piece, the first movement of that piece has a development section that's just Wagnerian in its diabolical grandiosity. there's, there's no way of putting it. Uh, Fantasias on harpsichord, size does matter. Yes, when I put up my little music things on YouTube, I pointed out in the videos that I composed them specifically for harpsichords of no less than 4 choirs, and that, that was my intention. Unfortunately, you cannot get harpsichord masters on music writing programs that have 4 choir instruments. So you're actually hearing it on an instrument much too small for my taste. But anyway. But yeah, if you listen to that piece, Winston, the first movement, you have to crank it. Put on the headphones or whatever you have to do. Crank the music. Close your eyes and just wait. Just wait for the development section. And I had a friend of mine tell me, he says, wow, that beats anything that Beethoven or Wagner ever even imagined was possible. Anyway, a virginal is just a little spinet harpsichord karambit with the sound box on the side, so to speak. I don't know how to, you've seen them, I don't know how to describe them accurately. It's a little one manual, usually no more than 2 choirs. It's a very small kind of spinet thing. Can I think of any recent works of art that the powers that be have commissioned that lay out their program? Yes, the murals in the Denver airport. Absolutely. They have digitized supersized organs. You can get virtual pipe organs. In fact, well, I don't want to say that because I don't want to jinx the project. Catherine has a project in mind. But you can get virtual pipe organs that you can download a particular instrument into an electronic organ console and actually play that instrument. So you can have a virtual pipe organ at about 1/10 of the cost of, the actual pipe organ itself. There are companies that do this now, and if you have the money, they're really nice. I have played them in the past, and I like them. I wish I had the money to afford one and, practice here at home. But you can also, with these digital virtual pipe organs, you can download harpsichord sets. So you can actually have 2 instruments. You can have a pedal harpsichord in addition to a pipe organ, because a pedal harpsichord essentially just uses an organ pedal board. And that, incidentally, that's why J.S. Bach insisted on a large harpsichord, because he had a pedal harpsichord at home. That's how you'd practice a pedal harpsichord. You didn't have to go to church and pay somebody to pump the bellows. You could just, practice your organ music on the harpsichord. Because the touch is very similar. Not the way you control the touch, but the touch itself is very similar. How about rent an organ? No. I'd have to have a fairly I used to play some rather large kind of showy pieces, Eudemonist, and most of the organs I practiced on back when I did play were at least 3 manuals, sometimes 4. Yeah, you had to pay somebody to pump the bellows, so back then you owned a pedal harpsichord to practice the organ on. That's why I say these people that tell you that you have to learn piano before the organ, they're full of you-know-what. Because if you're going to play Baroque era organ music, you were much more likely to have practiced on a pedal harpsichord and then performed it on an organ. Pianos had nothing to do with it. Not a thing. Not a thing. So anyway, how can the elite have explicit knowledge of the existence of God a posteriori? Think of the metaphor again, Solfeggio. We actually addressed that question tonight if you were really paying attention. Did they find a dome? Nope. Nope, that ain't it. Rent an organ. I used to have to do that virtually. I used to have to do that, you demonist. Back when I did play, I'd give churches a little money, you know, to cover the electric bill. But yeah, that's the way they did it back then, Karambit. If you had a misdemeanor in a city, you were sentenced to pump the organ bellows for church. You know, they'd chain you to this pipe. You can see pictures. They'd chain you to this pipe, and people would be standing on these bellows, pumping up and down, walking on these bellows for, you know, an hour and a half to pump air to the organ. Does an electronic organ use much electricity? No, not any more than a computer and, you know, stereo speakers. No, they don't use that much at all. Your washing machine and dishwashing machine probably use more electricity than those things do. An actual pipe organ, yes, because an actual pipe organ has a, you know, a fan, a blower, and then the fan blows into a bellows, what's called a wind chest. And if you go back into the interior of a pipe organ, you'll see this big box that's on a bellows, and there's a weight on it. And what the weight does is it keeps the air pressure constant. So it'll go up to a certain height and then just stay there. And even if the pressure falls a bit, it's maintained at a constant rate because of that weight. On a tracker organ, when you shut down a tracker organ, you know, after everybody leaves church, properly speaking, what you do is you bleed the bellows. You literally open up the stops and you press a chord or something and just bleed the air out of the bellows. You can hear the organ kind of die. Exhausting for the bellows pumpers. Yep. Yep. Cue the ghost movie theme. Oh, listen. The biggest pipe organ, Karambit, is the Atlantic City Music Hall. It's a Midlothian organ that was built in the early 1930s. It's got 7 manuals. You can go online, look it up, Atlantic City Music Hall. Look up the console. The console, you're literally sitting inside this little room, and you're surrounded by endless stops. The second biggest organ is the Wanamaker department store organ in Philadelphia. That still performs on a regular basis. The biggest church organ is the Steinmeyer organ in Passau Cathedral in Germany. The biggest Baroque era organ is, I believe it's either the Schnitger in Weingarten or the Schnitger in Zwolle in Holland. No, the Mormon Tabernacle organ isn't really that large of an instrument. It's about 50 or 60 ranks. the organ at ORU, when I was at ORU, the Phelps there, that was a large tracker. At the time, it was the largest tracker in the United States. That was 71 ranks, I think that was. That's the largest instrument I think I've played. You can construct organ pipes out of virtually anything, but the best materials are wood and various alloys of tin. Are pipe organs still being made? Oh, sure, absolutely. If you got the money, sure, there's builders that'll build them for you. Rufati in Italy still makes big, huge pipe organs. But the biggest one I think I've played was the Phelps at ORU. That was 71 ranks. That was a very, very stiff tracker organ. But yeah, you can construct organ pipes out of anything. But you know, just for expense, you know, the metal pipes are usually made out of alloys of polished tin. The wooden pipes, depending on what you're looking for, cherry wood, walnut, you know, the hard woods, because you got to remember the wood will expand and contract with temperature, and you want to have a wood that will endure over time and not split and so on. My favorite of all organs that I've ever heard was an organ I listened to when I was a kid taking lessons. That was the Christian Muller organ in Haarlem in Holland. Beautiful, beautiful instrument. You can it's a Baroque era instrument, but you can play romantic and even symphonic. Yeah, the Atlantic City organ is just it's just a gigantic monster. I mean, oh my. And I'll tell you something else, Karambit. That instrument is the only instrument that has a 128-foot stop. In other words, the stop is so low on the bass end that you can't even hear it. You can only feel it. It's really interesting. Huh. Sheet music specialized for pipe organs. I'm not sure what you mean by sheet music. Organ music, well, I'll show you. I don't know what you mean by sheet music. I'll show you. Oh. All right. Organ music isn't really sheet music. It usually comes in volumes like this. This is my old Vidor, Vidor Schweitzer edition of Bach. The reason I like the Vidor Schweitzer is it's a very clean score. It's easy to read, and the page turnings in the scores are designed so that you can more relatively easily turn the pages than most scores. There's a few critical problems with it that subsequent scholarship has dealt with some measures that really weren't there, but you know, if you play the organ, that's what you're usually going to get. You're going to get volumes of Bach or volumes of Widor. Widor was himself a famous organ composer. Of course, Albert Schweitzer, we all know, studied organ under Widor. If you're looking for specialized collections of organ music, like Mozart's organ music, which he composed a lot of, and it's brilliant. It's not heard very much, but Mozart was a very, very fine organ composer. Now that volume is not one piece, that's several pieces. This first volume, there's 8 volumes in the Widor Schweitzer, which I have all 8 from, you know, years and years ago. In fact, I first bought this for $12.50. I've still got the price tag on it. Way back when I was late in high school. But this first volume, if you look real carefully underneath it, it says youthful period. So in other words, these are all the very early pieces by J.S. Bach when he would have been a teenager, you know, 15 to 19 years old. And then the rest of the volumes is divided, you know, according to the type of music in them. The Mozart organ music, you have to find the special collections of that. It can be rather expensive. To my knowledge, André Isoire, the French organist, was the only guy that ever compiled all of Mozart's organ music together. Any great books for analyzing Bach chorale? Oh yeah, there's several. There's several books about that. The same Albert Schweitzer who wrote The Quest for the Historical Jesus, yes. Schweitzer studied with Widor and helped Widor edit. That was the first complete collection of J.S. Bach's organ music. There are other collections, Flora Peters, Marcel Dupré, which I hate that edition because it's all cluttered with fingering. Vierne, you know, it depends on the composer Karamat that you're looking for with organ music. Organ music tends to be expensive simply because you're not buying sheet music, you're buying volumes of collections. It's not like, you know, going out and buying a sheet music version of Beethoven's sonata, Moonlight Sonata or something like that. Actually, it was Widor that tracked down, that tracked down all the music. Widor wrote his own grand organ music. Widor wrote organ symphonies for solo organ, and one overworked organist. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it can be expensive, but you know, music is always going to be expensive because it does cost money to buy scores and stuff like that. Pianists, you know, pianists spend an enormous amount of money on scores. Can I make any comment on Lucifer's breastplate? I'm not sure of what you're referring to, actually, Solfeggio. Yep. Oh, boy. Yeah, we are still talking at 11:24. I'm finishing up this cigarette here, folks, and then I'm going to go eat. But, you know, you got me started on music, and I love to talk about music, as you know by now. Anyway. He means Hillary's lapel pin. Well, I don't doubt it, quite frankly. Anything about organist Grant Cameron? I don't know the organist, so if you're talking about Cameron Carpenter, um, he's probably the greatest living show-off Liberace organist. I'm not leaving just yet, Horizon, but Grant Cameron, I don't know. Best version of J.S. Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor. Well, here's the problem, Jeannie. He wrote 2 toccatas and fugues in D minor. Most people don't know that, but he did write 2. But if you're talking about the one that everyone thinks of, good night, Karambit. The best performance of the toccatas that I like are the Tone Koopman performances. Not so much for registration, but for lively tempo and bringing out the actual music. Koopman, when you listen to him, does what a Baroque musician would have done. He doesn't follow the score slavishly. He will ad-lib at certain points, which is what a Baroque era keyboardist was expected to do. So, for example, if you listen to his performance of the Adagio from the Toccata, Adagio, and Fugue, you'll hear him performing, and you'll hear things that aren't actually in the score because he's adding and ornamenting, and that's what Bach would have expected people to do. So he's playing in the style that they played in, and his tempos, in my opinion, are correct. He's up-tempo, he's fast, he keeps the phrasing specific and brings it out. So I would say listen to Tone Koopman, and I'll spell it if I can get it to work for me here. He's a Dutch fellow. I covered the Ron murders in my books. Did the Nazis find a Visigoth buried treasure? Yes, I think they did. Anyway, but yeah, I like Koopman. Helmut Walcha, if you can find his performances of certain things, not all things, if you can still find him. Matthias Havinga, let me spell that. He's a young Dutch organist, again, that I think has the right interpretive philosophy. Good night, S-Bear. And Winston, good night. And Tim H, good night. Boy, everybody's dropping like flies here. Take care, Tim H, down there in Australia. And again, our sympathies with your mom and our prayers, all right? I know it's hard to watch that happen. I had to go through it too. And it's never easy. It's never easy. Were Nazis sympathetic to pagan culture? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Oh, I thought you were saying you were leaving, Tim. Sorry about that. What was their view towards the Roman Church? They were sympathetic. I mean, after all, Hitler was a Roman Catholic, and if memory serves me correctly, there are still Roman Catholic priests that say masses for him. But anyway, But anyway, lots to do. I haven't even begun to blog this week, guys. So the blog for tomorrow may be late. Geiger says, interesting tidbit. I don't know what interesting tidbit you're talking about, but anyway, getting down to the nub of my cigarette here, guys. They saw themselves as their idealized culture. Oh, dear. Okay, guys, that's it for my cigarette. And that's it for me. I've got to go eat. I may be back in here. I may be back in here later, maybe even soon. I don't know. It depends on how long I take to get these sandwiches made. So I will keep my name in the chat room and maybe see some of you in half an hour or so, but I've got to go eat. So I'm stopping the broadcast now. Thanks everybody for fun vid chat, and we'll see you all in a couple of weeks. Bye-bye.